The opinions expressed of this show are for entertainment purposes and should not be misconstrued or interpreted as fact. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-522-4700.
Introducing Pubcoin. Pubcoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into Pubcoins. Pubcoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Upgrade your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can-Can. Kenny Can-Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can-Can, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the advantage.
Coin! Meyer, that's nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
Started from the Corker Peter Low Shack. Legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, what we all. PSR Pub Sports Radio Bizarre. There's a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing. Betting with the bag and you love it. We want it top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, May 16th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. I doubled up, cashed, and stopped the losing streak in NBA. First quarter +1, full game +4.5. I wish I had stuck with the money line on the full game, but I'm just happy to break the streak. 1-1 in MLB, lost a little bit of VIG, and then I lost with the Stars. It was the first two shows. Tuesday and Wednesday were the first time I went back-to-back shows losing since Pubapalooza. So, 3-2 small volume day. At least I stopped. I mean, it wasn't a huge cashing day, but we got the bag. Well, we didn't. Okay, let me say that again. We stopped the streak of losing. 2 straight losing shows. We didn't turn it into 3. We didn't make very much money, but at least we had a winning day. Great to see all of you guys. Massive card here for us to attack. Shout out to all the cappers in the chat. Pig milk play of the day is the New York Knicks. -2.5, -105. I'm with you on that. Let me just move this table a little bit back. I'm with you on that one. I love to hear it. I can't wait to break that down. We got Wine Time joining us as well, as Jose Snips Bouquett will be rocking with us. Billy Friedrich, that is copied and pasted. I'm pumped up, man. I'm really, really pumped up. I'm excited about what we're doing. I'm loving. Well, I've moved on 4 bets on 2 games in this baseball card. I generally don't come to the show with action. I have a much higher ROI when we suss it out together. And I, use the wealth of information from this incredible chat and the guests that we have on camera. Fat Wally, our guy Wally, with his NASCAR action. Let's copy and paste Wally's action. Shout out to our guy Wally. What a monster season he's had in NASCAR. The Wilkesboro All-Star Open qualifying race here. Copied and pasted, my friend. Thank you so much for sharing. Gorky in the house. Roy joining us from Hawaii. Great to see you, Roy. Justin McKelvey, Stacks play day number 1. Ramirez over 1.5 bases. And Stacks play day number 2, Brewers. And we're on the Brewers. The birthday pick, cashed for our guy TJ yesterday, and he told us to bet the Brewers, and I did. But I went heavy. It's a big invest. No, not just on the Brewers, because I made 3 bets. That's why I went heavy. They're just single unit MLB units, which 250. But I am also on the Twins team total under 4 and the full game under 7.5. So we will talk all about that. Stacks was great on our show yesterday. Shout out to Stacks. There's the Trill OG play of the day. It is Boston, first half +1. I'm looking forward to talk NBA because I don't think I actually, it's funny. I put a lot of time into making sure I bet. Being on the Celtics and losing $500 2 nights ago was very bothersome, and spent a lot of time making sure that I felt like I had the right bets. Again, the double result wouldn't have cashed. The first half for the Nuggets didn't cash. So being on the first quarter in the full game, I'll take it. It was good. And I think for the Knicks game, I should have just taken the Knicks first half and full game. I don't think the +130 on the double result was worth it. I've been kind of beating myself up a little bit. We'll go over all of that. Oldie in the house, working but listening per usual. Let's have a great Friday. Let's get this weekend rolling. BC Dubai for Gorky. Dave Redling says, keep playing the Twins Rangers money line parlay. Well, again, it's the switching city 7 games winning streak, which is now just 3-2 on the season. So I can understand sticking with the trends, but we are fading that here. We also, that they haven't announced it, but Buxton and Correa will not be in the Minnesota Twins lineup. When that's announced, the line's going to move heavy towards the Brewers. I mean, what do you think Buxton and Correa are worth? Their shortstop and their center fielder. So we'll see how that bangs out. But I get it, Dave. Fernando Mendoza in the house. Great to see you. Crystal Craig, ready to get to work. And the bracket is updated. NHL bracket is updated. Let's take a quick look there. That's great because we've had eliminations here. I'm very interested. I want the crown. I want the cash. I want the glory. Let's see here where we stand. Thank you, Swiggy, for updating that. Ooh, 11-point lead over Dodge 71. An 11-point lead over Dodge 71. Oh, we don't have the Eichel eliminated yet and the Knights eliminated, but I'm sure Swiggy will handle that for us soon. Dodge, a big show right there. Garcia Gaming. Dennis Garcia. Salty Pete, 5th. Ramon Scott, 6th. Crystal Craig, 7th. Rushia, 8th. Peter Loshak, 9th. And Slatsy, 10th. That is your top 10 here. Fun, man. It's going to be very, very fun as this comes down to the wire. Thank you, Swiggy, my man, for handling all of that. We have Gravy Bets. Finally, GB9 on the grind. We have missed a GB grind. Look at that. Sammy Comer. GB9 and Sammy Comer. Sammy, thank you so much for the dono, my man. It means a ton to us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, man. That's dope. Very, very cool. Thank you. And look at, we got Gorky with the dono as well. Means a ton to us. I'll put that right under the BC and Dubai. Gorky, thank you for thinking of us. It means a ton. Ken Mizrahi ready to get to work. Serious business. Wine Time Sports ready to attack this card. We got Jermaine. We got AM. Jermaine ready to go. Pub Sports TV has that weekly UFC contest. It's live up and Adam. Click that link. $100 free contest. And the more cappers we have supporting it, the more we can have. So thank you for that. Nasty Nate says Celtics smash. It's going to be fun. Nasty Nate, I would have felt terrible about that. The Toronto, Tampa under, early under. Bad. You were running so hot, and I screeched your hot start to a halt. So I apologize for that. Sanchez says, my Nuggets futures are still alive, but damn, OKC -9 in game 7. T-Moss ready to get to work. Sancho, great to see you. T-Moss, great to see you. And what an MLB card, says TJ. We have Milwaukee money line. Oh, that was, you mean, yes, that was yesterday. Yeah, you crushed everything yesterday. You were monstrous. Is that yesterday? Talk to me. Because I thought yesterday was the birthday. I'm tripping a little bit, lack of sleep, but not because of any other thing than just being so pumped up and wanting to cap nonstop and loving the opportunity to work with you guys and seeing the results of all of our hard work. Toby Lane and AM both liking the Leafs today. I can't wait to talk about that. That'll be first up and ad. And we got Spooner in the house. Deacon Mike ready to get to work. United States says, let's bring on Jose now. We'll don't worry, he'll be here. Ronnie Lofton ready to go. Spooner got me on that White Sox over 11.5. It was a great breakdown that he gave me, and then I did my work on it and I moved on it. I absolutely love it. I love it. T-Moss, Ken Mizrahi, J Dub in the house. Love it. And Saturate says, I'm sad the WNBA is winding down. Yeah, I get it. It's, I get it. Mr. Belvedere in the house. Blue Jays +116, Guardians -117, Red Sox -110, and the Brewers money line, Brewers +104. Yeah, I got +105. I'm excited about that. When the lineups are introduced or announced, we're going to feel very, very good about it. I expect. The Nuke worker in the house. Nuke. By the way, for all of the Ontario cappers and the Michigan cappers too, we are setting up, Gokster and I are setting up our first ever Woodbine Summit of Champions this summer. Woodbine Summit of Champions. The booze will be flowing. The winners will be flowing. So Nuke will be a big part of that. Nuke Worker will be a big part of that. So we'll be in touch there. A Black Thor King here. Deacon Mike says the Wrigley right field street camera view confirms the wind is ripping out. There is Coin in the house. Coin, excellent job yesterday, my man. Coin predicting DeGrom's beautiful start. A lot of that helped me not move on the Astros, which was very helpful. My dude coming off a 2-0 day. G-Biz in the house. Sharon Pulliam. We got Camden in the house. Great to see all you guys. Aditya Day, Walla Dose, Mark Stasiowski, Christopher Comentini. Great group. I don't know about 30 to 40 cents. Maybe in our mind, but I don't think it can move that much, Justin. But I agree. It's going to be a nice big move here. We got NBA Celtics +2.5 for Mr. Belvedere and the Wings +7. Let's copy and paste all of that. I cannot wait to talk about these games, and I can't wait to watch them all. Great to have all of you guys here. Let me get T-Moss's action here. Twins, Brewers under 4.5. First 5 minus 135 here. All right, fellas, let's get to work. It's Friday. We have been running nice on Fridays. And, the Thursdays, smaller card, we've been crushing. I don't like talking about how many in a row that we've won, just because as soon as I start talking about it, it stops. But it's been incredible, the smaller slate, because we can really deep dive into these spots. The Fridays have been really good. Let's get to work. Thank you guys for joining us. Let's go out there right now and let's make this money. We start in the National Hockey League, 8 p.m. Eastern East, second round, game 6. Florida leading this series 3-2. What a debacle. Matthews' jersey thrown on the ice with 7 minutes left in the game. Legacy's on the line. Marner, could this be Marner's last game in the Leafs uniform? I tell you what, when a team gets embarrassed like this, especially with a coach like Craig Berube, you have to think that they're going to have their best effort. Their best effort. You've heard Toby Lane move on the Leafs. You've heard AM on the Leafs. Their very, very best effort is not going to be enough for me to put my money on this pack of losers. But I'm not going to fade them. After getting embarrassed like that and knowing that it's going to be their very, very, very best effort. But I can't put my money on this team that just doesn't deliver in the most important moments time and time again. We thought there was going to be a difference this year. Tanev coming over and bringing toughness in that Tanev, McCabe first line, Brandon Carlo coming in to fortify that top 4. You have, defensive forwards and accountability, with the Scott Laughtons and players of that nature that we thought would help a lot. And let's talk about the line history here. The Florida Panthers are minus 223. They opened up minus 213, and they got as high as minus 233 pretty quickly. Not a very big move. And in fact, let's just go over the lines in their home games here. But first, let's talk about the total. It's a 5.5 minus 116. Opened up 5.5 minus 120. So we've got a slight move to the under. Let's just go to so we're Friday. So let's go to Wednesdays. Was it Monday? Monday's Panthers game? No, did they do it on Sunday? My bad. Sorry. Here, let's go. So Sunday, the Panthers were minus 206. They opened up at minus 218, and there was this huge move, this 40-cent move towards the Leafs. And then it came back, but there was still a move towards the Leafs. Okay. And then game 1, that was the game game 1 in Florida. That was the game where I moved on Florida puck line and lost it, but took the plus 1.5 on the series price, which we cashed. They opened up at minus 214, now minus 209. Okay, interesting. It's interesting that, Carolina at home is a much bigger favorite, against the Caps than the Panthers are at home against the Leafs. Very, very, very interesting here. Browns Hughes looking at that over 5.5. Swiggy said, loaded up on Florida. Leafs gave up last game so bad, I don't think they can fix it. Okay, it's Minnesota. Okay, thank you, TJ. It was yesterday's action. Great job, man. I think if you're backing the Toronto Maple Leafs, you're not asking them to fix anything. You're just asking them for their very, very best effort, which I expect we're going to see today. I think it can be very tricky when you really believe what you just saw in sports. I mean, things can change so much from day to day. I mean, this is going to be a very serious group here with the Leafs. And I don't think it's a situation where they're squeezing their sticks too tight. You could say that with Matt, and we're going to break this down with all my notes. I'm just going off of my head right now. But I don't feel that is the case. Now, you could say it is the case with Matthews. I think he's got a shoulder injury that, he may or may. I'm sure he won't talk about it. He probably shouldn't, but somebody should talk on his behalf about it. Mitch Marner, I expect Tavares to step up in that dressing room before the game and inspire the guys to play their very, very best hockey, to leave it all out on the ice. If that's the case, I think that the under is probably the spot, and then that would lead you into the first period under, which maybe I could end up getting towards if we keep breaking this down. Browns Hughes on the over 5.5. AM says, I really like the Leafs here. The toxic Toronto hockey media adds an insane amount of pressure to the Leafs at home. Don't be shocked when the Leafs show up. I think there's some real truth to that. Toby Lane says, I hate them as well, but the value is just too good for a team that still played them very hard for 3 of the 5 games. We're due for a big dog money line in the NHL as well. The league needs a Game 7 in Toronto. I believe that. So let's do the full breakdown. Coin giving us the odds logic numbers: 30% of the ticket, 70% cash on the over, and 29% of tickets and 32% cash on the Toronto money line. So Toby Lane said, I don't think Florida feel that much pressure to close out Game 6 at home. They know they could close out in Toronto Game 7. I don't know about that. Swiggy saying that first period under 1.5 minus 120. We'll talk about that. I don't think that's the case. I really do think they know. They don't want to go back to Toronto. I mean, they know that. They know that. Justin McKelvey is, you should say, not a hockey capper yet, Justin, because we see it happening. We all see it happening, man. You're watching it, and I'm sure you're capping it. But after getting embarrassed, Leafs team total over 2.5 at plus 114 in his pocket. So let's discuss this. We have Joseph Woll. It's Stolars is not coming to the rescue. I'm looking forward to get more information when this is over. Jay Kopp says Panthers closes out minus 1.5. Now there's my guy Guillermo Tucci in the house. So Woll was horrific, and he's got to be better. Will he be better? I can't tell you that. It was very disappointing watching him allow 5 goals on those 25 shots. 4.02 goals against average, 877 save percentage for Joseph Woll. Bobrovsky has stepped up in a big way. We'll expand on some of his statistics here in a bit. Coin saying goalie Bob's locked in right now. He sure is. He's saying all the right things too in the media. He used to be sort of a flighty guy in the media. Now he's a vet, and you see it and you get it. 2.46 goals against average, 899 save percentage in the playoffs here. The Leafs power play and penalty kill is pretty much where it was in the regular season. The Panthers penalty kill has stepped up in a big way, but their power play is pretty much what it is in the regular season. It's a problem. The Panthers power play used to be much scarier. Not having Brandon Montour out there is probably playing a role in it. Sammy Reinhart not going for 60 plus goals is probably playing a role in it. Rem says, with Woll in net, I won't hedge my Panthers series bets and let them ride. Oh yeah, I get that. And now looking back at the discussion I had with Slatsy, I mean, we probably should have put a unit on the plus 1.5 and a unit on the money line, but it is what it is. There's our guy Big Show Picks in the house. So let's roll. They called it the biggest home game for the Toronto Maple Leafs in 2 decades, and it was a debacle of the highest order. Boqvist, Aaron Ekblad each had a goal and assist. Sammy Reinhart and Nate Schmidt each had 2 assists. And those of you talking about the Panthers' depth yesterday, when I believe the teams with the most forward depth, for me it would be. I mean, for sure the Stars, but then I don't think the Panthers have more forward depth, honestly, than the Hurricanes and the Oilers. Like, I would put them 4th, but you guys were very confident in it, and you guys were right. Panthers became the first team to have 17 players score through the first 10 games of a postseason since the Kings in 1993. That was a fun Kings team. 1993, of course, that was the last year that a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup, Montreal Canadiens, and that Stanley Cup changed on the Marty McSorley curve. Illegal stick call. They called it Marty McSorley on the illegal stick with 1.5 minutes left. And the Habs scored late goal and won that game in overtime, and it changed the series. And I thought the Hiller decision to call goalie interference, to challenge goalie interference on that Kane goal in Game 4. I think it was Game 3 or Game 4. God, I can't even remember now. Of that Oilers King series, was the second biggest, coach's call that I've seen since that illegal stick in 1993. And that LA Kings Toronto Maple Leafs conference final was just so much fun to watch. The famous high stick, Gretzky's high stick on the killer Dougie Gilmour. It was just, those were the best of times. So that's special. Panthers become the first team to have 17 players score, through its first 10 games of a postseason. 6 goals from Bennett. God, Trey Living is such an ass clown. I wonder what he thinks when he watches Bennett out there. What an idiot Trey Living is. A 4 from Carter Verhaeghe. Then you have 5 players with 3 goals. 4 have 2, 6 have 1. It's pretty impressive. And then we have Sergei Bobrovsky. You guys been talking about goalie Bob. He passed John Van Beesbroek for the longest playoff shutout streak in Florida history. Of course, Van Beesbroek did that in 1996. That was when they were throwing the rats on the ice. And remember that Stanley Cup final like it was yesterday too. The Avalanche swept the Panthers in 4 games, and Yui Krupp scored the overtime winner in Game 4. And I actually, it sounds made up, but the truth is, I actually won a hockey pool. I won a hockey pool because of the Krupp goal. When I was out, the other guy I was up against had more Avalanche than I did, and Yui Krupp got me the winning goal. It was special. But that run that Van Beesbroek had was special, and Bob's doing it right now. Sergei Bobrovsky's turned aside 55 shots through the games 4 and games 5, 982 save percentage. And if it was Marner's final home game as a Maple Leaf, what a debacle. What an absolute horror show by the man. To be blamed for that goal, that giveaway, that second goal. I mean, he was just, I've become a Marner fan, so watching him be the ass clown that he was out there, I didn't enjoy. Nicholas Robertson scored. The Leafs top line of Marner, Matthews, and Matthew Nyes went pointless and were a -7. They've scored 3 goals through 5 games. Nyes has 2. Marner has 1. Austin Matthews, the great Austin Matthews, has not scored a goal in this series. That shoulder better be hanging on by a thread. It better be separated. He better have surgery. He better be out for 4 months. Because if he is not, there's no excuse for him to be as bad as he's been. The Leafs have been outscored 8-1 in the past 2 games, and Austin Matthews has not scored in 5 games, and he doesn't have a point in the last 2 games with the season on the line. Good God, Austin Matthews. The Maple Leafs not being past the second round of the postseason since they met Carolina Hurricanes in the 2002 Eastern Conference Final 23 years ago. I'd forgotten they even made it that far, but they did make it that far. Mark says Bobano thinks it's a wrist issue. Well, it better be something, Mark. It better be something, man. My dude says, how about the Maple Leafs let them get their asses kicked after that is atrocious. Yeah, it was bad. Wager Tech says Toronto Maple Leafs playoffs are the equivalent of the Bills in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I guess you could take it there. Coin says 4-1 to the over in this series, 8-2 to the over in the playoffs, 3-1 to the over at home for Florida. Well, I guess when it's come to this, I did receive a payment today from the local. I was very pleased I didn't screw it up because the first 2 days haven't gone so well for the week, and I am interested in the Leafs' first period bounce back. If we're going to say that they can't score, they got to play heightened defensively, don't they? I mean, it's scary to say that. Shout out to our guy Markel in the house. It's scary to say that. Joey DFS. It's very scary to say all this, but I think that first period under 1.5. Again, the -120 is just too much juice, would be my first thought. But it feels like that would be a move here. First period under 1.5. It's not that expensive everywhere. Cheap at Will Hill. I don't know why that is. It's more expensive at some books. Wow, it's juiced to the over where we used to play poker. Wow. Oh no, these are shit. Sorry. I'm looking at that game 3. Let's go back to it. Here it's -118 where we used to play poker. -115 is the best offshore. Will Hill has it -115. That's what it should be. Yeah, I like it. I like it. The AM says, I think the Leafs score 1 goal very, very quick here. You know, if Bobana was on the show, he'd probably have the Leafs to score a goal in the first period. If he believes in them. I shouldn't say that here, but if he believes in them, that would probably be the spot. Wager Detective says, fade the Maple Leafs in all aspects. 20 red in a row at a roulette table doesn't mean black next spin, all chips in. Oh, I hear that, Wager Detective. It's just that after a team gets embarrassed, I generally look to back them or stay off. And I think that it's going now. You're right. I think that AM's right. I imagine and Malik White in the house, Panthers and the under at plus 185 under 5.5. That's it. The only thing that I think would hurt you there, Malik, is if the Panthers win this game comfortably, the Leafs goal is going to be empty for 4 or 5 minutes at the end. That would be the only thing to lose. And I think, I always think it's important you guys should do this too. When you make a bet, how could I lose this? And I used to always put on the one side how I would lose it and how I would win it, especially for the bigger bets. How I would lose my first period on one. I think AM's right. I think if the Leafs get on the board early. Jay Cobb says Panthers don't want this going 7. Canes 1-5 and already have rest advantage over tonight. I agree with that thought process that they want it done. Jermaine says if history has any merit, Panthers win. Yeah. No, I get it. I get exactly what you guys are saying. And look, I'm not sitting here saying I'm going to bet the Toronto Maple Leafs. What I'm saying is I'm going to move on the first period under 1.5, and I wasn't planning on it. First period under 1.5 for me. But before I do that, I think it's critical, and we're going to move on to MLB right now, but I think it's critical to we broke down exactly why we weren't going to take the Carolina Hurricanes first period under. It made no sense after cashing 4 straight that it would open up minus 116. They open it up at a really short number, and then they move it to make the Heat chasers or the Steam chasers think that they're on the right side, and then the under 1.5 just gets hammered by everybody. And I bring it up because I'm going to bring it up again with the Rays-Jays game today. So I just kind of wanted to set the tone. But let's just go over all these first periods here very, very quickly and make sure that so the first period, 4 goals over. First game of the series went over. 4 goals were scored. Second game went over. So first 2 games went over. Then game 3 in Florida went over. So there's 3 overs in a row. In game 4, we know it went under. 1 goal was scored in the first period. And then game 5, it went under. As the games are getting more important and things are tightening up. So 3 overs, 2 unders. That's it. I'm on the first period under 1.5. Justin says, I know the Leafs can't score, but is it impossible they don't come out and get 2 quick first period goals? Yeah. No, I think AM set up how I lose this. I mean, could I lose this because the Panthers are up 2-0? No, the Leafs are the ones that could cost me here. But I'm going to bet on them playing a really structured game where they shoot everything at the net from all angles and not look to create high danger chances. Nuke Worker on the Panthers puck line. There you go. I am on the first period under 1.5, and I wasn't necessarily planning on doing that, but that is the situation here. So, and that's why we talk it out, and I love it very much. Mally Mal starting his day with the over in the Alcaraz match. Nice and easy. Isaiah Scurry, thank you for the support, my man. It's been good, but I did give out a loser yesterday. So let's, I over 20 units. I imagine I'm going to be over 30 units with the futures. Let's get over 20 units with our action here. I'm obviously going to get it here today, but let's get over 20 units next few days. All right, thank you, guys. That is the NHL for Friday, May 16th. It's time to get into Major League Baseball, and let's get started by bringing in our star of Friday shows. Toby Lane says, imagine forcing Game 7 having Stolarz back. They want this. Toby, if Wall plays great and the Leafs win, then I would not put Stolarz in Game 7. No. Stolarz should be telling everybody, put me in this game right now. He should be saying, I don't care about the headaches or whatever. Look, I know that's probably not the right thing to say, and I immediately think of Paul Correa, how he is right now. But if Stolarz was doing that, then I'd say, yes, you play him in Game 7. But where is Stolarz? He's been skating. He's been doing stuff. I mean, if the Leafs win with Wall in that, he should start Game 7, I believe. But we'll see. As Steve G says, feels like a must win now. Let me say that, too. Just before we get into baseball, I have moved on the Dallas Stars. I've also moved on the team total over 3. So it's I have more on the Stars. I told you guys that's a unit and a half play. The Stars know there's been unit and a half plays for a while. And I have 1 unit on the over 3. I'm not, Gavin, sadly. I'm not. I've got to pick up my mom at the airport. So I'm not playing Pimlico today. Am says, I'll also be on the Jets Game 6. Jets changed their defense to a trap, and the Stars had a tough time establishing possession in the ozone. Coin saying Toronto first score plus 138. No interest. I'm not going to invest in the Toronto Maple Leafs at this point in any kind of playoff series. They have to prove it before I put any money on them. I'm just going to be on the first period under 1.5. By the way, our guy Gavin Henry is a thoroughbred trainer in Jamaica and a phenomenal capper and a great guy as well. We got MMA Locker Room in the house. JC Leeds play today. Red Sox money line. Crochet will pitch a gem today, says JC Leeds. We're all excited about talking about that. But I just want to say one last thing about the team total over 3. It's very expensive for a 5.5. That's just slightly juiced to the over. And it's at a price that I might not even maybe wouldn't even move on it. And I moved on it with confidence. You can change up and put in a trap and play. And there's difficulties of breaking that down, but nothing that Pete DeBoer hasn't seen. And look, it's part of the fun. So I'm sure all the Canadians are going to be on the Jets too. And the Stars are going to take care of business. If the Stars lose in Game 6, I don't know exactly what I'll do. Meaning, I probably won't bet. I'm not going to. I don't know what I'll do. I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think it over hard. I'm very comfortable if it's just my Oilers futures going through, but the Stars are not going to lose 3 straight to the Jets. But as we say, every year in the National Hockey League, one team comes back from a 3-1 deficit. Maybe the Jets are the ones. Steve G would say, I'm on Jets in Game 7. Well, they're now, 6-1 at home, and they were in complete control. I wonder what would have happened if Duchesne had not have hit the post there and tied up at 1. I wonder. There's some bad calls in that game, but there was one bad call for the Jets too, but there's 2 or 3 for the Stars. It was a frustrating game, but you guys that were on the Jets were very, very right. Okay, Andrew G says no goal first 10 is a crazy sweat. Just one last thing on NHL. I can't bet them. My anxiety just shoots through the roof. I don't know why. It's so strange. I can bet first quarters, first periods, but the first 10 minutes, I'm like, I can feel like even just talking about it, I can feel like starting to sweat. So, all right, let's get into Major League Baseball. Please welcome from our home studio, the Southtown 101 in San Antonio, Texas, the best bar in Texas. If you are in the neighborhood, check it out. And also, if you are in the neighborhood, that means that you can hit our Alamo Card Show this weekend. Johnny Football going to be there on Sunday. You can run with Johnny Football, but we have our big Alamo Card Show. Please check it out. We're going to have Dabby Cab there. Jose Bouquett will be there. Big T. We're going to have Victor and hopefully many more of our faithful Pub Sports Radio analysts. So check it out, our Alamo Card Show. Let's get to work. Please welcome Mr. Jose Bouquett to the telecast. Jose, how are you?
Good, pretty good day. 1-1 yesterday, so I can't really complain. But honestly, I need some winners. So I can offset any Celtics losses. So hopefully I can find some.
Yes, and I believe in you. I believe in you. And look at this. Deacon Mike says those thieves at a book we won't mention just added the over homer prop over 3.5 homers at -160. Look at that.
Those thieves.
Unbelievable.
Now,
Unbelievable.
I
Yeah.
love Deacon because Deacon, I could believe, is like an 80-year-old man the way he writes. So shout out to Deacon.
No, he's not, man. He's spry. He is spry. Hopefully, we're going to get to see finally unmask Dennis Garcia at the Woodbine Summit of Champions this summer. I hope that Deacon has words for you here in the chat. There you go. Let's introduce
Mad Mike's alter ego.
Let's introduce our next guest here. Can't wait to rock with him. Our star of Fridays for Major League Baseball and NBA. And he's had a great season. A tough Friday last week, but they're going to happen once in a while. Still 47-38, 55.3%, plus 8.2 units, ROI plus 9.65%. And that's with an average line of plus 100. And that's also with a line that's what he's betting with his local in California, a state that doesn't allow us to do our thing. And so it's not with the best line available. Jose's doing that the same as well. And I'm doing that as well. But generally speaking, for years, we give the cappers the best line available. So it's very impressive what both these fellas are doing. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, Wine Time Sports to the program. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jim in the bag, Jose Bouquett, my guys, man. Happy Friday. I'm stoked to be here with you guys breaking down this MLB card. We got a loaded card today, guys. I know I'm going to have a loaded card. So excited to break it down with you guys. And shout out to everyone in the chat, man, especially all the people that showed out to Walk-Off Wagers debut last Sunday. It's a success. Love the show. Love the direction it's going, and appreciate everyone that showed out. We're going to need you guys to show out again this Sunday, so be there. 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Stoked for that. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Big Daddy Boom, Just My 2 Cents, Steve G, Spoons Bets, my co-host right there, Wager Detective, Stacks, Deacon Mike, Robert Cherry, everyone in there, Swig Bets, Ron Lofton, TC, Big Show. A lot of heavy hitters in here, guys. Excited to talk baseball with you, man. I know we're going to have a winning day today. I know we're going to have a winning day when this is going to come out before the show, because when me, you, and Troy Torrance and Jose did this last time, I believe we all had a winning day. So shout out to you guys. Cheers to you guys, and let's go.
Cheers, my man. I wish I could hit that too, but I'll be driving here shortly. But get that in here. Get that in for us. Pick up my mom. My mom rolling in.
All right.
Here. My
Nice.
mom.
Who, by the way, didn't you say Dr. Saucy will be on Sunday Night Live Stream?
Yes, we're both going to be on Sunday Night Live. We're going to have some drinks, Sunday Night Baseball, and we're going to hammer Hastings Racetrack. Shamurai says Wine Time is fucking amazing. Robert Cherry says I have 2 great breakdowns for you guys for the Yankees game and Red Sox game. I can't wait to hear them, Robert Cherry. And as soon, Robert Cherry, as your studio is set up and your internet is right, then we'll get a chance to hear them here on camera. So get that set up for us. We want you on here, Robert Cherry, my man. Let's get to work, fellas. Let's get to one last note on hockey. I'm pretty excited now. I didn't think I was going to have action. The first period under 1.5 will be added, and I'm excited about it. Saturated for the Celtics funeral.
By the way, Saturated, suck my balls, Saturated. How about that?
Nobody wants.
I don't want to get hostile early, Saturated. I'm waiting for the NBA to get hostile. Suck my balls. How about
Nobody
that?
wants to go anywhere near your balls, Jose. You'd have to force the issue. You'd have to tie somebody up.
I will.
Are you going to be breaking that NBA game down with us, Jose?
Hopefully not. But
you're welcome to.
I have opinions.
You're welcome to if you can keep your cool.
I can't.
Right, okay.
There's your answer.
Okay.
Honesty and transparency here.
Vaughn Polo, our guy VP, will be live at the Freakness tomorrow in Charm City. So dope, VP. Take some pictures, man. Take some pictures of the Freak. I guess you can't. It's hard to say Freakness without thinking about Diddy. It's too bad that he's ruined so many words. He's ruined so many things. He's ruined so many words, so many people.
Baby oil.
How much? Okay. Let's get to work, fellas. We start Major League Baseball. And what a fun game. Be ready to live bet this.
Oh, yeah.
Because one of the fun things that Spooner told me, he's like, how many outs do we need to get an 11? And he thought 1, like maybe 2. Now, maybe I want more than just 1 or 2 outs, but I have moved on the over in this one, and we got
we all. Oh my god! I guess Spooner sent us all the same text message, and we all did the same thing.
Yeah, it was it. Well, I mean, I sat with it for 45 minutes and then did my cap on the game, but I agree with the whole breakdown here. Let's talk about the situation. Let's start with Spooner here. Let's start with Spooner. Let me get to my Spooner notes here. We have oh, sorry, God, I have a lot of the notes from young Morgan Spooner. Here we go.
He's nothing but if he's not thorough.
He is very, very thorough. Okay, so Wrigley Field hasn't seen this sort. This is word for word from Morgan Spooner. Wrigley Field in Chicago hasn't seen this sort of offensive friendly day yet this year. We've had the wind blowing out, but we have never had the lowest air pressure of any park this month. Total opened up at 11, immediately jumps to 11.5. And at that point, 88% of tickets were on the under and 94% of the cash on the under. Now that changed drastically. The lowest air pressure, again, of any park this month, 50-mile-per-hour winds carrying out to left. He is on the over, and I moved on the over as well. I got the over 11.5 at minus 103. Minus 103. And let's break this one down here. We'll start with the line history, but we should actually start with the weather. And let me update it. So it was 14.3 miles per hour going out, 78 Fahrenheit, but feels like 70. Gets up to 15.4, but let's just see if we can get even more. I'd like to see this add to it. Let's see. We refresh it, and no, it's gone down a little bit. 13.4 miles per hour out to left center, then up to 15.4 miles per hour. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have Smith and Horton going toe to toe. Young Horton, 7th overall pick in the draft. We'll go over all of his stats. The Chicago Cubs open up minus 220. They're now minus 213. There is some fear about Horton. He's a great pitcher, phenomenal in Iowa, but he's a fly ball pitcher, and this is not the right conditions for him. The 11.5 is now minus 111 to the over. This opened up at 5:30 this morning at 11.5 here. As we talk about this book that we use for our line movement is very cautious. They claim they don't kick anybody out. They don't kick winners out. We do know that they do limit them, but they're very cautious, and they were very concerned about the wind and the weather conditions and the total. The site that we used to play poker at. Also, I have very good news. I came up with an idea for us to play poker again, and it's perfect.
Oh,
and we'll announce it next week, and we'll have a poker game set up with everything the same as it was. I can't get into it yet.
I thought you were going to tell me that you finally got into the new cash flow systems.
No, I haven't touched that. Yet. No, I'll have to do a one-on-one and figure it out with. I can't. I'm an old man. This line is now minus 120 to the over at the site we used to play poker at. But poker is coming back to Pub Sports Radio. Poker is coming back to Pub Sports Radio.
Yeah, I need to take some fucking necks here. My last poker performance was piss poor for my standards, my high standards.
So it's part of the fun. Part of the fun that you're terrible at poker.
I disagree.
Wrigley Field, Chicago, Illinois. We have Shane Smith. He's had a great year. 1-2, 2.08 ERA, 1.08 WHIP, 38 Ks over 43 and a third, 15 walks, 1 home run allowed in 43 and a third. He's been incredible. Coming up 3-1 loss at home to the Marlins. These young pitchers are pitching so well at Rate Field. 6 innings, 4 hits, 7 Ks, no walks. On the road this year, he's been really good. He's only allowed 5 earned runs in 4 starts, 20 and 2/3. 21 K, 6 walks, only allowed that 1 jack. He's not allowed a home run at home. Yeah. 197 opponent's batting average. He gets all lefties out. 167, 492 OPS. Righties hitting 244, 634 OPS. Then we have Cade Norton, and he is the question mark here. A very, very highly thought of young pitcher in a very, very difficult spot. Cade Norton here. Oh shit. Did I write that wrong down? Oh yeah, I put Cade Norton. Sorry.
You think of Edward.
Cade Horton here and get him in here. So the 7th overall pick was Horton. And you almost think if you have a kid like this, would you want to make sure that he's in a spot, where he can succeed? Now he's already had a start. It wasn't great. It was 4 innings. It was at the Mets in a very tough place to start your career. 4 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 5 Ks, and no walks. But this is, again, the 7th overall pick in the 2022 draft out of the University of Oklahoma. And this year in Iowa, he has been nothing short of spectacular. I mean, this kid is just about to turn 24. He's 23 years old right now. And in Iowa this year, he's had 6 starts, and he has allowed 4 earned runs. He has struck out 33 in 29 innings. He's got a 0.86 whip. And he's being thrown into the fire here. And this is going to, I think, our show will be on, and this will give us live pitching opportunities. Deacon says tomorrow's pitching matchup will be better for home runs, and the wind will be ripping out at Wrigley again on Saturday. So Justin McKelvey saying PCA is legit. Shamurai says battle for Chicago. Loser leaves town. White Sox momentum, says Nate Cerna. White Sox first righties the last 30 days, 216, 632 OPS. Cubs first righties, 233, 718 OPS. And the surprise here is that the White Sox bullpen has been better than the Chicago Cubs bullpen so far this year and over the last 30 days. Let's get it started. Jose Bouquett, 2:20 p.m. action. White Sox, Cubbies. Take it away.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I got the same text message. I woke up, got the crusties out of my eye, saw the text message. Had to, obviously deal with my morning wood, as one does. And then I made this bet. So I took the over in this game as well. Minus 115, 11.5 runs, and more runs. Odds Logics / Wager Talks numbers here, just mentioning it real fast. 81% of the bets on the under, 56% of the money on the under, 66% of the bets, 68, on the money on the Cubs there. So 66% of the bets, 68% of the money on the Cubs. Yeah, I mean, I expect them to win here, but I wouldn't bet them, especially in a high volatility game here. I'd probably lean White Sox in a more high volatility game. So over 11.5, my play for today. Only play I've actually locked in.
And I was a little harsh about the Cubs the last 30 days. Bullpen has been better, slightly better than the White Sox bullpen over the last 30 days. I got the over 11.5 minus 103. You should wake up earlier, Jose. Let's hear from Wine Time. Wine Time, take it away.
I was just going to say that's hilarious, Jose. He sent us to that, and I was at the gym, and it's 5:45 out here when he sent me that. You're just
you motherfuckers wake up early, I can't catch the worm.
I love it. I mean, this is the group chat bet. As I said, we're all on this. It looks like Jimmy's on this as well. He got in on this before all of us. He got a better line. I got a minus 110 this morning when I was looking at this last night. Of course, my book wouldn't give it to me. I was up until about midnight my time, which is about 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Woke up around 5. Got the line at minus 110 when it was available to me. It's at a minus 120 at my book right now. As you guys already mentioned it, I mean, yeah, this one's going to be crazy here at Wrigley Field today. We've got this high total here. I think there's going to be a lot of runs scored in this game. So I am on the over 11.5 minus 110. I gave it out this morning. I'm also going to give out a bonus play right here. And it is going to be Kyle Tucker over 1.5 bases, minus 130. It's a little bit juicy. I think he gets it done at the first at bat. I think we're going to be able to cash this out at a very easy rate. I think he gets it in the first inning. I think he hits a home run in the first inning. I'm not going to give this out, but a little bonus play for you guys. That I will give that play out. But PCA, a home run. Luis Robert Jr., a home run. Kyle Tucker, a home run. I got plus 3,300 on that. I think all three guys can get it done in the first inning. I'm not going to make that official, obviously, but if you guys want a nice little plus 3,300 to start your day, I think there's going to be a lot of home runs hitting this game. We're going to need some guys to get on base, though. Can't stand for solo shots, but we're going to need guys to get on base to get over this total. But I see no problem with guys getting on base and people hitting the ball out of the ballpark today. The winds are absolutely nuts. It looked like they were going to be nuts last night. When I looked at it, it said 15.5 miles per hour right out to center field. Right now, I'm getting about 18 to 20 miles per hour. But, I mean, Spoons put in the group chat, put in the chat here, too. It's up to 25 mile per hour, according to Wrigley Field's Twitter. So tells us everything we need to know here, guys. I want to see this go to a 12 before this becomes first pitch.
It's a 12. It is a 12 at Heritage, and others are moving. If you want this 11.5 at minus 115, press the button.
Jimmy, it's over. Wow, I just refreshed, my guy. It's 12 minus 105 right now. I love to see that. We killed this line movement. Shout out to Jimmy for getting that minus 103. That's love that, man. That's you beat this by a good margin, and shout out to our guy Morgan Spooner for that information this morning, man. Because I was going to move on this total regardless, but when he sent me that this morning, I was like, yeah, it's an auto bet. So we're on the over 11.5 -110, and we all are also on Kyle Tucker over 1.5 bases -130.
Yeah, this feels like the perfect game to just throw the SGP on there, over a home run, over the game, and then pick another total base prop, and you'll be feeling great about yourselves.
And over 3.5 home runs here for Deacon Mike at plus 139. We saw the other site offer it at minus 160. Wager Detective, do remember that it was at the time, it was 88% of tickets and 92% of the cash on the under. And then there was a drastic change. So, looking at Shane Smith and Cade Horton in the rate, no one would look. Shane Smith's allowed 1 home run this year. So now you could be very right. You could be very, very right. Before we move on to game 2, happy birthday to Jerry Davis. Jerry in the house, double nickels. And he almost forgot. It's his birthday. What a guy, Jerry Davis. I love capping with Jerry. Birthday picks we need to deliver for Jerry Davis. And those of you in the chat, Jerry he's very helpful in the chat. Puts out his action always. Asks for nothing in return. He's a selfless capper who has our best interests in mind all the time. So please wish our friend Jerry a happy birthday. And we roll on. So no sides for any of us. And Jerry Davis is telling you Shane Smith's going to shove it up the Cubs' ass. So there is also a T-shirt that we will make for Jerry Davis.
Real quick, I have to appease Saturated in his dong request here. There's no recent history between the pitchers. These guys don't really, it's probably the first time they're seeing each other, would be my assumption here. So I was trying to search up who are the hot players on each team here, just to bet, if you just want to take a hot player to hit a home run here. And I'm looking for you right now, Saturated. So PCA, everyone's already mentioned here, but I will split it down to just this month for you, Saturated, to find out who are the hot players so far. Dansby Swanson has 0.9 WAR already, 364 average, 4 home runs this month. So I wouldn't hate some Dansby Swanson here.
He's on fire.
You just mentioned already Kyle Tucker, Saturated. So Kyle Tucker, another good one there. But it would be for me, Dansby Swanson, if you want one there.
Let's roll on here. Let's roll on. And happy birthday to Jerry Davis. And shout out, we got more cappers rolling with us. Dabby Cab in the house. He's moving on. Smith over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. We got Deacon Mike, Johnny Guns, Browns Hughes, Rudy Cisneros, Tariq B in the house, Lex Steele. Oh, and just to calm the fears, the poker game. Look, I can't wait to tell you guys. I don't know why I didn't figure it out earlier. I figured it out, and I was like pumping my fist. I ran to the phone, and I called Jeff right away. I was like, "Oh, I got it!" It's going to be the exact same as it was. Same site, same everything the same. It just won't be here on Pub Sports Radio, but it'll be on Pub Culture TV. Right. Let's go. Next spot on the board. But yeah, that's the big thing. It's going to be on Pub Culture TV, so it won't be tweeted out on Pub Sports, won't be on Pub Sports.
Oh man!
And you know what?
I wish I could have been there when you just unlocked that in your brain. You're like,
I was like, how did I not think of this? I was like, of course, because you know what I did? I was like, maybe we should just do it on my channel. And then I was like, well, that doesn't help Pub at all. And then I was like, okay. Then it came to me. Okay. So yes, we'll be doing our poker tournaments. We'll be back on Pub Culture TV, our sister channel, and we won't talk about it here. Let's move on. 6:40 p.m. Eastern, a.m. on the Reds money line. By the way, Irish King is on the Cubs first 5 -1/2 and team total over 4.5. Cleveland Guardians 25-18, 11-10 on the road at the Cincinnati Reds, 21-24, 10-12 at home. Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Ohio. And we have reached our guy, Justin McKelvey's Stacks Play of the Day, number 1. And it is Jose Ramirez over 1.5 bases and very low VIG on that, just minus 105 for Justin McKelvey.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Thank you, Saturated. Man, if I was single, man, I'd be using all the Frankie Cheeks' lines right now with the new Final Destination out. I'd be telling every girl I knew, every single girl I knew, but times have changed. Tanner Bybee on the hill. Tanner Bybee has been very good of late, but he's been very good.
Yeah. By the way, this game is delayed already till 5:00. Just so everyone knows.
Which game?
The game we're talking about right now, Reds.
I have it at 6 delayed. I thought 6:40 p.m.
I must be reading the Central Time then. I saw a tweet like 5 minutes before I came on. This game was delayed due to inclement weather from Twitter or from the Reds. So you might have the right time, but
so it's going to be delayed past 6:40 p.m.
Let me tell you, I'm pulling up the
that
tweet
makes
now.
sense. No, I guess that makes sense. It's supposed to rain, but I bet you this game doesn't go. It's supposed to rain more and more as the day goes on.
They moved this game up.
That makes sense.
Yeah, there we go. That makes more sense. They moved it from to 5:10 Eastern. It was 6:40 Eastern. But yeah.
Okay, 5:10 Eastern. That's important. Thank you for that. This one popping off at 5:10 p.m. Eastern here. Let's get into the line history. This total is a 9. It's minus 108 to the under. Open up minus 109 to the under. So we've had no movement there. On the money line here, we have the Guardians at minus 114. They opened up at minus 110. The interesting part of that was it got up to minus 123 at 3 in the morning, but it's come back. It is a very interesting spot here because Bybee, I started talking about Bybee. He's been pitching so well. It's all come at home. He's coming off a really nice performance at home. It was a loss at home to the Phillies, but he went 7 innings, allowed 1 run, 3 Ks, no walks. On the road this year, he has struggled badly. He's had 4 starts on the road. He's thrown 20 in a third. He's allowed 21 hits, 15 earned runs. His K to walk ratio, which is never good, is terrible. 14 strikeouts and 9 walks. And he's allowed 7 home runs on those 4 starts. He's had 4 starts at home. In those 4 starts, he's allowed 2 home runs. 266 opponents batting average. Lefties and righties are hitting him in similar conditions. Tariq B is looking at Guardians' first 5. Brady Singer does not look good. And now we know why Kansas City Royals let him go. They didn't believe in him. They didn't trust him. And he's not looking good right now. 4.97 ERA, 1.32 whip, 39 Ks and 15 walks. Last start, 2 1/3 is all he got through. 9 hits, 7 earned runs, 1 homer, 1 K, 1 walk, and a 13-9 win at the Astros. That was the game where Lance McCullers got lit up in that first third of an inning. And then his family received the death threats, which is apropos. It's par for the course now with sports gambling being legalized everywhere. Market is screaming Reds money line, says AM. I guess that has to do with the cash flow here. And we have 35% of the tickets, 21% of the cash, according to Action. We'll hear from Jose what the wager talk numbers are. So Guardians versus righties last 30 days, 247, 12 OPS. Reds versus righties, 257, 752 OPS. We'll have Wine Time get us started here. But the Cincinnati Reds bullpen has been quite good all season long. The Guardians bullpen, we're so accustomed to them being the best in the league or top 5 in the league year after year. Over the last 30 days, this has been a real struggle. 5.06 ERA for the Guardians. They have a 1.49 whip, just really ugly numbers. Take it away for us, Wine Time Sports, Great American Ballpark, Cincinnati, Ohio, Guardians, Reds.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fishy line. If I think I see a fishy line right here. originally when this line opened up, I kind of like the Guardians. As it keeps going, it looks like the line's moving towards the Reds slightly here. Brady Singer. I mean, the Reds, you never know what you're going to get out of this offense, though, man. They're going to go a couple games without scoring a run, and they're going to go a couple games, and they're going to score 20 runs in a span of 2 or 3 games. It's absolutely wild. Offense is very inconsistent. You don't know whether or not you can trust it or not. This is a spot right here. I mean, when I'm looking – my book right now, this isn't a game I moved on. They're giving me the Reds plus 106. I mean, they're 3 games under 500, playing the Cleveland Guardians 7 games over 500. Reds just lost the series to the Chicago White Sox. They were able to score 7 runs in that 3rd game and get the win there. This line kind of tells me, though, that the Reds might be live here at home on Friday at Great American Ballpark. I might end up moving on this red spot as the day goes on. I haven't. So you said, Jose, this game time moved up to, so what would that be? 2:10.
5:10 p.m. And let me just add a couple of things because I think you guys are bang on. I think the Reds should be bet.
I mean, yeah.
We have Brady Singer with all these horrible. So you have Tanner Bybee with better numbers, but they all come at home. You have Brady Singer with terrible numbers, but look at what he's done at home. 4 games started, 22 1/3, 7 earned runs allowed, 21 strikeouts with 11 walks. He's allowed, opponents at home against Brady Singer are hitting 145 against him. You have a better bullpen right now in the Reds. You have a team hitting righties harder than in the Reds. You also have the team, as you said, with the worst record coming off almost getting swept by the White Sox. I mean, this is game, set, match. I should have put this together earlier.
Yeah, I'm getting plus 106 plus. Let's see. Let me refresh. Yeah, I'm getting plus 106.
What did you guys have this line open at?
This opened up, because I know the site you used for line shopping. This one opened up at minus 100. So this has moved 6 cents against the Reds or 4 cents towards Cleveland.
Interesting. I'm seeing minus 110 Cleveland. Yeah. And then moving minus 114 Cleveland, minus 105 each way, going to minus 116 Cleveland.
We also have your favorite manager, Jose.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna stay off here. Maybe I'm too scared here, but I'll stay off. They're on action or wager, excuse me. They have 75% of the bets, 84% of the money on Cleveland here, 50% of the bets going each way on the total, and 69% of the money on the over on the total here. So I find this game to be a little difficult. I do lean the Reds. I hope they win just for my future's sakes here, but I guess I'll stay off for now.
Oh, I agree with you guys. This is a bet immediately spot here. I don't know if the game goes 9 here. AM, can you tell us what time Circa opened that line at? Be very curious to hear that. All right, we are in business.
I'm going to move on the Reds, Jimmy. Sorry to interrupt you.
We need to move on it now.
Yeah, I just refreshed.
I don't think we do.
Plus 105. It just moved a point towards. So I'm going to take the plus 105 right now. So
it just moved a cent away from the Reds at our offshore 10 minutes ago. So
yeah, I'm going to move on it now.
I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense. I think I might wait at this point just to kind of see what it does, but it won't change anything. I'm joining you on the Cincinnati Reds. Actually, Jackson's saying, are you looking at an under? No, I can't trust Bybee at all on the road. And Singer's not been pitching well. We're basing this on his home record here.
Yeah, it's in. I just placed the bet, and I'm going to tweet it out right now. Reds plus 105 on the money line here.
And Johnny Guns, this is not a first 5 bet again as well. This will be a full game spot, which I don't think it goes 9, but this will be a full. I've got advantage in the bullpen. The longer this game goes, I'm fine with. So Wager Detective is on the Guardians and the under. There's a lot of Guardian back. 8:22 p.m. Thank you, AM. It's interesting.
Yesterday,
yeah. So 8:22 p.m. then, and then at 8:22 p.m. Oh yeah, no, that's right. Because this line opened up at 6:49 p.m. So that was the same line at 8:42 p.m. at the offshores. It's just that they opened it up earlier. Again, it's so important where you start the line at. Again, because where we used to play poker starts at 2 p.m. Here, this offshore starts at around 6:30, and then Circa comes out at 8. But that all makes sense. That all works. Okay, let's roll on here. The Polo in the house asked if we've covered the Royals yet. No, we haven't, my friend. We'll be getting into that very closely, or very, very soon. Sorry. Let's roll on. 6:45 p.m. Eastern with the Pittsburgh Pirates 15-29, 6-16 on the road at the Philadelphia Phillies 25-18, 14-8 at home, Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I don't want this to get in the way because there have been some Fridays where I've had massive cards of late, and it's not hurt me. But I'm right now. I'm starving. I'm starving for action. Like I just, after having 5 bets yesterday, and like just, good God, I'm ready. I'm ready. Put me in, coach. Let's make some money. Andrew Heaney going up against Ranger Suarez, who has made 2 starts since beginning his season. He was out with the back injury. Let's get into the plan of attack and go through it. Jose will be getting us started here. We're going to start with the weather here. We have 79 Fahrenheit, feels like 83, 5.6 miles per hour out to left center, dies down to 3.6 miles per hour. AM says all this money on the Phillies, but the line's not moving. Robert Franklin on the Phillies run line here, and Lucas Ryan bombed that Cubs over 11.5. It's going to be fun. I'm ready to live bet it too. I hope we don't get the opportunity. But yeah, Andrew G, 5 bets is not enough. It was not an exciting day. We have here, according to action, I'm only going to give the sides because I don't really shouldn't even be doing this, but 88% tickets, 89% cash on the Phillies. How far is that off of yours, Jose? 88 and 89 on the Phillies. You may be muted, my man.
Or the wrong one. That's very good. Great. Classic. I 75% of the bets on the Phillies, 88% of the money on the Phillies.
Okay, so money's close. I've got 51% of the tickets and 37% cash on the under. How far off is that?
56% of the bets are on the over, and 75% of the money is on the under.
Well, it's not so bad.
Yeah, it depends on the game. There's definitely some games where it's close, and there's others where the money lines aren't even close.
Nate, sir, this feels like a Friday, man. I'm excited. I'm so excited about what we're doing here and what we've been doing over the last 8 weeks. So very, very interesting. Lot of cash on these Philadelphia Phillies. They're minus 226, now minus 227. They opened up minus 215. So we've only had 12 cents of movement here. Only 12 cents of movement. And it's pretty similar even with where we used to play poker that came out earlier. But Jose can touch on those things. This total is a 9. It's minus 116 to the under. This opened up at 8.5 and has moved to 9. Opened up 8.5 and moved to 9. And these are pretty good conditions for offense, blowing out slightly. Tariq B on the Phillies, team total over 4.5 and on the over here. And TC's play of the day is Guardians Phillies. Interesting. Guardians Phillies. Let's copy that. Just my 2 cents. And the boys have a big UFC card tomorrow night here on the channel. And keep an eye on the Locker Room Talk podcast and enter that free contest. $100 for the winner. Andrew Heaney, 2-3, 3.15 ERA, 1.12 whip. He's looked very good. And this is our guy, Wine Time's friend. He's been excellent. 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 2 Ks, 3 walks, and 3 2 extra inning loss at home versus the Braves. He's had 3 starts this season on the road. He's gone 17 innings, 8 hits, 5 earned runs, K to walk ratio, 17 strikeouts, and 3 walks. He's allowed 1 home run, and opponents on the road are hitting 138 against him. Ranger Suarez, and lefties he's got the reverse splits. Lefties are hitting 261, 806 OPS. Righties is 190, 632. So Suarez started the season late because of the back injury. He made 4 rehab starts in the minors, and he was spectacular. We got to mark my words on this one. Whenever we have a pitcher, and we have it so often, and the most vivid spot I have is Blake Snell last year. When he came up, he was just electric. Like he led a run over 4 or 5 starts in the minors, and he came back and got lit up and smoked in that first start. It seems to happen so often that when they are just dominant, maybe they get a little cocky or feel a little good about themselves in that first start. That happened to Suarez. It was an 11-9 extra inning loss at home versus the Diamondbacks. He went 3 2/3, allowed 7 earned runs, 6 Ks, and 2 walks. In the rehab starts, he had a 1.08 ERA and a 0.98 whip. But then he bounced back really nicely. 7 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs, 5 Ks, 1 walk, and a 7-1 win at the Guardians. Looked very good. Robert Cherry here on the Phillies minus 1.5. Schwarber, homer, 2+ bases, and 2+ hits. Jermaine says zigzag theory in Philly last 10 Friday, and they lost last week. So Phillies versus lefties, they're raking 288, 789, and Pirates aren't hitting lefties. 233, a 638 OPS. Jose Bouquet, get us started here for Pirates Phillies.
Yeah. I'm going to say this, guys. And I said it for the Pirates game against the Mets. And everyone was like, oh, only Lindor and Soto. Those are the only two lefties. What the fuck? Those are the best. There's only two lefties in this lineup. And that's projected by RotoWire. We'll see. There's only two lefties in this lineup. And the rest of the guys are righties. And we talked about this with Bailey Falter. And we'll say it again with Andrew Heaney. Right now, Andrew Heaney is one of the best pitchers against right-handed bats in baseball. And we have only two, and those two, admittedly good, and Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber. I think that Andrew Heaney can navigate around this. So again, this is me being pussy again. I want to bet the Pirates here. And I think I am. I'm going to man up and take the Pirates here and just fucking ride here. But all this money on the Pirates, and I'll mention it again here, 73%, or excuse me, all this money on the Phillies, 73% of the bets, 83% of the money on the Phillies here. And I'm seeing this line, and where I'm looking, you said minus 210, 237 now. Penny opened this 215 up to 227. I like the Pirates here in some form or fashion, and I just need to battle the emotions of trying to bet a plus 190 here, honestly. But I do like the Pirates, all the money on the Phillies, and this line barely moving. So I like the Pirates. I think that Heaney could have a good game here. Maybe it's first five. I don't know. But that's what I like. Wine Time, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a tough game, Jose. This is a game I didn't want to move on. If I were you, I would probably stay away from this game. Honestly, the Phillies might be a good parlay piece here in this spot. I just don't know what I'm getting with this Pirates offense, man, day in and day out. I was on them last Friday on the show. They got the win 3-2, but they almost blew it. It was I think it was Don Kelly's his first game managing them. Pirates have definitely been playing a little bit better baseball since he's been managing for them. They've been in a lot of close games. I don't think they can get it done here against the Phillies. I just don't trust their bats here, and seeing this line priced the way it is, even though Heaney has been, he's been pretty good this year. His last couple of outings haven't been great. His last outing, he pitched pretty well. I think he had two outings where, you can't even say he didn't pitch bad. You know what I mean? This is Andrew Heaney. He's 33. I thought this guy was done a couple of years ago, if I'm being completely honest with you. So this is going to be a game I'm going to stay away from. Phillies lineup is just one of the best lineups in baseball. Their team total right now in this game is sitting at 5.5 plus 110. Pirates team total is 3.5. I honestly would consider moving on the Pirates team total under 3.5 minus 120. I'm not going to do it though. This is going to be a game I'm just going to end up staying away from. I do think the Phillies will win this game though, but I'm going to stay away from this game.
So you are concerned about Heaney here, it sounds like.
It's tough to face this Phillies batting order, and the way the line is right now, it kind of makes me think the Phillies are going to smash. I would think that, right now my book's giving me a minus 237 on the Philadelphia Phillies, Pittsburgh Pirates plus 210 right now. It's just, it's not a spot I want to move on the Pirates. Heaney could pitch well. We've seen him do it against good lineups, honestly. But it's just a spot I want to stay away from because I just don't trust the Pirates bats. It's simple as that. I don't know if they could score more than 3 runs in this game. It's always hard. They've got O'Neal Cruz. Brian Reynolds is hitting under 200. We're over 2 months into the season, pretty much. Or almost 2 months into the season. We'll see when he starts picking it up in this lineup. I can't trust it. They've been pitching a lot better lately, but this is going to be a game I don't want to bet.
I found my bet. Shout out to TJ, wherever you are. TJ special, first 5 plus a half, plus 130.
Wow, plus 130 you're getting.
Plus 130, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Heaney can shut down the righties. And again, I'll just navigate Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, and we'll be fine.
Wow. I'm going to decide between the first 3 plus a half and the first 5 plus a half. 365 is only offering plus 110 for that. Let me get over to Penny here because 365 always gives terrible numbers, terrible odds for that. Let me just quickly see what they're offering. The first 3 plus a half is appealing to me. Just going to see quickly where we're at. Here we go. Okay. First 5 plus a half. Yeah, 122. I can bet that 130 right now. I don't know why you're getting the best line there.
Yep, already bet, so that's good.
Wow, and that's 20 cents better than 365, 8 cents better than the offshore. I'm leaning towards the first 3 plus a half, but I'm going to spend a little bit more time. Could be. Let me just make sure I have the notes right. Could be a first 5 plus a half as well. All right, let's roll on here. We have Mets, Yankees, Subway Series. With the Cubbies playing the White Sox and the Mets playing the Yankees, that baseball season summer is
Dodgers,
here.
Angels.
Yeah, Dodgers, Angels, all these.
Yeah, this is rivalry week according to MLB.
That's great. Tyler McGill went to high school with our Wine Time Sports. 3-3, 3.10 ERA, 1.25 WHIP. 52 Ks and 40 2/3. Not used to him striking out that many batters. He's only allowed 3 home runs, but he hasn't looked quite as good of late. And he's not looked quite as good on the road, and that's always been sort of an issue for him. I remember when he skipped AAA, right? He came up from AA and into the majors, and we've capped him a lot over the last few years. And he's a really trustworthy pitcher at home, not quite to the same extent on the road. Again, Wine Time's going to get this one started, so we'll have his breakdown of Tyler McGill. 4 2/3, 7 hits, 4 runs, 1 homer, 7 Ks, 2 walks, a 6-5 loss at home versus the Cubs last out. On the road, he's made 4 starts, 21 1/3, 18 hits, 10 earned runs, 24 Ks and 5 walks. Really nice K to walk ratio. He's hit or allowed 2 home runs on the road, 222 opponents batting average. He gets all lefties out. 155, 476 OPS. He gets them out. It's the righties who are not hitting him that hard, but 274. 737 OPS. So I'm going to get the lineups out here and see who we're dealing with. But you guys know who the righties are that are scary in the Yankees lineup. Carlos Rodon, the lefty on the other side, 4-3, 3.29 ERA, 0.97 WHIP. He has not been very good at home. But it's barrels. When he gets hit, it's barrels. It's not rinky-dink type stuff. I mean, opponents are only hitting 160 against him at home, but 4 jacks, 9 earned runs. So of the 13 hits allowed for him at home, 4 of them have gone yard, and the splits are very nice for him. Lefties 163, 543 OPS, righties 174, 576 OPS. The Mets are hitting lefties over the last 30 days harder than the Yankees are hitting righties. Mets are 284, 830 OPS versus lefties, while the Yankees are 262, 814 OPS. In New York today, it is 71 Fahrenheit. Possible rain early, and it stops. 7.2 miles per hour right to left across the diamond, dies down to 5.4 miles per hour. Line history-wise, here we have over here. We have the total at 8.5 minus 117 to the over. This opened up at 9. It was at 9 until 11:53 a.m. when it dropped to 8.5. Looking around here, they're not the only book that's moved it to 8.5. So 8.5s are coming though. 8.5s are coming. Let's get to the cash float here on the side. We have 35% of tickets, 48% of cash on the New York Mets. And when we get to the money line price here, we have, here we go. On the money line, we have the New York Yankees right now at minus 140. They opened up minus 136, so a very short move towards the New York Yankees. Here we go. Wine Time Sports, Tyler McGill. Do you trust him here? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a tough spot for Tyler here, man. I know he's gotten kind of roughed up his last couple outings. He's gone out there. Again, it's not as good lineups either. Quite surprising. And this is a good lineup he's about to face in the New York Yankees. This is going to be a fun series, Subway Series with the 2 New York teams. Got 2 pretty good pitchers starting off the season pretty well. I mean, Carlos Rodon definitely aging, but he's been pitching well this season. Seeing a total at 9 here at Yankee Stadium. With these 2 good pitchers on the mound, maybe think that there's probably going to be some room for some runs in this game. When I looked at this line last night, I had the Yankees at a minus 135. Right now, I got them at a minus 145 on my book. I really want to move on the Yankees here in this spot. I'm not going to lie. I do think they can get to McGill here in this spot. And Rodon could go out there and pitch a good game. It's Juan Soto's return game in New York. He's going to hear the boos. You know what I mean? But I think that the Yankees can take care of business. From what I'm looking at right now, their last 4 games, they lost 2 against the New York Mets. Kind of like a revenge game, I would think, for the New York Yankees and Aaron Boone and Aaron Judge and that whole fan base. Just, Juan Soto goes across the city, goes to New York Mets instead of re-signing with the Yankees, one of the best franchises in the sport, in sport. It's crazy, all the winning that they've done over the years. So I think that they're going to
wait, hold on. What winning have they done over the last?
I get it. Last 20 years, I get it, Jose. But I mean, those early 2000 teams, man, that 2000, was nice. I mean, the Yankees have had a great history, Jose. Red Sox have too, my friend. You know what I mean? We'll be getting to them later. But I do think the Yankees are going to get this game here, kind of for their fan base, for their players against Juan Soto. I'm not going to move on it, though, because it's just not a strong enough angle for me. And I kind of want to see the line move a little bit. If this gets to a -150 towards the New York Yankees, I'm definitely going to probably reconsider and move on the -1 rather than the money line. I kind of want to see where this line goes, but I think Rodon could have a good start here, and I think Tylor could maybe get touched up a little bit by this New York Yankee lineup here at home on a Friday night. So I'm going to stay away from this as of right now, but I do have a lean towards the Yankees. It's nothing I want to give out right now or have a strong opinion on, so I'm going to stay away from this game as of right now.
The Yankees have had a better bullpen over the last 30 days. Mets bullpen was very, very strong there for a while. Let's hear from Jose Bouquett, Subway Series. Take it away.
Yes, I want to preface all this by saying I do not have a bet on this game. So if you see all this passion that comes out and says he's got to have a bet on this game, I do not. But the Yankees ain't fucking shit. The Yankees are horrible this year. The whole AL East is bad this year. The Mets or pass for me here. Juan Soto over hits, RBI, home run. Oh my God. I know that man is going to come in there. He's going to get booed to shit, and he's going to rise to the occasion like he's done for his entire career. Tylor Megill, you abandoned him, Wine Time. He's your best buddy, and you abandoned him in his time of need. He pitches the gem today, and he shoves it up the ass of the Yankees here. I guarantee it. But I will mention, I talked about, old fucking Andrew Heaney and Bailey Falter, their success against righties here. Carlos Rodon, where I get mixed up with Robbie Ray all the time, I guess. Same boat. 174 average against for right-handed hitters this year so far. And hey, I tip my hat to you. That's not bad. We'll accept that's the second best in the league. I guess I can accept that's good. They're going to have a bunch of righties here today, so we'll be seeing where that goes. But Juan Soto, lefty versus lefty, I think he has a nice game today, and I think the Mets win. But again, no action for me in this game. Market in it, by the way. Let's talk about it. We've got 62% of the bets and 86% of the money on the Yankees, 53% of the bets, 59% of the money on the under. I don't really have this line moving much. Opened up -140, is about there now, -142. Penny opened this up -136, now -140. I think the Mets win this ball game, but I'm too pussy, I guess.
Interesting. I'm interested to hear what line this is. +141 to +128. Thank you. Is what Circa has moved the Mets to.
I can't believe you abandoned him, Wine Time. He needs some support right now, and you abandon your best buddy on the side of the street.
You should have seen Tylor in high school. You'd be abandoning him too. So this line initially opened up at -136. It dropped down to -127. So the Mets went from 123 to +118. So it's amazing that that Circa even had them at +141. I like the Yankees here. I'm not sure if I'm going to move on them. I'd like to watch what happens with this market, but I do. I like the Yankees. They have to be on the -1 line. I do. I think Tyler gets touched. The issue here, though, is the fact that this is moved from 9 to 8.5. So I want this to keep this filed away, because here we have a Yankees team that's hitting 262, 814 OPS versus righties in the last 30 days. We have a Mets team hitting 284, 830 OPS versus lefties in the last 30 days. And we have a total that's gone from 9 to 8.5. Not gone to 8.5 at all the books. But, and the reason why I want you guys to remember this is because we have a very similar situation in Toronto that we will be discussing here, and that Spoon and I talked a lot about this morning. So, Robert Cherry, Yankees money line and full game under. I think Rodon shoves. I shouldn't say shoves. I think Rodon out pitches Tyler McGill. I guess that's easy to say. That's easy to say. And Robert Cherry says, Jose, you want to put bet the Mets today? You put a stake on it.
No, Robert. How about that? No.
Robert,
here's your answer.
Robert Glock has given us a scouting report on Tyler. McGill doesn't have the mental fortitude to be a good starting pitcher. He melts like a stick of butter. He's a huge headache in fantasy. Stay away.
He's definitely a huge headache, but I mean, he's a good dude. He was a good dude.
Oh my God, Wine just slandering this man.
Yeah, he's a great dude. Don't get me wrong. He was but
he's a piece of shit
kid in high school, but we love him.
We get it, Wine. He's a piece of shit.
Come on.
That's what you're saying.
He's not saying that.
I'm stoked for him because, to be honest, I didn't think he was going to make it this far, and he's on the staff, and at the age of 30 years old, making good money. Shout out to him and his family, and someone slandered his name. Yeah, him and his brother both had their names pronounced it different kind of way. His parents wanted to do that. It worked out for both of them because they both got drafted and they're both making careers in Major League Baseball. It's pretty crazy.
I never believed in him. He was a piece of shit human being, but Tyler Miguel, thumbs up.
Stop calling him Miguel. I don't know why everybody does that. Jesus, just because it's Tyler doesn't mean it's Miguel.
No.
All right, let's roll on. 7:05 p.m. Eastern, Nationals, Orioles here. We have Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland, going off in Charm City this weekend with the Freakness. I don't even want to say it anymore. I can't say it. I'm going to call it Preakness again. Every time I say Freakness, I think of Old Man Diddy
You're letting Diddy win, Jimmy. You're letting Diddy win if you don't say it.
Oh, he's not winning, dude. Mackenzie Gore going up against Cade Povich. Mackenzie Gore, 2-4, 3.59 ERA, 1.16 whip, 75 strikeouts in just 52 2/3, 16 walks, and 8 homers. Justin McKelvey says, fuck the Orioles. Fuck the Orioles, says McKelvey. Yeah. A lot of their backers feel that way. 12 games under 500, 42 games into the season.
At what point does Brandon Hine got to get up out of there?
Yesterday.
Money.
Yesterday. They got to do something. Remember how good we thought they'd be this year? Remember we were like, wait till 2025.
For real.
Jesus. What a mess. We have Jerry Davis on his 55th birthday. Our guy, Jerry Davis, now says this line is moving towards Baltimore, but he's still on the Nats first 5. He doesn't care. Lex Steele on Nats race to 3. Last start for Mackenzie Gore, 6-1 loss at home versus Cardinals. He went 6 2/3, 5 hits, 4 runs, 2 homers, 7 Ks, 3 walks. On the road, he's made 5 starts this year, and they've not been good. 28 innings. He's allowed 30 hits, 13 earned runs. Now he has 40 strikeouts. Maybe I'm being a little harsh on him. But opponents are hitting 278 against him. Another lefty with these. Maybe we don't call them reverse splits anymore. 226, 766 OPS. Lefties are hitting against some righties. 236, 663. Then we have Cade Povich on the other side. What the hell do we do with Cade Povich? At home this year, he's been a train wreck. He's allowed 15 earned runs in 17 innings, 16 Ks and 11 walks. He's allowed 6 home runs at home. He's only allowed 1 home run on the road. It's a very, very strange situation for him. Righties are teeing off on Cade Povich. Righties this year hitting 322 with a 927 OPS. They're absolutely annihilating him. And then when we do have weather issues here, maybe we're spending too much time on it, but where are the righties in this lineup? Ahmed Rosario and Keibert Ruiz. Those are 2 of the weakest 2-3 hitters in Major League history, or since the dead ball era. We have Dylan Cruz and Jacob Young, also righties. This is a pretty good lineup for him. Good question by Mr. Belvedere asking if he's Maury's son. Probably reference that Jose won't know. Jose, do you know Maury Povich?
Yeah, discount Jerry Springer.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. There we go. Okay, so against Cade, we know that righties are destroying them. This is a good lineup for them. Nats aren't hitting lefties with any power. 253, 673 OPS. But you want to know a team that can't hit lefties? Baltimore Orioles. Last 30 days, 165, 488 OPS. And these bullpens are absolute trash. Let's take a look at the weather. Light rain early. This game goes. I think, but it isn't red. There is going to be rain, but it could be light and early. We have the Orioles at minus 123. They opened up at minus 106. God, I'm going to be betting the Orioles. And then we have a 9 here. It's been bouncing back and forth from 9 to 8.5, 9 to 8.5, minus 113 to the under. Overall, we have an 8 cents of movement to the under. Jose, touch on the cash flow here. And Rem Mo says the correct answer is Connie Chong's husband. God, Rem Most, man, that guy. Just a wealth of data.
You lost me there, Rem. You lost me there. I don't know what the fuck any of that meant, but good luck. And by the way, Maury yelling Maury just didn't feel as good as yelling Jerry. Maury. That just doesn't work as Jerry, you know. But shout out to Jerry Springer and his I think he died already, but shout out to him still. 60, let me see here. I gotta refocus. 67% of the bets, 79% of the money on the Baltimore Orioles here. Wow. Line has moved in a direction. 80% of the bets, 79% of the money, 78% of the money, excuse me, on the under in this game here. I just have the Orioles on my shit list, and line movement or whatever, be damned. I just don't trust them at the end of the day. I'd lean under in this game. It does seem like Cade Povich is going to bring his fucking glove and pitch today. All that money on the under, and it seems like we're getting 8.5 here soon. It's a juiced under right now. I haven't moved on it yet, but I lean under in this game. Orioles against lefties from just this month so far, the 1st of the 16th. 78 plate appearances, so not big of a sample size. 67 weighted runs created plus. If we want to extend it out a month here and give them the whole month against lefties, they are second worst, 43 weighted runs created plus and 303 plate appearances. Good Lord. Washington Nationals, 16th, 273 plate appearances, 89 weighted runs created plus in the full month sample size. So I don't want, and by the way, in just this month, someone will have to look up who this lefty was. But the Nationals, 109 plate appearances against lefties, 149 weighted runs created plus, 4th best in the league in the last 16 days. So Nationals would be my lean inside here, but I do lean under. I think this could be very much an under game.
Oh my God. Is this true? There's been a big move to the under in White Sox Cubs. Wow. Who'd have thunk that? Huge move to the under.
11?
It's about to be. It looks like.
Half minus 110 right now.
Wow. Interesting. Very, very, very interesting here. Not all books have moved it as heavy as other. Wow. The over 11.5 now at the offshore that I use for line shopping is plus 103.
Yeah.
And AM said it happened at the same time. Circle bumped their limits. Okay. Yeah, we're all on the over, but that's very scary. Okay, so I am going to be on the Baltimore Orioles. The question is, should I also be on the first 3 under in this one? You have very pedestrian numbers from the pitchers. You have weather that doesn't help necessarily. What was the cash flow on the total again, Jose?
81% of the bets on the under, 86% of the money on the under. By the way, apparently someone Maybe I'm just blind or deaf. I don't know. 52% of the bets now on the Washington Nationals, 61% of the money on the Orioles here. So I feel like that just changed from what I just said like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to be on the Orioles, and I think honestly I might be on the -1 line for a plus score. I think there's volatility, but I shouldn't think there's volatility if this is moving towards the under. And I'm very interested in the first 3 under 2.5 here, and then we will move on. Wine Time, Nats, Orioles.
Yeah, this is a game I moved on, guys. I'm right there with you, Jim. I got in this morning. I got the Baltimore Orioles -125. The team I've had the lowest ROI backing this season is the Baltimore Orioles. And I'm going to go back to the well with them again today. I've gotten burned on in the last 2 games backing them, and I'm still going to take them here. I'm you know what I mean? There's recency bias a lot in baseball, and you see teams, just completely blow it at times. I don't think this is the time that I'm going to jump off ship here in this spot. When I look at both these offenses, I think the Orioles have the better offense. Nationals have a couple guys in there. I like Gore over Popovich, don't get me wrong, but I do think Cade could have a good start against this Nationals team that's been struggling offensively. I feel like they were a scrappy team to start the season. They were a lot of come from behind victories in the 7th inning and beyond, and we haven't seen a lot of that lately. We've been seeing them kind of go quiet recently, so I'm going to not back the Nationals here. I'm going to go right back to the well with the Baltimore Orioles. I took a -125 earlier. Right now, my book has it a -124, so it moved a point away from me. I still like it, though. I think that this is the better team, and they've got pretty similar records here. The Baltimore Orioles, I'm not saying they're going to take a turn and make some kind of crazy run to finish off the season and get into the playoffs, even though it is still early. But I do think this is a game they can get against Gore. I like Gore as a pitcher, don't get me wrong. I just think this is a bad spot for him. I think the Orioles are going to come out and a little bit pissed off today and actually be able to score some runs here. So I'm on the Baltimore Orioles, -125. I love this play, guys. Like I said, my worst team back in the season, my ROI wise, is the Baltimore Orioles. So, but yeah, I'm going to give them out to you guys once again here. I'm on them. Maybe after this game, if they lose this, they're dead to me, but not yet. I'm going to take the Orioles here.
I'm going to stand up in the face of all this, and I'm going to take Washington Nationals first 5, -115 for me.
Locked and loaded. So we're all over the place. I'm on the Orioles. I'm not sure what I'm going to do between the money line and the -1. But I expect to be on the first 3 under 2.5 as well. I think this is the best opportunity for Cade Povich to deliver. Now, you would say that judging by statistics, that would be somewhere on the road, but I'm fine with it. So Jose has moved on the Nats first 5 -115. All right. Let's roll. Troy, I think this is a great setup for Cade Povich, and I can understand that the Orioles haven't been hitting lefties, but and maybe that we're dealing with a bias here, a vividness bias, but I like this spot. I like the market, but we'll see where it ends up. But I like it right now. All right, this is a game that I found so fascinating, Jose. I likened it to the first period under 1.5 in Carolina, Washington, Game 5. And Tigers, Blue Jays at Rogers Center in Toronto. With the bias of what we saw with the roof open yesterday. The conditions here set up for offense, roof open. It's 6.3 miles per hour left to right just for the first 45 minutes or so. Then it becomes out to right center at 5.4 and then to 4.5. It's the warmest day we've had this year here. And so when that line opened up for that first period under 1.5 in Carolina, Washington, we saw it move every few cents, every hour to a few cents towards the under, which I figured would just bring in more under money, right? People have cashed on it. If those of you who have bet it have cashed on it 4 straight times, people who haven't bet it, or steam chasing or whatever, and 2 goals were scored in the first 12 minutes, and all the money was on the first period under. No one was betting the first period over 1.5, and that's when I think I can take my capping the next level, when I can realize that not just be taken off of a side, but actually flip to the other side. This total opens up at 8. with Bowden, who has a 5.40 ERA, with teams that are raking against righties, it doesn't make any sense. And then they move it to 8.5, and they move it to 8.5, after an hour and a half. That's at plus money at first. By midnight, it's minus 110. It's not moving off of that, but people will still see the 8 to 8.5. That makes no sense to me. It really, really doesn't. And then, with the splits, we know both pitchers are getting hit by both sides. Both pitchers look very, very vulnerable. Let's get into the line history here. We talked about this total, and then let's get into the money line. On the money line, we have the Jays at plus 103. They opened up at plus 112. It's a 9-cent move towards them. A real, I think, legitimate move towards them. The Action Network has 23% of the tickets, 26% of the cash on the Jays. So what with, I was, Spooner was looking at this here, and so here he's in the chat. So we were talking about it. It says these teams are first and third weighted runs created plus first right-handed pitching this month. Two righties have gotten touched multiple times this season with a low-pressure ballpark with nice weather and the roof open. The bookmakers are offering us 8.5. Why would you do that? And they opened at 8. And he says, I can only answer that with to get money on the over. So my question is, why do they want money on the over in these conditions? It can only because they believe the best position is the under. I agree completely. Absolutely, completely. And we're seeing it more and more. And I think that, as we get older, you get a better understanding for these spots. So let's roll here. Just touch on Bowden. 2-5, 5.40 ERA, 1.32 whip. We've seen this often. Now, we haven't seen a pitcher be so phenomenal like he was in the second half. But we see young pitchers figure it out when there's maybe not a lot of tape on them. Remember, this is who we got for Rowdy Tellez from the Brewers. And we didn't know anything about him when we got him. And then the second half of the year last year, he was best pitcher in Major League Baseball. He can't do that again. That's the difficulty of baseball. And so this year at home, he's allowed 14 earned runs over 19 and a third. Opponents hitting 280 against him. He's allowed 12 home runs this year in 41 and 2/3. He's allowed 8 in this ballpark. Lefties hitting 253, 877 against him. Righties 308, 840. I did not, Troy. Troy saying, did you see my post on Blue Jays are 0-12 straight up win at home, and 50% of the bets are on them. Wow. 50+% of the bets. Wow. And again, let's just, because under 50 in this one. I think what's happening is that Bowden Francis is capable of throwing a gem. That's the only thing I can kind of pick up, and I think that we should bet the Blue Jays here. And that is what I plan on doing now. Wine time, Tigers, Jays, take it away.
Oh, you know where I'm going right here, Jimmy. I've already moved on it, and it's already moved away from me. In my book right now, the Blue Jays are minus 103. I got a plus 100 earlier this morning. I'm on the Toronto Blue Jays here in this spot. They got 2 out of 3 taken away from them from the Tampa Bay Rays. I was on the Blue Jays unofficially, didn't tweet it out yesterday, but I was on them on the -1. Couldn't get anything going offensively. Detroit Tigers coming off a sweep against my guy Jose's Boston Red Sox. Jack Flaherty 1-5 going into this. I think Bowden Francis could actually have a pretty good game here in this spot against the Detroit Tigers. I know this Tigers offense has just been playing really well this season. This whole Detroit, this is how you run an organization. This is how you build it from the ground up. Is the Detroit Tigers? They've done a great job over there. They've got a great fan base over there. As Jimmy talks about that stadium too. It's a great stadium. I like the Tigers this season. I don't like them here in this spot against the Toronto Blue Jays. I think this line's only going to continue to go towards the Jays. I think everyone's hammering the Detroit Tigers, as they should here. You know what I mean? Going into this game, they are currently sitting 14 games under 500, and the Toronto Blue Jays just 1 game under 500. But I think they've got some life in them here today. I think this Blue Jays team at some point this season is going to take a turn in the right direction. I'm not sure when it is. Maybe we see something out of this team in this series against one of the best teams in the American League right now in the Detroit Tigers. It's going to be a good game, but I'm on the Toronto Blue Jays. I love where I stand here in this spot. Also thinking about moving on the team total over 3.5 minus 130. Nothing, I'm not going to give it out right now, but as the day goes on, I'm going to continue to look at that team total because I do think they could probably hit Flaherty. And I think Francis could, have a good start against this Detroit Tigers team that, in my opinion, has been overperforming, but I like the Blue Jays here. This is a Blue Jays spot for me, Jim.
Yeah, I completely agree. And then TJ saying, with the great Tigers bullpen, would the first 5 be better? And then AM saying, no, it's moved from plus 100 to plus 105 here. I've got the, let's go to where we used to play poker. Yeah, they've got that at plus 103. Oh, so no, I mean, here at where we used to play poker, it has moved 8 cents against the Blue Jays since 8:50 this morning. But this opened up first 5 at plus 113. So it still had a 10-cent move. Now that opened up at 10:30 p.m. last night. So we've still had a 10-cent move towards the Jays' first 5. I just think it's the Jays right now. I kind of want to keep things clean. Let's hear what Jose has to say. Take it away, Tigers, Jays.
Yeah, I don't have much to say on this one. I think it's a little bit of a sus line, so I would agree with you guys on the Jays spot here and the under as well. But this was just a pretty sus one for me. I do end up, or I would end up taking full game as well, because in the ideal world, you get all your runs off of Flaherty here, and you're already up with before that bullpen comes into play here. 70% of the bets, 79% of the money on the Tigers, 66% of the bets, 51% of the money on the under in this game. So tough, but I'd probably, like you guys said, under and under and Blue Jays, excuse me. Tigers, though, best team in baseball, best team in the American League, I should say, that I've seen so far this year so far. Just coaching really makes a difference for the Tigers, and they get their people prepared, get their pitchers prepared, and they do a great job of it. So no action for me.
Yeah, I'm with the Jays, and TJ being on the first 5 gives me food for thought, but I don't know exactly what to do with it. And AM says that the Tigers' best arms went 2 out of the last 3 days, and travel. Jay's sitting up here. It's going to be a beautiful night up here. Then it gets freezing again. All right, let's roll on and talk about Jose's Boston Red Sox. Braves 22-22, 7-15 on the road. The Boston Red Sox 22-23, 11-9 at home. Off day yesterday. I hear you, Coin. No, that's important. This is the pitching matchup we all want to talk about. Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. We heard earlier, and I think I copied and pasted it. We heard earlier from a capper from JC Leeds. JC Leeds told us that the Red Sox money line today, that Garrett Crochet will pitch a gem today. Ricky Bobby on the Red Sox money line. Nate Cerna, not on the Red Sox, but does say great sweet tea tits Bouquet. I'm surprised he's added great in there. I don't think that's necessary.
I disagree. They are great tits.
Nasty Nate, Red Sox first 5 here. And TJ is on the Red Sox first 5. And Troy Torrance saying triple up on this under. I was only on the first 3 under 2.5 with Hunter Brown going up against DeGrom. But like we saw when Verlander was, I forget who Verlander was going up against, an old vet. Pitchers step up when they go up against top competition. We see it so often here. Ron Crawford, spreadsheet play of the day, is on the Boston Red Sox here. Ron Crawford, our guy in the house. Boston Red Sox for Mr. Crawford. If you're wearing headphones, you might want to turn this down for a second. Coin says feels like an old-fashioned pitching duel here. So let's roll. Eldorado Custodian. Jason Meyer says, right, if Crochet deals, sale hangs in there, should be an under. Okay, let's roll. Chris Sale, 1-3, 3.97 ERA, 1.41 whip, 64 Ks and 47 2/3, 13 walks, 5 home runs. Jose said that he was going to fade Chris Sale this season, and it worked for a while. It's worked overall. But when is he going to step up? he can be a head case at times. He's going to be really, you'd think, emotional being at Fenway Park here. And Big Zoe says Sale returns to Fenway. Likely doesn't give a shit, but those unruly townies will heckle him. Sale on the road this year, throwing 32 innings. He allowed 14 earned runs, 41 Ks, 8 walks, 3 home runs, and Bowen's hitting 272 against him. His splits are poor. Lefties 267, 790 against him. Righties 284, 770. Going up against Garrett Crochet. Garrett Crochet coming off shutting down the Royals. 7 innings, 7 hits, 1 earned run, 9 Ks, 1 walk. Royals aren't hitting lefties at all. 1.93 ERA, 1.07 WHIP. And lefties can't touch Crochet. I mean, if you're a lefty, this should just be a scheduled day off for you. Jose, you can't start with Duran and Devers 1-2, can you? I mean, that's just disaster, isn't it?
Oh, we can and we will.
Wow. So lefties rating 077 with a 249 OPS against them. Righties have a chance at 209, 563. The Braves don't hit lefties. 210, 600 in the last 30 days. Red Sox 285, 817 versus lefties. They're raking lefties right now. What a wildly interesting game and a fun cap. Let's talk about the weather. 74 Fahrenheit. Feels like 75. 5.4 miles out to the monster. Stays at 5.4. Not a big deal. Money line wise, we have Garrett Crochet and the Boston Red Sox. Oh, that's first 5. Excuse me. Sorry. Let's move over to the full game. We have them at Boston minus 106. It is as fishy gets, man. We've had a 10-cent move towards Chris Sale in the Atlanta Braves. Would you then say that this is, a vividness bias from Red Sox backers, or sorry, from Braves backers? We have, according to Action, 30% of the tickets and 17% of the cash on the Atlanta Braves, and this line's moving towards them. We'll let Jose talk about the cash flow on the total. This is very, very fishy. Take it away for us, Jose Bouquett. Ron Crawford spreadsheet play today on Boston. Market telling me to trust Sale and the Braves. Floor's yours.
Yeah, most must-watch baseball here tonight, and Wine Time, as Nasty Nate says in the chat. I look forward to early June, Angels, Red Sox, all of us together here soon. Wine Time. I look forward to it. It happens. My guy. But this will be a fun game. And, obviously there's a lot of interesting things going around this game. I think we'll get to your Chris Sale emotional tribute video. World Series champion in Boston. Guy that shut down and closed out the World Series that year as well. Against Crochet, who is kind of taking his throne in all respects. Former White Sox lefty, et cetera, et cetera. We all get that stuff. I am fascinated to see what this game is like as well. I'm sure if you guys didn't see this stat, I'll give you guys the stat now. This will be the first team ever to face consecutively both award-winning pitchers from last year, both Cy Young pitchers back-to-back games. Obviously, I think they split up the Cy Young in 1997 or started doing whatever the Cy Young was in 1997. So I guess Interleague was 1997 is when they really started. So that's the only real opportunity people would have. But yeah, I find this game to be very, very interesting, and I can't wait to watch it here. I just don't have any good, strong lean either direction sidewise. The obvious for under lean is also in effect here. I mean, 2 great pitchers. I saw Troy put first 3, under 1.5 at plus 150, I think. I mean, I like that. At least you're getting plus money on it, and big plus money. There's 85% of the bets and 89% of the money on the under in this game. And this really has not moved. I mean, I see 7.5, which makes me feel a little better about it, but I'm seeing 8s still and minus 115 to the under on these 8s. So I'm a little worried from that aspect. And the Red Sox took to town the best lefty in baseball last time out in Tariq Skubal, and now they're facing a worse lefty who, admittedly, for the first inning, he's going to be throwing the hardest he's thrown all season. I can guarantee that. He's going to come out there throwing 97 or whatever the highest he is throwing now. He's going to be emotionally amped, ready to go. But I think the Red Sox do win this game. I think the Red Sox know Chris Sale better than anyone. And I think Alex Cora will be able to game plan for him. Red Sox win. And I think somehow, just based off this market, it seems like this game is going to be an over, but I can only bet the under. So no action here for me.
This is interesting. I'm still kind of putting it all together, listening to everybody and reading the chat, the notes from the chat. I can't wait to hear Wine Time's breakdown. Take it away.
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup. These are two pretty even teams, if you ask me. Seeing the line, though, move towards the Braves right now. I mean, right now I'm getting a minus 105 both ways at my book right now. Kind of makes me – I'm kind of leaning towards the Braves. I'm not going to lie when I capped this game last night, though, I wanted to move on the Red Sox, and it looks like it has moved slightly towards the Braves. Looking at it more and more, maybe think that there's going to be minimal runs scored here in this game. Seeing this total at 8 here in this spot. I mean, my books right now is giving me under 8 minus 120. This is one of the lower totals on the board today with juice-wise. There's a 7.5 and a 7 as well. But I think that this could be an underspot, a clear-cut underspot. Both teams are going to struggle to hit against both these pitchers, two left-handed pitchers that could dominate here today. That's my lean here in this spot. I might end up moving on this. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets to a 7. If this gets to a 7.5 before first pitch. There's still a lot of hours to go before first pitch, but I'm already getting a minus 120 on the 8. It's probably only a matter of time before this gets to a 7.5. I'm going to end up staying away from this game right now. This is going to be a good matchup between two pretty good teams right here. I don't know who to trust side-wise in this matchup. It's really, I feel like whoever you think's the better team here in this spot, two really good starting pitchers, but it's not enough for me to move on this game. The only thing I have a lean towards would be towards the under 8. I might end up moving on it. We'll see. If I do end up moving on it, I'll tweet it out later. As of right now, and Troy just said this is certainly closing 7.5. Yeah, see, that makes me want to. This almost makes me want to say must bet right now at under 8 minus 120.
I wonder if that's the case. It does feel similar to the DeGrom Brown total that was going up.
Yeah,
I still moved on the first 300 to it. Then it closed I should have bet it as soon as 20 minutes 30. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. I try to get it. Just take a peek at what the line is right before, first pitch or whatever. It feels that way. Now there's a lot of cash on the under, but it's already moved to 7.5. 2 books that I'm looking at here. Now that's juiced to the over, of course.
Yeah, I'm going to do it, Jim. I'm going to move on it because I agree. If Troy's saying the same thing I am here about this spot, it does move to a 7.5. I'm going to be mad, even though it's a little bit juicy at minus 120, guys. I'm going to end up moving on it right here on the show. I'm going to put it in, and then I'm going to tweet it out. Under 8 minus 120 on the Boston Red Sox and Atlanta Braves.
Okay, so we have Wine Time moving on the under 8 minus 120. Oh, yeah, TJ, we're watching it getting hit hard, unfortunately. I'm going to be on the Braves. So that I know. I'm with Action Jackson on the Braves money line. And then, there's a lot of similarities to the Brown DeGrom thing. The only concern I have is can Sale, not be cutting up his jersey before the game? Like, is his head going to be on? Because that these guys are going to try. You're getting maximum effort and focus,
Especially after getting swept.
and you're just off the game, Jose. You just want to be bipartisan and watch it.
Yeah, it's like watching two of my children fight right now. So I'm just going to stay off and hope that my younger child wins.
That's a good analogy. Okay, I don't know about the under at this point. I mean, just because it moves to 7.5, if it does, which is exactly what the Brown DeGrom line did, doesn't mean I necessarily I mean, obviously I got a bias because I just watched that go 1-0. Huh, okay, I've got lots to think about. And then if I was on the under, it would again just be a first 3 under. And I love the balls of Troy, betting that first 3 under 1.5 at plus 150. I would take the 2 at even money and have the push in play here. Ronnie Crawford says Braves 158 road versus left-handed pitching. Boston 281 at home versus left-handed pitching. There's no doubt about the difference in hitting lefties right now. The Boston Red Sox versus lefties last 30 days are 285, 817, and the Braves are just 210, 600. So
I also think that it's very helpful. They saw literally the best lefty in baseball in their last game and hit him hard. Hit him for the most amount of runs he's given up since like 2023. Still find a way to lose the game, though.
And good. I don't mean to take you off a possible winner, but don't back any props for left-handed batters on the Red Sox. Sorry, I said that wrong. Sorry. It's the left-handed batters on the Braves. Jeez, I'm tripping, man. Lack of sleep. So that's just Olsen and Harris.
Jimmy, out of curiosity, Troy wants to know where you bet those 2s, or where would you bet the 2s? Would you make them on your?
I just build them. I build them. That's why I always show the exact numbers on the 2.5 and the 1.5. I just build them. Just using the calculator. It really is worth it. I used to, when I was younger, really want the big scores. Now I'm at peace if there is a push that's right there. So I just use this. And thank you to Ron Crawford. We wouldn't have the Z code system without him. So Ronnie, my man, thank you. But yeah, I just use it and build it. And I build it nonstop. If you look at my totals, I build the 2s nonstop all day. All right, let's roll on here. We have Wine Time on the under 8 minus 120. I'm going to be on the Braves. The question is, do I add that first 3 under 2? And I think probably. Robert Cherry says, historically, Red Sox is the play. All-time Red Sox, 9 World Series titles to the Braves, 4 titles. Red Sox will slight edge in today's spot, pitching the Red Sox favor. Yeah, I mean, the market certainly isn't following suit.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty big move. It's a pretty big move. And you have to think that the Braves, I know that we're not entirely sure how much of a team sport baseball is, but you have to think these guys want to step up for Chris Sale today. But I'm sure the same with Garrett Crochet and the Red Sox.
By the way, Alex Verdugo returns to Boston as well. If anyone wants more props as well. He fucking sucks though, and I hope he gets fucking booed. So maybe that'll motivate him to be bad. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I was tripping again. I apologize for asking Jose just to make sure there's clarity with should Duran and Devers, the lefties. It's the lefties on the Braves that aren't going to stand a chance. I was just Friday and lack of sleep. Olsen is the lefty. Albies will definitely hit from the right side. So it'll just be Olsen and Harris that you should not have anything to do with from the player prop market. So good. If you would like Duran, righties right now rating 284, 770 OPS against Chris Sale. All right, let's roll on to the next spot on the board. Tampa Bay Rays, Miami Marlins, Lone Depot Park in Miami, Florida. I never know if the roof's going to be open. We expect that the roof is going to be closed, but this is perfect weather for the roof to be open. It's not windy. It's clear all day. You'd think this would be the chance. And Nasty Nate says betting the Braves is equivalent to handing homeless money. So it's a feel-good thing. Make us feel all good. Taj Bradley, 3-2, 4.24 ERA, 1.26 WHIP, 46 2/3, 35 Ks, 19 walks, and 7 homers. His last start, 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 solo shots, 5 Ks, 1 walk, and a 3-2 win at home for the Brewers. On the road, he started 3 games, Taj Bradley, and he's not looked good at all. K to walk ratio terrible, 11 Ks, 9 walks. He allowed 4 home runs and 16 1/3, 9 earned runs. 203 opponents batting average. He's not allowing a ton of hits, but when they get after him, they barrel him. Righties are hitting 256, 776 OPS. And Rez Mob, fresh off cashing the Rez Mob play of the day last night with the Thunder first half. You must have jumped out of your chair when my man Lou Dort hit that 3 for you. God, I love Lou Dort. He's maybe my favorite player in the NBA right now. He's just a fucking baller, man. Undrafted.
Draft out of ASU, man.
God, we love him up in Montreal, boy. Fucking love him. Spooner says, I moved on Miami at plus 100. Bookmakers continue to respect Meyer. Yeah. This Marlins line is exactly the same as the last time they faced this situation, returning home off a win to face a team traveling in. AOD in the house. What up, AOD? So Maximus Meyer, 2-4, 4.37 ERA, 1.35 whip. He's had 3 bad starts in a row. We're all very high on him, but 3 bad starts in a row. Coming off the 6-2 loss at the White Sox, I know it must have pissed you off one time. It was shocking to see the White Sox just barrel him. 4 games started at home. He's allowed 9 earned runs, 278 opponents batting average. He's allowed 6 home runs. He's just not, these 3 straight starts not looking well. The righties are raking against him, 279, 812 OPS. So we look at this Rays lineup, and there's not a lot of righties. We've talked about it often. If righties are your concern, you want to go up against the Rays and the Nationals. TJ moved on Tampa Bay minus 12, 112 earlier. Says Max Meyer overrated. Take the better team and bullpen. The Marlins are hitting the Rays. The Marlins are hitting righties quite a bit harder than the Rays right now. 244, 719 over the last 30 days. The Rays 246, 678 OPS. And then we have a bullpen advantage, a major one with the Rays. Now they're, we're not sure what to make of the Rays bullpen, honestly. Statistically, they look really good. They're supposed to be one of the 5 worst, and they do have some outlying statistics that state that maybe they're going to get worse as this goes on. All right, let's take a look at the line history here and then hand it over to Wine Time to get this started. From a line history standpoint, we have this total sitting at 8.5 at a pick'em. It opened up at 8 minus 114 to the under. So there's been a really big move towards the over. On the money line here, we have the Rays at minus 119. They opened up at minus 121. So there's been no move. They did get down to minus 112. And what do you think happened? TJ bet them. So here we go. Take it away, Wine Time. Wild having a friend that can just press a button and move all the lines. Take it away, Wine Time. Rays, Marlins.
Yeah, shout out to my guy TJ, man. Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. I hope one day I can get there. Honestly, man, that's absolutely wild. I love to hear that, my guy TJ. I'm where he is here in this spot. Honestly, I want to move on the Tampa Bay Rays here in this spot. I mean, is this just the books telling us that they respect Max Meyer? I know you read that off from someone in the chat. It kind of seems like this because going into this game, the Tampa Bay Rays just took 2 out of 3 from in division rival. This is it's kind of crazy. Yeah, Jose, you mentioned it. It's literally crosstown rivals all across baseball today. Seems like a Tampa Bay Rays spot. I was surprised that the line opened up at what it did because of how bad the Miami Marlins are. When I look at this Miami Marlins team, this isn't a team that's going to make a run by any means. Very young. They're going to grow this season. Don't get me wrong. They're going to win some ball games. This isn't a ball game I think they can win. I do think the line was priced a little bit fishy because Tampa Bay Rays, it's a team over the last couple of years. I talk about it every time. Kevin Cash, probably one of my favorite managers in baseball. He always somehow keeps his team around 500 throughout the whole season, even though that payroll is absolutely horrid. You look at this batting order, it's just like it's nothing impressive, man. But yet they still somehow 3 games under 500 right now. I think that the line's moving heavily towards them for a reason. I think Max Myers, I think TJ said it, he's overrated, and Rays have the better bullpen and the better team. So I do agree with that. It's just I don't know if it's enough for me to actually move on this spot here. Right now, my book's giving me the Tampa Bay Rays minus 121. Last night when I was looking at it, I think it was a minus 112. Definitely looks like the Rays are respecting the money, or the books are respecting the Rays backers coming in here on these big bets here on the Tampa Bay Rays. It's just not enough for me to actually move on here. I do think they're going to win, and maybe I end up tweeting this out later. We'll see how it goes. But this is telling me that this is a Tampa Bay Rays spot and that Taj Bradley actually outpitches Max Meyer here, and they get it done here. It's going to be a stay away. It's going to be a hard pass for me. Just got a good amount of action going today so far. Like I said, if I do end up wanting to tweet this out later, I will. But it's a lean towards the Rays, and the market's telling us that. So
I don't see the market telling us that. I see the market moving because TJ bet them. Other than that, this line opened up at minus 121. It's now at minus 119 after the move.
Yeah.
That he created. I'd like to hear from Jose with the cash flow because I've got 79% of the tickets and 85% of the cash on the Rays with no move since the line opened.
I have something a lot different actually. 62% of the bets on the Rays, 58% of the money on the Marlins. So I don't have much on this game. I was leaning under in this game. Two shit teams, two pitchers I like. 73% of the bets, 60% of the money on the under in this game. So I didn't want to be on a very public under or popular under, I guess. This did go up from an 8 to an 8.5 at penny here. So I'm staying off this game. Keep it short and sweet.
Wine Time, why are you not interested in the over?
It's tough right now from what I'm looking at it right here. What am I at? Over 8 minus 125 at my book. I mean, I do think that there could be runs scored here. It's just not enough for me to trust either of these two batting orders. The Miami Marlins is just too inconsistent for me. And the Tampa Bay Rays really inconsistent as well. I think this could go over. Don't get me wrong. It's just I've got too much action going today to where this wasn't a game I really wanted to move on. If I did had to move on a spot, it would be the Tampa Bay Rays here in this spot. But like I said, it's still fishy. You know what I mean? Like when I see the Tampa Bay Rays against the Miami Marlins, like a minus 120 line for the Tampa Bay Rays, I know that they're not playing the best baseball, but it's still a good team over the last couple of years. And I feel like that they've been minus 200s in spots against teams that are kind of like the Marlins. So I don't know. It's a tough game. A little crosstown rival. But shout out to my guy, Dean Kawakami in the chat. One of my good buddies right there. Thanks, Dean, for showing out. Appreciate you, my guy. This is just going to be a pass for me, though.
I think that I should move and actually just stop and bet this right now. 365 has this over 8 minus 120. It's moved to a pick'em at the sharpest offshores right now at 8.5.
Yeah. I mean, and everything I just said right there, too, you can't trust either of these two offenses. Maybe this is the day where you can trust these two offenses, and they both are able to score runs here in this spot. Because that's what the market, I guess, is telling us. Because if this gets to an 8.5, yeah, that'd be crazy.
So over 8 here. Greg Zerline is being released by the Jets. Says Mr. Belvedere. Mr. Belvedere, good news. We have our guy Billy Brisbane going to be talking WNBA. I'll get it into the schedule. I didn't right now, just a little overwhelmed with all the action, but we'll as we move forward, we'll get it in. So Billy Brisbane going to be joining Wine Time and I for NBA, which will then move on to WNBA, and that's what we'll close today's show on with a little WNBA action for you guys here. I'm going to move on this over 8 right now. And what was the one? And then I'm going to move on. What's going on with the Reds line? Has anything changed on it?
Let me check right now. Reds, I still have plus 105 on mine. It has not moved since we last talked about that.
And okay. And then, okay. So I'm going, so I guess I don't, here. Okay. All right. Our guy, the Polo in the house has been very patient in the Polo. For those of you guys who are newer to the show, we deep dive on these games. And so sometimes it can take a while to get to the game that you want to talk about the most. Yeah, I like the Reds. And who else did?
I did. Yeah. Plus 105. I got plus 105. I like it. I mean, this game might not even go, though. We'll see. Jose said this got moved up to 2.
It's going to go. It just probably goes 7.
Yeah.
Will your bets count then?
No.
Yes.
Mine
if anything over 5, unless it's a total.
Mine's. I'm pretty sure over 8. I've got to double check that though.
I'm pretty sure I have to complete the game.
I think mine might be 2 as
for
well.
A side.
Yeah.
What are you talking? And a money line. Any money line counts after 5 innings. Always has.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've had tickets canceled like last year and the years before.
I think mine got voided. I want to say
6-7 innings. Yeah,
it's double check that because that shouldn't happen. It's never happened. It doesn't happen.
Okay.
So just totals, yes, but not sides. It's never. It's if you're talking about if that happened to me on a bet, I would never make a bet with that whatever outfit ever again for the rest of my life, because that's been as long as gambling has been going on. It counts after 5 innings if it's a money line, not a -1 or a run line. It's always been that way.
And Wine, you too, right? I just was wondering.
I've got to double check that. It might be the total.
I think you guys are thinking about totals because this is.
I think it is a total. Now that Jim mentioned it, I think it is a total. I'm gonna have to double check though, and if not, I'm gonna have to make a call after this and just to double check.
All right, shout out to our friend in the chat who has been very, very patient. The Polo wanted to talk Kansas City Royals. We go to Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. Let's get into the weather here to get started in Kansas City, Missouri. Let me just move over here. It's breezy. This is not a hitter's ballpark, but 17.9 miles per hour out to right field. And then it's completely right field. Dies down to 16.1, but this is nice conditions for balls to sail here. Jermaine, don't think about her. Stick with us. Just stick with us. Focus on the capping. Focus on the capping, my man. We're right here. We're that take the stress away spot here. We're cap with the fam, my man. Andre Palante on the hill. 3-2, 4.36 ERA, 1.38 WHIP. Just can't get strikeouts when you need them. 28 Ks over 43 in the third, 16 walks, 7 home runs allowed. His last start, he went 7 in the third, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 7 Ks, and no walks in a 4-2 win at the Nationals. On the road this year, he's not been good. 5 starts, 28 innings, 29 hits, 15 earned runs, and 6 home runs allowed. He's only allowed 1 home run at Busch. He's allowed 6 of his 7 home runs when he's on the road, where opponents hit 264 against him. Lefties hit Palante 253, 719. Righties hit him 263, 806. Going up against Cole Ragans, who hasn't been as dominant as we remember. Coming off a 10-1 loss at home to the Red Sox, he allowed 7 hits and 4 earned runs here. The 11s are up in Chicago. This is not a good sign.
Oh. Jesus Christ.
So let's stay locked in here.
Game's about to start too, so that's ugly business.
It takes 2 minutes. Little bit away from that need to live bet it.
Oh yeah.
So let's roll. We have against Cole Ragans at home this year. He's not been very good. I don't get it. I don't know why that is. He gets strikeouts when you need him. 37 strikeouts in just 24 innings. He's only allowed 2 home runs, but people are hitting him. 244 opponents batting average. Lefties hitting 256, 729 against them. We have more reverse splits than I've ever remembered in my life here. With Ragans here, who are the lefties in this lineup? It's just Nootbaar and Donovan, and then Victor Scott turning the lineup over. Righties are hitting 235, 674 against them. Cards are not hitting lefties, and Royals are hitting righties right now. 271, 747 OPS. The Royals bullpen has been very, very good this year. The Cards bullpen has really come together during this run that they have been on. So here we go. We touched on everything but the line history, so let's do that. This total is an 8.5. It opened up at an 8, a -109 to the over, and moved to 8.5 a minute later. And then 50 minutes later, right back to an 8. It went up to 8.5 again last night. Overall, though, we've had a half-run move to the over. It's -102 to the over right now, -110 to the under. On the money line here, we have the Royals at -140. They open up at -156. It's an indication that you can't trust Cole Ragans here. AM on the over, and I can understand why. There's the Reaver in the house, our poker champion from Pubapalooza. The Reaver in the house. So here we go. Mr. Bouquett, Cardinals, Royals. The floor is yours.
Yeah, shout out to Keanu as well.
Yeah.
Very, very good name there. I'm, by the way, just another lefty that the Red Sox have hit recently that is allegedly high-class good lefty. So just make that note for what you will in that Braves-Red Sox game. Yeah, Palante has been a sneaky good pitcher to back for me, base hit to start the White Sox game. So here we go. But obviously, we need a lot of runs, so I shouldn't get too excited, honestly.
No,
But
no, we need it. The
runners. We need runners on base because
market going against us.
There's going to be home runs hit today, guys. We need runners on base. Like that's
nice.
what we're relying on.
Yeah, no, get excited. We need it with that huge move against us. Good God.
Well, we have a minus 170 now for this Royals game. In this market, we've got, I need to find it real quick, 84% of the bets on the Royals, but 54% of the money on the Cardinals here. Fascinating. 58% of the bets on the under and 91% of the money on the under in this game.
Wow.
Yeah, big bets on that under. I'd only lean Cardinals here. Palante, has not been horrible this year and has been a pitcher that sometimes in the market indicates the Cardinals are live. He's typically on the mound for me. So no action here from me, but I did lean Cardinals.
I'm afraid of these bullpens. Why wouldn't the first 5 over? Again, I'm not betting first 5 unders, but first 5 overs are welcome. And why would
you're worried about these bullpens in the sense that they're too good?
Yeah, they're good bullpen. I don't want to. They could shut this game down. I'm getting a flat 4. It's juicy. Let's see what the line history is. I'll check the line history here on the first 5. Let's hear what Wine Time has to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you haven't moved on the Cardinals yet, it's probably the time to move on the Cardinals. I moved on them this morning. I got plus 130, get plus 127 here in my book. Moved a couple points the other direction, or in my direction, I should say. But I like the Cardinals here in the spot. Cardinals been playing some really good baseball lately. Royals not so much here. Cole Ragans, I think, could get hit today by this lineup. Saw someone in the chat said something about Nolan Arenado over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. Definitely like a look on that as well. But I just think the Cardinals can hit him today, and I think they get it done here in this spot. I like the Cardinals. They've been playing some good baseball here. Line has, it moved a little. I think this morning when I saw it, it was a plus 135. I got a plus 130. It's a plus 128. So it's definitely moved towards the Cardinals' way with more of the percentage of bets going in on the Royals, according to Action Network. But yeah, I like the Cardinals here in the spot. I'm on the Cardinals plus money here. This is a spot where I like to back the Cardinals here. I've had a good ROI backing these guys this year. They've been on a nice run right now. I mean, sitting over 500, 4 games over 500 right now. Playing some good baseball. So, and I think they keep it going here today. I know it's in Kansas City, but I like the Cardinals plus 130.
Cardinals plus 130 here. Jose, your plan of attack. Oh, you've given it to us already.
No, I'm passing, but it would be Cardinals or pass.
Okay, so Wine Time on the Cardinals. I could get there, but I'm going to bet the over, first 5 over here in this one. I wonder if I should get some of this action in now. And I'm going to be kind of setting that up right now. Here we go. So let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. We have Houston Astros at the Texas Rangers, Globe Life Field in Arlington, Texas. Lance McCullers, he received the threats to his children and all that stuff after that horrific performance, which is awful that happens, but that happens. And so we had not seen McCullers since the 2022 World Series. I did not expect to ever see him again. He missed 2 seasons while recovering from the flexor tendon surgery. And then he came back in the start of spring training. And he, finished off a rehab assignment April 26th. He looked good, but it was AA Corpus Christi. Then May 4th, he comes in a very low pressure situation. It was a 5-4 loss, but it was at the White Sox at Wright Field. And, 3 2/3, 3 hits, no runs, 4 Ks, 3 walks. Didn't look good enough, like to give him another chance. And then he gets absolutely lit up and smoked. Doesn't make it through a third of an inning. Gets touched up on May 10th versus the Reds. It did not look very, very good. It's being moved up to 5:10 p.m. TJ is that game. Nice. The Reaver just pulled into Denver. Nice. Full U-Haul. Oh, you're moving. Oh my gosh. Wow. So he's going to, Sonny and other low baggers going to hang out with them. Nice, man. That's exciting, the Reaver. I'll come through there at some point. Hang
Congrats, Kale. Colorado's awesome. So
it's dope. And there's Steve G. And I love it. No, it's dope. You're gonna love it there. Great guy. So then we have Nate Eovaldi, 4-2, 1.78 ERA, 0.75 WHIP. He's been phenomenal this year. 60 Ks, 5 walks. He's only allowed 3 jacks and 55 2/3. Last start, he went 7 innings, 2 hits, no earned run, 7 Ks, 1 walk, and a 6-1 win at the Tigers. He's just been lights out. At home this year, he's not walked a batter in 18 innings. 24 strikeouts, 2 home runs, one sitting 209 against him. The Astros are hitting the ball quite a bit better, but no power. 268, 734 OPS. Last 30 days, Rangers 249, 716 OPS. The Astros bullpen's been very, very strong. Let's take a look at first off, is it hot enough for the roof to be closed? And it is, just barely, but it is. So roof will be closed. From a line history standpoint here, let's get to the full game. Not a good start for us here. I still will have some interest in live betting at some point. Maybe I shouldn't. I wonder what the number would be. Maybe a 9. Look for like over 8.5 or over. I don't know. We'll decide that here. But I'm going to live bet it. I'm not going to go down like some schmuck. We have this total at 8 minus 102 to the over. This opened up at 8, dropped to 7.5 for a bit. Now at 8. Overall, we've had 7 cents of movement towards the under. Let's get this set up here. There we go. And then on the money line here, it's over. Sorry about that. On the money line, we have the Texas Rangers at minus 194. They opened up minus 179, so 16 cents of movement. But there was no movement until 11:30 this morning. This line came out at 6:49 p.m. here. And Derek Parra in the house. What up, Derek? So here we go. That's the situation. Let's move it over to Jose or Wine Time to get us started here for Astros Rangers at Globe Life Field. Take it away.
Yeah, Jim. Kind of missed your breakdown a little bit on that one, but I feel like this is a Texas Rangers spot here. Them being a big favorite. I was on them last night unofficially, didn't tweet it out or anything. Started off the day 0-2 yesterday. Ended up taking the Rangers in the late night game. Got it done 1-0 thanks to that solo shot by the guy that said that season. I think he mentioned the Pope, that's kind of given them some motivation throughout this season. It was that guy. It was funny. The announcer was talking about it, and the next pitch he hit a home run. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, with that being said, I want to move on the Texas Rangers in some kind of fashion here, depending on if I can move on them in a money line parlay or not. I'm thinking about maybe putting them together with the Arizona Diamondbacks. I'm still not sure why I can't get the Diamondbacks game up on my book right now. It's been unavailable for me all day. It makes no sense. So I'm going to probably have to make a call after this. But thinking about moving on them, money line, maybe with the Dodgers money line parlay as well. I know the Dodgers are minus 300, but I do think they're going to take care of business against the Angels tonight. I think it's a really good money line parlay piece to put with something. I'm just not sure what yet, and I don't want to move on them on the minus 1.5. And I think the minus 1 is still just a little bit too juicy for me to take here. But I mean, we're seeing this for a reason. 2 pretty even teams here, guys, in this spot. Don't get me wrong. I like Nathan Eovaldi a lot better than McCullers, but in the Texas Rangers, nearly a minus 200 against their, crosstown rival, division rival. When it comes down to it at the end of the season, these are the 2 teams in the AL West that are going to be there. I don't think the Mariners are. That's just my opinion. But I think these are the 2 better teams in the AL West. And seeing that the Texas Rangers are nearly a minus 200. And is that a home run by the Chicago White Sox? Let's go, VAR. Let's go. 2-run shot to start the game. That's what we needed, boys. Runners on base, and you hit the ball out of that fucking ballpark that's blowing 20 miles per hour out. Let's go. With that being said, guys, I'm going to be on the Texas Rangers here in some sort of fashion before the end of the show. I want to move on them with a money line parlay with something. It's going to be something. I'm not sure what it is yet. Once that Diamondbacks live is available for me, it's going to be with them. I'm not going to give out anything I can't actually take. And I'm telling you guys straight up that the Diamondbacks line has not been available for me all morning long. It's probably telling me something that even though that they're nearly a minus 400, that they're going to take care of business today. So that's what my play will probably be. And it'll probably be a little bit juicy too. But I'll end up tweeting that out if I take it.
I have a feeling McCullers' pitch is decent here. I hate saying it, but after getting lit up the way he did, what do you think, Jose? Take it away.
Yeah, I have no action on the game, but I agree with Wine. I think the Rangers do their thing here and play well. I just think Lance McCullers is washed up. I don't think he's got it anymore. He spent like 3 years trying to come back from injury or whatever it's been now. I've even seen him do rehab starts last year at some points, and just I don't believe in the guy anymore. I don't think he's got the major league stuff anymore, and I think the Astros are just kind of trying to figure out what they've got in him. So I think the Rangers win here, but like I said, I just don't have faith in Lance McCullers here. Wager action, or excuse me, wager numbers here. We've got 84% of the bets, 89% of the money on the under, which seems crazy to me, but a lot of people saw that 1-0 game yesterday. 76% of the bets, 87% of the money on the Texas Rangers. So no action for me.
This is just the market's moves are so wild. I told you guys I needed to bet that over 8 at -120 right away. I didn't. I went to bet it now. It's -130. So it's moved 10 cents. While that was happening, the offshore that we use for line shopping moved their 8 from -126 down to -122. So two opposite things happening at the same time. So I'll have to take 2 cents worse and I'll have to be liquid with it. But it is what it is. So, oh, wait, I wanted the first 5 over. What was wait, I'm tripping now. It was the Tampa Bay Miami over. Jesus, I hate betting this. Well, I've already sent it in. Okay, so I'm not on the first 5 over. Fuck. The multitasking here just cost me.
What'd you bet?
I bet the over 8 at -122 in the game that I wanted the first 5 over on. Okay, that's okay. Maybe it just becomes a double up spot. The over 8 at -120 was the Rays Marlins. Okay, I'm tripping. I got to figure this out and get this all. Well, it's already bet. But so Jose, can you set? Oh wait, we got to talk about. Okay, I got to do this one here, and then you set up Rockies Diamondbacks here. The Carson Palmquist start. So if you then prepare for Palmquist, get the baseball reference Palmquist up, but that will be after. Okay, we have another opportunity here with Twins Brewers to go back to the angle that's been so rewarding over the last few years. I think it's the number one angle in MLB betting. And I don't like these angles too much. I don't, the trends and the angles I'm not too huge on. I think you can create trends to back up your, how you feel on a side or a total. You can find the trend to kind of back it up, generally speaking. But it's lost 2 in a row, and that's fading teams on a 7+ game winning streak, switching cities. And we have another opportunity to fade the Minnesota Twins here, and they were a loss. It was a tricky spot the first time fading the Twins because they'd been off for 2 days. We have Joe Ryan going up against Chad Patrick, and I invested 3 different bets in this one. And the AM saying Twin smash spot market screaming Twins. Buxton and Correa aren't going to be in this lineup.
No.
So the market might be screaming Twins right now, but I would wait. If you want the Twins, you're going to get a much better line when their lineup comes out. We have the Milwaukee Brewers opening up -103. They're now +109. I got in at +105 here. On the total, I'm on the under 7.5. This total right now is a 7.5 at a pick'em. It was juiced to the over at a bunch of books. 365 had the -1. 365 had the best number on the under 7.5. I'll check out what it is in a second. But I also, knowing that this lineup was going to change so much with Correa and Buxton out of the lineup, and we'll see if that happens, But that's my expectation. Stacks play day number 2 is the Brewers here, but right now, AM, you're right. The market is telling us that the Twins are the live ones. I have the Twins team total under 4 as well. That was another spot where I used the -1 calculator to create the 4. Both were at 365 here. So let's take a look at the line history and let's go from there. First off, we've done both. Sorry. We have Joe Ryan on the hill, 3-2, 2.74 ERA, 0.83 WHIP, 46 innings, and 54 Ks and 5 walks. I mean, he's been phenomenal this year with 7 home runs. His last start, 2-1 win at home, 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run. It was a solo shot, 7 Ks and no walks. On the road, he's not been nearly as good. He's allowed 4 home runs in the 23 innings. He's allowed 8 earned runs. He's still been really good. I mean, what am I saying? It's just not quite as dominant. Lefties hitting just 208, 573 against them. Righties hitting 188, 628. Chad Patrick, 2-3, 3.19 ERA, 1.25 WHIP, 42 and a third, 36 Ks, 14 walks, and 4 home runs. He is rolling. Well, he's not. He's a highly thought of young pitcher, and he's getting a nice, bit of opportunity here. And at home, he's been lights out. That's where he's been his best. He's only allowed 6 earned runs over 22 and 2/3. A lefty's hitting 277, 714 against some righties, 228, 697. The Twins versus righties, 248, 722 in the last 30 days, and the Brewers, 236, 661. The Brewers bullpen has been a problem. It's been a problem. The Twins bullpen has been very strong throughout this winning streak. So here we go. We have our next spot on the board. Where are we? So that was Jose Wine Time. Jose and Wine Time. So Jose, get us started here. Twinkies Brewers.
Yeah, this market, like you just said, screams Twins. So I think I'm just gonna end up staying off and watching you guys cash, and I just sit on the sidelines here. I'm seeing this line up to -120 almost as well. Actually, I'm looking at first 5 like a fucking donkey. I'm looking at this line almost, I guess, -120 full game. At bookmaker at -127, which is kind of surprising. But yeah, I see, some places like where we used to play poker at also open this line up at -115. So it's not like it's been that much movement. First 5, I was looking at the first 5 lines obviously earlier, and those lines completely flipped from dog to favorite for the Twins. I guess it seemed like the Twins opened up as dogs and they flipped to favorites. I don't know. I wasn't really looking at it too deeply because I just realized I was looking at full or first 5. But I don't know. It's a little sketchy for me. I agree with you that this is only a Brewers spot for me. 75% of the money is on the Brewers in this game, Jimmy. Only 55% of the bets are on the Twins. So it's very interesting. You've got the 45% of the bets and 75% of the money there on the Milwaukee Brewers. 59% of the bets, 57% of the money on the under in this game. It can only be Brewers for me. I'm hoping to make this have this over bet cash and be able to bet this game right after it. But I don't have anything yet. I would like to be on the Brewers. I'm just going to keep watching the market.
Wine Time, your thoughts here, buddy?
Yeah, this is a game I moved on, guys, and the line moved away from me 5 points right now because my book right now is giving me the Milwaukee Brewers at a +110. I got the Milwaukee Brewers at a +105 this morning when I tweeted it out. I don't like that the market is moving against me. It does look like some of the sharper bets are on the Brewers, but yet the line is moving towards the Twinkies here in this spot, and I don't like it. But I know I've said it a lot of times here on the show, but I don't like this Twins team. And especially with Byron Buxton and Carlos Correa, both questionable for this one. We'll see if either of them play here in this spot. Maybe one of them does. I'm not sure. We'll see. But I already moved on the Milwaukee Brewers. I don't like it anymore, but I still moved on it, so I'm still going to take it. I'm hoping that the line kind of starts going back towards my direction. But yeah, you mentioned it, that it's lost that trend that you mentioned, Jim. It's 0-2 the last 2 games. I think it gets right here. So I'm on the Brewers here in this spot. I think Chad Patrick can pitch a pretty decent game. We're seeing a total at 7.5 here. Juice to, what do we have here? At -110. I do think this is going to be a lower scoring game. It's probably going to be like a 3-1, 3-2 victory hopefully for the Milwaukee Brewers. I'm on the Brewers +105, although this is the one play I would say that I don't feel as confident in giving that on the show, but I did tweet it out already, so I'm going to give it to you guys. The Milwaukee Brewers money line.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable. I'm very interested to see what happens with the market because AM's right. We all know that we all expect Buxton Correa to be out. So I think it's based on Joe Ryan pitching wonderfully. So, and by the way, I'm not going to double up on not because all I did was in that bet, I took the full game instead of the first 5, which was my plan, which is fine. It did move though. The Tampa Bay Miami did move 10 cents. That's why I got confused. They were both at 8.5 now, so I have to use liquid and drop it at Pinnacle. Jose, can you set up the Rockies game, and then I'll be in right after wine time. Jose,
you're muted.
Of course,
Jose.
God Almighty. But let's talk about the biggest favorite of the board here today. Arizona Diamondbacks here. I have Corbin Burns versus Carson Palmquist here. And by the way, just for everyone's records, Wine, are you going to make that call later today? Is this game still not available for you? Because I've never heard someone say they're going to call their local as much as you, which does make me laugh every time. Admittedly, this game not available for me either.
Yeah, I'm gonna most certainly do that after the show. I'm not gonna do it while doing it on the show, but I'm gonna check. Yeah, it's crazy to me. I don't think it's been this late in the day though. It's nearly noon. It just doesn't make any sense.
So yeah, no official. I don't have an official line.
Kind of really irritates me.
I don't have an. I know it. I can tell it irritates you. That's why you're gonna make the call. I mean, get his ass. It's very funny to me. But I still have Palmquist, Corbin Burns listed here. Roto. Again, I don't have action. I don't have the lines on my local, but BetMGM showing that was the action this morning as well. Minus 425 for the Arizona Diamondbacks here, the biggest favorite of the year. Like I said, opened up at where we used to play poker at minus 390, went up to minus 410. Crazy line movement there. Total wise, where we open up at here a 9. It's pretty much stayed there. If anything, juice has moved towards the over in this game. We have right now, according to our friends at odds here, no money flow either at odds, because I guess a lot of places do not have this line officially available, so no line movement action here yet. Who is Carson Palmquist? A lefty, 3rd round pick, number 880 overall, out of Wine. That's right, the University of Miami. Great guess, Wine Time.
Sorry, I just missed the Chicago Cubs center fielder misplay a fly ball, and it just went out of his glove. So it's going to be extra bases here for the Chicago White Sox. We're going to have 1st and 2nd with 1 out for the White Sox in the top of the 2nd inning.
Good job, PCA. Thank you very much, PCA.
Hey, shout out to his mom too for playing in Rookie of the Year.
Oh yes, I remember we talk about that frequently. Yes, so Palmquist, he's made 7 starts this year so far. 6 innings, 1 hit, 1 earned run, and a home run, 8 Ks, 4 walks. 6 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 9 Ks, 1 walk, 2 hit by pitches. 5 innings, 1 hit, 2 runs, 1 of them earned, 7 Ks, 5 walks. Obviously, a little bit of a command issue guy here for Carson Palmquist. He is their number 8 overall prospect. He was born in the year 2000. By the way, as if everyone's keeping track, he was drafted in 2022, I believe here. So this is a long time coming, I guess, for Mr. Palmquist. I'm interested to see if he can do it here. You guys know what I'll be on officially here. Colorado Rockies, full game. When that line comes out, again, I have not been able to bet it yet because the line not available for me either. Hopefully that I think personally they're going to probably go with an opener and then roll out with Palmquist. That is my guess of why this line has not been available yet, even though we are fairly certain this is Carson versus Corbin. So yeah, I'm on the Rockies here, minus 300 fade, minus 400 fade today. So Wine Time, what do you think?
I mean, I disagree. I think the Diamondbacks are going to win this game. I think it's the biggest favor on the season for a reason. They should take care of business here in this spot. Oh, wow. Swanson just got taken out in the legs right there. They're going to call I think they're going to call him safe. That's crazy.
Oh no, they're going to call both guys out for that takeout.
Oh, that's what they did. Yeah, they're running back in the dugout. Wow. No, this is I don't have an official line, so I can't really give anything out. I do see the Diamondbacks at, on action and other stuff at over -400, which is absolutely crazy. I think it's for a reason here, though. I think Corbin Burns is probably going to deal, and the Diamondbacks take care of business. I like the Diamondbacks as a team. It's one of my favorite teams this season to back in certain situations. It's just I'm going to end up parlaying them with the Rangers later, and once I can get an official line on that, I'll give it out, but I'm not going to give it out quite yet. But I do like the Diamondbacks here in this spot. I mean, don't get me wrong, Jose. If you can get a win here out of the Colorado Rockies, you know what I mean? Getting over 3 times your money here in a spot in a baseball game where you touch on it. I mean, in a baseball game, anyone could win. It's definitely good money. And I wouldn't take the Diamondbacks on the run line or anything like that straight up. It would be a parlay piece for me. And I do think they take care of business, but it's just, I'm not going to move on it on the show here.
The roof is open tonight. It's also open tomorrow for those of you guys on Say Hey Plays. Open on Friday and Saturday and closed on Sunday. It'll be closed for every 1 o'clock game for the rest of the season. It's 91 Fahrenheit at first pitch, 4.5 miles per hour right to left. Dies down to 3.6. It's pretty nice weather for offense in this one. Carson Palmquist is a capable young pitcher, 24 years old. He gets better and better. BJ, I love it. I'm right with you. I'm excited. I think I could have bet it a little differently, but a nice opportunity here for us to discuss that because we're almost at NBA. Just a couple games left. 3 games after this, and then we are NBA. And then we have Brizzy dropping his WNBA plan. And we didn't – I wasn't around – I was because of NFL and all that. I wasn't around for the Wednesday shows that Brizzy was doing, so we didn't track him in NBA. But I'm here, and we'll track every bet he gives out in WNBA. So it'll be fun to hear his breakdowns. Back here, though, Palmquist just has gotten better and better and better every year that he's pitched. Since he was 19, he just gets better and better and better. 3rd round pick in the 2022 draft, and he's been good for Albuquerque. That's a really tough place to pitch in the PCL league. A 3.82 ERA and a 1.13 WHIP is elite for that spot. And for the lefty here, the Diamondbacks aren't hitting the lefties with a ton of power. 256, 717 OPS. The Rockies versus righties, nothing. 229, 682 OPS. Corbin Burns has stepped up. He's starting to pitch really, really well. I don't really see any kind of angle. I mean, I can understand when you have the -300 fade that you just have to go with it. And it's the similar thing to the fading a team on a 7-game winning streak. You just have to go with it. Like, did we want to back the Nationals in New York against Kodai Senga? No. But we trusted the trend and we moved on it. This total is a 9. It's -114 to the over. It opened up at 9.5 and dropped to 9, which tells me that Palmquist is going to pitch okay. I don't see anything appealing here. So I'm ready to move on here to Mariners Padres. And Mariners Padres is a tricky spot because we have 2 pitchers in Logan Evans and Stephen Kolek that we don't know much about. We have the statistics from this year. We always have, baseball reference, to break down. This year, Logan Evans has had, 15 innings, and he's 11 strikeouts, 7 walks. He hasn't looked very good. He looked okay in that 6-3 loss at home versus the Jays. 5 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 3 Ks, 2 walks. Right now, lefties, he's getting lefties out. This was the 12th round pick of the 2023 draft, so it's a little surprising that the that the Mariners have called him up here. With Tacoma in the PCL, 3.86 ERA, 1.25 WHIP, which is pretty good. Last year, he was in AA for the whole season, made 22 starts, was in 32 games, and looked good. 3.20 ERA, 1.18 WHIP. So he's earned the opportunity, but he wasn't a really highly thought of prospect. Righties are hitting 353, 964 in a very small sample size against them. And this, San Diego Padres lineup has some dangerous righties. Tatis, Machado, Bogarts, Iglesias, and Lockridge and Maldonado aren't dangerous, but they are right-handed bats. Then we have Stephen Kolek, another young pitcher that we need to study more. I believe he's had 2 starts, Stephen here. So the 2 starts that I've got him, 9 innings, 5 hits, and he's yet to allow a run. He's gone 14 a third. He went completo in that 21-0 victory that cost Bud Black his job. Lefties aren't touching him at all. 91 with a 336 OPS. Righties 269, 566 OPS. And this is another, 11th round pick in the 2018 draft. He's 28 years old. He pitched last year in the majors. He out of the bullpen threw 46 and 2/3 and pitched fine. Now he's getting a chance to start in AAA this season. Kolek has gone for El Paso again in the PCL. He's being lit up and smoked, being crushed. 6.38 ERA, 1.54 WHIP. So, I would like to fade Stephen Kolek. Jose, I don't want to pull this up. Can you grab me how many pitches he threw in that complete game? So Mariners versus righties, 254, 760 OPS. Padres versus righties, 256, 713 OPS. AM says 88% of the money on the over, but total is not moving. Under 8.5 at Petco Park. I'll take my chances here. 88% of the money on the over. Interesting. I mean, there's not a lot of history these teams will have. Let's go over that line history. I have a 9 right now. It just moved up to 9. Moved up to 9. No, it didn't. It moved up 9 an hour ago. So since it moved up to 9, there's been a slight move, 1 cent move towards the under. This opened up at 8.5 minus 117 to the over. Now it's 9 minus 114 to the under. It's not a big difference, really. And then on the money line here, we have the Cubbies threatening. Oh, strikeout. What an ass clown. Then we have the money line, Padres minus 152. They open up minus 149, so very little movement here. Jose, talk to us about how many pitches?
Go to me next. Go to me next. I'm still loading up.
Okay, cool. Wine Time, take it away. Logan Evans, Stephen Kolek, Mariners, Padres.
Yeah, my team just played the San Diego Padres team, and Padres took 2 out of 3 from them, but it was a pretty close series throughout the whole time. Looked like both teams just gave up in the end of the games here. I was surprised to see that out of the Padres. Not so surprised to see that out of the Angels. They're going to play a Seattle Mariners team that's lost their last 4 out of 5 games here. Line's moving towards the Padres here right now on my book. I like the Padres here. I think I might have found my parlay piece to parlay with the Texas Rangers for some nice plus money here. I'm going to see what the number I can get right really quick. Plus 155. The Padres and Rangers money line parlay. I like it. I think Kolak can deal here against the Seattle
Mariners. You have no
Mariners.
concerns after a complete game shutout?
I do. I have a lot of concerns about this Mariners lineup, honestly. I don't like it. When I look at the 1 through 9, there's a couple batters in there that I do like, but when I look at this Padres team, there's a lot more to like. This is one of the deepest lineups in baseball, I feel like. At any point, they just need runners on base to hit a home run, and they take a lead just like that. They got Tatis. They got guys like Manny Machado that can get it done for them. I just think it's a Padres spot. Looking at the market right now, what is it? I mean, 87% of bets right now, 90% of money on the Padres according to Action Network. I'm sure my guy Jose could probably tell us a more accurate number on there. Yeah, 2-1 White Sox right now. And then we got runners at the corners here.
I'm surprised they made a play at the plate to try to get the guy out at home. Yeah, I was about to say, I can't believe they called him safe. I don't know why
they called him safe. Yeah, that's crazy. They're probably going to challenge that right now. But yeah, Johnny Gunn's Wine Time. Do you care more about line movement or public money? It just depends. If it looks like public money and sharper money is coming in on a team and it's moving towards,
there's no challenge.
Just depends.
No, he missed the tag.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah,
that was his first career RBI for that Chicago Cubs player right there, the DH. So shout out to him.
Looks tubby as hell. Shout out to Ballesteros. Moises Ballesteros.
I haven't made this play quite yet. I can get a plus 155 on a Padres Rangers money line parlay. I do like Like, do you have some? What do you think about this, Jim? Do you think that the Mariners are alive here?
How many pitches?
104 pitches.
104?
104 pitches. In the complete game. The one that was 5 innings, he went 84. I can't get his minor league one, so
Yeah, that's all good. No, that's the info. Yeah, I
2-2
now,
ball game. Runners at
what
first
the
and second.
fuck? Oh my, okay. They made another play at the plate.
It looked like he was
Got him
out
by
Jose.
a fucking mile.
It looked like he was out by a mile. I don't have the volume up, but that's
So they
crazy.
got him. They got him out by a mile, but the catcher was blocking.
He dropped the
plate.
ball. Wow.
he dropped the ball.
Oh, he
He
dropped
dropped
the
the
ball.
ball.
Okay, I thought he was blocking the plate. Wow, that's crazy. He was out by fucking miles.
He dropped the ball. That's crazy.
Damn.
These are the kind of things you need in an over game, guys.
You do. That's wonderful.
You need a jack now.
Yeah. So then, what is the cash flow on the side in this one?
Yeah, let's talk about cash flow here. What a fucking hilarious way to score 2 runs there at the plate. Do everything right for the White. If you're the White Sox, you just fuck
Should
it
be
up.
a 2-0 ball game.
60% of the bets on the under, 88% of the money on the over in this game. Wow. 78% of the bets on the Padres, 75% of the money on the Padres. Jimmy, I agree with you. I'd lean Mariners personally.
Yeah, this is now look, this is one of those things where like when we talked about the first period under 1.5 in the Carolina Washington game, and it shouldn't have been a -116, it should have been a -160, like that the Oilers Knights first period over in game 4. I didn't have the fortitude to say, watch this, you guys. I'm going to bet the over here. And, this would be one of those things. Stephen Kolek has not allowed a run yet. He said everything go his way. He faced the Rockies. Who did he face in that first start, Jose?
He faced, let me grab it right now. I just had it up. Got the Palmquist. Sorry. Let me pull it back up for you. I guess I closed it.
Pittsburgh. Yeah. Look, I think that there's no difference between Logan Evans and Stephen Kolek. And one has a 6.60 ERA and the other has a 0 ERA. Spooner has Padres -1 close to his card.
I didn't see a difference in the pitchers.
Look, statistically through the first 15 innings of their major league careers, yes, there's a big difference. But these guys have had similar, who's got Logan Evans as being a more impressive pitcher coming up through the system than Stephen Kolek. Now, maybe the 28-year-old finally getting his chance, to be a starter on a really good team has helped. But the idea that he's taken out Pittsburgh, he's taken out Colorado, and he's, a fucking monster. No. So I am interested. I don't know. I'm going to have to study this more, but yes, I'm very interested in backing the Mariners here and testing Kolek. Very interested. So we'll see how it, bangs out. But and then for you guys, no action here. TJ interested in the over. That's another thing I'd be interested in. Why would to trust Kolek in this situation? To me, makes no sense.
I like the over in this because of the market. I mean, how many bets were on the under? And it's like all the money is on the over. It just seems like those massive bets on the over made sense to me.
Maybe the idea would, I think you got to take both teams because Logan Evans could have a terrible start too. But yeah, I'm interested in the Mariners and the over. Now, AM was saying that the tickets and cash count was all over the over. Can you give it to us again here for Mariners Padres?
It is just updated. 60% of the bets on the under, 88% of the money on the over.
40 and 88. Wow. Yeah.
60 and 88.
Or 60.
Sorry. Yes, you're right. 40 because of the bets on the under. Sorry.
AM says yes, but no movement. Yeah, not because the over 8.5 -117 is not much different than the over 9 at +101. So this again will be something that I'll deal with after the show. give the market more time to sit with it. But yes, there has not been movement, and there should be. But in AM saying happy to be on the under here. Look, I get it. I get with the market, but I want to test Stephen Kolek here and fade him. Both these teams are hitting righties hard enough. And I wonder if actually that the idea would be the first five. I mean, but the Padres bullpen's not been good over the last little while. So I should feel okay fading the Padres. This whip for the Padres over the last 30 days. Actually, it's still good. What am I saying? I'm trying to find holes in them, and it's not easy to do.
So PCA hits a ball to fair ball, 3-run home run. PCA, that's one of the home runs. Let's go PCA. 5-2 Chicago Cubs. 3-run shot. That is absolutely.
Fuck all those people that bet the under. They don't know shit about the wind.
Hey guys, I gave it out. I mean, the PCA home run, Kyle Tucker and Luis Robert were 2 away from a plus 3,300. That would be fucking nice, but not officially. It's a very small play.
Maybe look. I don't want to have 2 units on this baseball game. I don't want to have 2 units saying I don't think Stephen Kolek is it. So I've got to figure it out. TJ saying, am I missing something? Why is saying there's no movement? There's clear movement to the over. I don't know about how much there is. It's moved 2 cents at the site we used to play poker at. Over, let's just grab.
Penny has this as a 9. It opened up at 8.5. Is now 9.
Yeah, but an 8.5 heavily juiced to the over and a 9 heavily juiced to the under is. Let's just see what are they offering that 8.5 at. That will give us a better idea. So let me just quickly go to Penny.
9 is minus 113 to the under, so it's not too juiced, I guess.
Oh wow! So it's moving to the over as we speak. Is what's happening.
You know, maybe I need to refresh maybe my site here just to make sure, but
no, you're right. You have it right. So
Kyle Tucker, home run, Kyle Tucker. Oh wait, he's going to 3. It's a triple. Damn, that's crazy! Right off the wall out there in center field. Kyle Tucker in there with a triple, though.
Will you cash your over 1.5 bases? Are you going to cash the 3,300 if he gets a homer?
If he hits a home run, but I mean, it's he hit a triple. So, well, I still need I need what's his name, Luis Robert, to hit a home run. But we cashed the Kyle Tucker over 1.5 bases, just like that, guys. Let's go, Kyle Tucker.
Let's roll on. I've got work to do here, and that's Nate had the Tucker homer too. Gorky, I have not studied IFL, so maybe you're saying that because Brizzy has. If that's the case, Brizzy's backstage, but I've not.
What the fuck is the IFL?
It's the Indoor Football League. Okay, let's roll on, fellas. Let's roll on. But I'm going to be studying this, and maybe it's just the over, because then I can get my fade of Kolek. And I can, I do not want to have 2 units saying, here's a kid who's, but look, I'm betting it. I'm going to invest saying, okay, Kolek, you did this against the fucking Pirates. You did this against the Rockies. Congratulations. There's a reason why you didn't make a MLB debut till you were a fucking 27-year-old. We have a question from Nasty Nate asking if I can see what hoodie Billy is wearing. No, I can't. He's backstage. His head's down. He's hard at work. So he could be wearing a crop top. We'll just have to find out. All right, let's roll. Next up for us, 10:10 p.m. Eastern. We'll get wine time to get this one started. Then Jose will get A's Frisco started.
Like
and that will conclude.
6-2, fellas. Sorry to interrupt you, Jim.
No,
Another
it's important.
ball off the wall.
We need the money, and we want it.
Let's go.
I like it. Yeah, Big Master, that makes sense because I like both bullpens. So I've just got to sit with it more because I knew right away when I saw Kolek, had just, got Bud Black fired. I thought, let's have the ghost of Buddy Black. Fuck this guy. 10:10 p.m. Eastern, Angels, Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California. It's so funny that the owner and management said, no, Bud Black's our guy. We're going to back him here. And then they lose 21-0 and he's fired the next day.
I like how they didn't even wait the day after they got beat that much. They waited the next day where they won and then they fired his ass. So So dumb. So dumb.
Yeah, it's fun. It's you know what? You just don't trust people that don't trust upper management. They're not.
If you get the vote of confidence, you shouldn't feel comfortable. You should feel worried.
You should never stop worrying about upper management. Let's roll here. Remember, if you guys remember our show, Lojack in the Bag from Costa Rica, all Peter ever talked about was upper management. It was hysterical. All right, we have old Jack Kohanowitz, who may have figured it out. Wine time. There was a reason why he was given this opportunity to start young Jack Kohanowitz, coming off a win at home versus the Orioles, which we used to think was a vaunted lineup. Now we could say they are a lowly lineup. Spooner says Kolek is facing the team who said he wasn't good enough and ruled him a 5D, rule 5 him. The Padres picked him up and believed in him. With all due respect, that breakdown puts me closer to the Padres -1. That's part of the fun, Spooner. Yeah, man. That's part of the fun. If he wasn't coming off these two, but it was part of the fun. I like it. Okay, let's go here. Jack Kohanowitz versus Dustin May. Kohanowitz is getting hit hard by lefties. 308, 906 OPS here for lefties against Kohanowitz. And you might know a couple of the lefties in the Dodgers lineup. Otani, Freeman, Muncy, Conforto, Rushing, and Kim are the lefties that are expected to be in the lineup. On the road this year, Kohanowitz has not looked good. 15 earned runs over 21 and a third. He has not looked good. AM saying 58% of tickets, 77% of cash on the under. Movement towards the over. He says smash the over with Kohanowitz versus Dustin May. Old Dusty May, he's looked good in his 3 home starts. Righties are the ones that are hitting Dustin May. 276, 844 OPS. The plan for the Angels will be the lineup full of righties, except for Sean Well will be the only lefty in the lineup. Dusty May coming off allowing just 2 earned runs in a 3-0 loss at the Diamondbacks. Angels rating just 204, 621 OPS versus righties. Dodgers 282, 829 OPS. Angels bullpen horrific. Dodgers bullpen very mediocre. But do you want to expect runs when we just watched the Dodgers put up 19 and you guys all predicted that beautifully? Take it away. Oh, wait. Before you do one time, let me just set up the line history here for this one. This total 9.5 -107 to the under. This opened up -117 to the under. So we've had a 9-cent move to the over. And then on the money line, we have Dodgers at -295. They opened up -280. Wine Time Sports, take it away.
Yeah, it's a tough game for the Angels here, guys. Getting plus 250 nearly on your money, over 2.5 times your money on the Angels, crosstown rival here. I'm not going to take it. I'm an Angels fan, guys. So take it as you may. Jack Kohanowitz, coming off a good start against the Baltimore Orioles. The Orioles took 2 out of 3 in that series, but this Angels lineup has just been too inconsistent this year, especially with runners on base. You never know what you're going to get. Mike Trout, I know he was running. He traveled with the team to San Diego, across the city, 32 hours, whatever. But he should be ready to go by this weekend. I'm going to guess it's not going to be tonight, though. I don't see any. Jose, maybe you can look up if he's playing or not tonight. I don't believe he will be playing tonight. Should be coming back here pretty soon. And Jim touched on it. They don't have a lot of lefties in this lineup. Sean Noel, they've got Yohan Moncada, who is a switch hitter, and Rengifo as well, who's a switch hitter, who both, I hope, should be in this lineup today. As much as I want to see the Angels beat the Dodgers here, you know what I mean? I can't come out here and say that's going to happen. I'm not going to move on the Dodgers by any means here at -300, but I do think they could probably tee off here against the Halos. We'll see here. Angels just not playing good baseball. Their bullpen is just absolutely awful, guys. It might be one of the worst bullpens we may ever see. They've got a couple arms in there, and Zephyr, John, and Jansen. Outside of those 2 arms, I don't trust them. And I don't know how much you can really trust Zephyr John at this point either. You can trust Jansen, I think, if you have a lead in the 9th inning. He's been successful in the 2 outings that he gave up 2 or more runs. They weren't save opportunities. They were a tie ball
You want to
game.
know why that is, Wine Time? Because he's a piece of shit, and all he cares about is saves now, so he can climb up the saves leader thing, and he doesn't want to be used in those situations. He doesn't want to be used unless it's only a save situation. He's a prick.
It's funny, Jose. I was when I was texting Jim and Troy during this game when I was at the Giants Angels game where the Angels won 2-0. I was sitting there right in left field, right next to the bullpen, and I saw Jansen. This guy was getting ready in the 6th inning. He started stretching. It was kind of crazy seeing him do his workouts 3 innings before he was going to come in there, and he continued to do them throughout the game. But again, you can't trust this Angels bullpen. You can't. These arms that they have, guys, are absolutely trash. They're guys that they brought up through the system that hope would work out for them, made trades for certain guys that didn't just didn't pan out. And I don't know if it ever will in this bullpen. You're seeing these starters go 6-7 innings a lot of the times, keeping the Angels in these ball games. And then you get to later innings and they just blow it. Sometimes they can come back. Sometimes they do have that 8th inning magic for the Angels. They've had, I think, 3 or 4 games this year where they've came back in the 8th inning, but this is just a spot where I'm not going to take them. If you're going to parlay the Dodgers, I totally get it. I'm not going to do it here. This is going to be a clear stay away game for me here in this spot. Nothing for me here.
Mr. Bouquet, anything for you?
Yeah, Angels money line plus 255. As is tradition, the minus 300 fade continues on. I hope that fat, tubby piece of shit, Kenley Jansen, does get a save opportunity today, so maybe he'll decide to come out and pitch in front of his old team. By the way, Kenley Jansen, since leaving the Dodgers, has only talked about wanting to go back to the Dodgers. Will he pitch well today? I have no idea, because he's a piece of shit, and I could easily see him capitulating and blowing it today. So plus 255 money line for me, minus 300 fade. Other than that, I'm off. I will mention quickly here, we'll market in this game. 54% of the bets, 77% of the money on the under in this game, 80% of the bets, 82% of the money on the Doyers there. I like Dustin May a lot, but I hope he gives it up as well.
One of the most egregious, horrific mistakes in sports history is the Angels not trading Ohtani at the deadline. Imagine if you had 5 of the top 50 prospects in baseball, or you get at least 3 or 2 of the top 50 prospects in baseball. You could have even included another team just to ensure you set your franchise up for greatness down the road. It's appalling.
6-3.
It's appalling that decisions like that would be made. It's absolutely appalling. Chang saying Dodgers run line, Diamondbacks run line in Texas. I mean, I get it. I'm not someone who generally bets that way. Honestly, I would wonder what is it if you just take them on the money line?
That's what I'm going to look up. I want to see if this is even still come on, this has to be available at this. It's 12:15 here on the West Coast. How is this line not available? Let me pull this up.
Make
is it
the
available
call
for you yet, Jose?
Make the call, Wine Time. Make the fucking call and give him a piece of your mind, dude. Give him a piece of your mind. I do not have it available yet. I
still do not have it available. But I mean, if you take all those 3 on the money line, I could see it. I like it. I'm not going to say I would actually take it, but I mean, that's something you're looking at. I mean, I don't understand how any of those teams lose tonight, although it is baseball. Any team could lose on any given night. But
yeah, Ching, I would let us know what it is on the money line. I would, if you're going to take 3 teams and you would need 2 of them to win by a run, I would prefer just taking them all on the money line, personally. But let's roll. Jose, we have one game left on our Major League Baseball card before we get to the hardwood. There's been a lot of debate in the chat over our next basketball game. And I did get my Paul Pierce jersey dry cleaned recently.
Why? So you can burn it, step on it today?
No, I anybody who gets stabbed 9 times and doesn't miss a game is somebody I cheer for. Oakland A's 22-21, 14-8 on the road at the San Francisco Giants, 25-19, 13-7 at home. Coin saying Webb at home is the goods. Couldn't be said more astutely put. Pubcoin, my friend. We have Logan Webb has had 3 starts at home. He's thrown 20 in the third innings. He has allowed 1 solitary run. That's it. No home runs allowed. He's walked 5 batters over that 20 and third, 22 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting 219 against them, but if you get a hit on Webb, it's just of the rinky-dink variety. JP Sear is the lefty on the other side, pitching quite well. Coming off an 11-7 win at home versus the Yankees, he only allowed 1 earned run. It was a solo shot, 4 Ks, 1 walk. On the road, he's been good. 8 earned runs over 31 innings, opponents hitting 200 against them, 20 Ks, 4 walks. That's the K-to-walk ratio you're looking for with just 2 home runs allowed. And he's got the reverse splits as the theme of the season right now. We have lefties hitting 272 with a 721 OPS. How many lefties are they going to put in the lineup? Soderstrom, Blade, Butler, and Kurtz. The numbers should, regress a little bit here. No pants shitting joke for me, Spooner. Nothing like that, man. I'm a class act. We have A's versus righties 264, 765 OPS. Giants versus lefties 238, 667 OPS. So there are some spots where the A's have an advantage. Mark Staszowski is on the Athletics first 3 plus a half at -135. Let's get into the weather in San Francisco and the line history here. Weather-wise, we have 59 Fahrenheit, feels like 53, 11.6 miles per hour to right center, dies down to 10.7 miles per hour. Not a big deal there, as we talk about often, how that isn't that meaningful in this ballpark. It's the deepest part of the ballpark, and the wind swirls. We have the Giants at -187. They now -186. They opened up at -175. 11 cents of movement towards the Giants is interesting. From a total perspective here, we have the 7. It's -112 to the under. This opened up -101 to the under. So we have had 11 cents of movement towards the under. And then cash flow wise, I'll let Jose handle that. So Jose, get us started here. Final game in MLB on the card, A's Giants.
Yeah. So, I mean, and I feel like I'm fucking Canadian saying that. But I'm gonna stay off this game. I lean towards the A's, but as again, Lynn Belvedere, you would know best as you keep track. I just struggle betting Giants game. Very much so. This line opened up at -170 where we used to play poker, up almost up to 200 now. 89% of the bets, 88% of the money all over the Giants. 54% of the bets on the over, 65% of the money on the under in this game. Just a difficult game for me to try to break down here, but Logan Webb at home is usually the goods, as you guys would say. So my only bet would be an under, but it's very low, so no action here for me.
The first 5-4 did move to 3.5, but it's -117 to the over. It really hasn't changed much. The under 4 was -120. The over 3.5 is -117, which means I could put together a first 3 under 2, which I would be interested in. Let's hear from Wine Time, final spot, MLB on the card.
Yeah, is this the lowest total on the board right now from what I'm looking at?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's the only 7 on the board right here between on this Friday night slate. I have a lean towards the under here in this spot, guys. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of runs scored in this game between these two offenses. 2 pretty good teams, though. This should be a good matchup. Seeing the Giants right now, my book, -187. A little bit of slight movement towards them, I guess you could say, throughout the day. But this could be a game I don't end up taking anything on. I kind of want to take the under just because it's kind of the lowest total on the board. And I think I don't see a lot of runs being scored in this game against these two pitchers either. But it's not a strong enough angle for me to give out and for me to take. So nothing for me in this game, guys.
This is so, that we have Crochet and Sale pitching together with Atlanta, Boston. When they are meeting up, the first 3 under 2.5 is 20 cents more expensive for Logan Webb and JP Sears.
Product of ballpark right there.
Yeah, no, well put.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to take them both, though. First 3 under 2 is both. I expect to take them both. I'm going to take a first 3 under 2 here. I expect Logan Webb to continue pitching very, very well at home. Maybe I'm asking for too much, but that's all. First 302. Spooner says that Athletics +1.5 minus 130. Says one scoreless inning that becomes +100. Says I want that +1.5 at plus money. Jerry Davis saying that A's run line here is appealing, and we do have to give, not have to, we want to give a birthday friends and family parlay here. So Jose, would you like to give it now, or do you want to work on your end of it?
God, I would love to just be a prick and just go ahead and lock up the Celtics money line. I would love to do that.
We've been so close on these.
I screwed up. The one that we should have cashed was a huge score.
Even last week, we were so close to it. I think we were just one away from both of them, guys. And I feel like today is going to be the day where we get it.
My bet. I wish I could have given out this total. I don't want to give out any of them plus the minus 200 fades. So that leaves me with Nationals first 5 or Pittsburgh first 5 plus a half. And it will be indeed Pittsburgh +5, first 5 plus a half plus 130. If you'd like to take a +1, or if you can't take that to parlay, you can take that first 5 money line, but first 5 plus a half plus 130 on my card. And that is my birthday pick and friends and family edition.
Beautiful. Wine Time, your birthday pick is?
Honestly, I think I might need a little bit of sit time on this one. I kind of want to take the Blue Jays here. If I'm that's what I'm looking at right now. Give me a little bit of time though, Jim. Let's talk about this NBA game here, and I'll give it out at the end.
Yeah, I don't mind sitting on it as well. So let's do
Jimmy,
that.
Jimmy, when you get into this NBA game, I and when we bring on Billy, I want you guys just to remember this saying that I keep telling myself, and it's something to live by.
Nice guys finish last.
The only way I can feel alive is being on the brink of death. And God damn it, I feel alive right now. I feel alive, and the fat lady hasn't sung yet, New York. So I'm going to come inside you, New York, and you're going to lose.
All right. Well, we shall.
Jose's birthday pick, remind me again, Jim, was that Pirates plus a half first 5?
Yes. Pirates first 5.
Plus 130?
Plus a half, plus 130. Yeah. And I'm going to be on the first 3 plus a half, I expect, at this point. Turnsy says Jose has never come inside of Anthony and then had to switch it to anything. I think they both work there, Jose. Turnsy. Yes, I'm on the first period under 1.5 in that NHL game here. Crystal Craig, we apologize. Crystal Craig, she's heard it all on this show. Crystal Craig has heard it all on this show, and she still caps with us. We are very lucky. And Crystal Craig will be at our Woodbine Summit of Champions. So let's get into the NBA, and let's bring on our next guest. He is the star of our most popular show here on the channel, the Locker Room Talk podcast, and he is a WNBA aficionado, as well as an NBA, great NBA capper. So we're going to start with NBA, and then we're going to get Wine Time as friends and family. We'll have our next guest give us the friends and family. Then I will deliver my friends and family. And I won't use the basketball game because I know that, just if Jose had to give me the Celtics, I wouldn't have put it in. And if I give the Knicks, he won't put it in. So it's not, we'll let that go. We got King U in the house, ready to rock with us. It's time to talk about a game that I cannot wait to watch. I'm honestly more excited about the basketball playoffs. A lot of the games have been more excited than I'm way more excited about watching Celtics Knicks than I am Panthers Leafs. Please welcome from South Jersey in the house. And I broke my losing streak in NBA yesterday. That was important, man. That was very, very important because sports can get away from you. You start losing confidence. How I screwed up the Celtics bet in the game 5, I'm never going to get over. Please welcome from South Jersey, our guy, Mr. Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing good, man. WNBA opening season. Darren Till fights in an hour. The weekend's getting started off very, very nice.
Let's go.
I love it. I love it. And yes, Gorky, we need you there. Don't worry. I'm going to put a group together with all of the Ontario guys, the Michigan guys, and stuff like that, so we can plan it out nice. But yes, we need you there, Gorky, my man. Brizzy, welcome to the show, man. This is going to be a very, very fun breakdown for all of us. Wager Detectives to South Jersey, stand up. Coin getting us started with the cash flow. 70% of the tickets and 80% of cash on New York. 35% of tickets, 51% cash on New York over. Coin, so that's 70% tickets, 80% cash on New York on the spread. Can you give us the money line as well here? And look, the Nuggets line was moving towards the Thunder, for the last 4 hours before tip-off. It didn't matter. And I've been telling you guys this, and I've been believing it more, that I'm starting to care less and less about market moves in the playoffs than I do in the regular season. So let's go here. Spooner says, come to a Tigers game this summer. I would love that. I'd love that. But Jeff's been talking about a Detroit meetup for a while, so I would love that. All right, let's get into this. We have the cash flow here from Coin. He's going to give us the money line cash flow here shortly as well. And thank you for all that you do for us, Coin, my man. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have the New York Knicks now at minus. Weird. They moved to minus. Oh, it's not a real -3. That's a Costa Rican book. But it was a real -3 at 2:35 p.m. Wow. That was a legit flat -3. Since then, there's been a 10-cent move to the Celtics at that number. Did Vinny move it to 3? And yes, they did. Wow. God, I wish it was a 3 right now. I would be so relieved. This was a 3 that was never juiced towards the Knicks, but it was -107 to the Celtics and -105 towards the Knicks. But now we're back at 2.5, and it looks like a 2 is coming. So we've had a move towards the Celtics over the last little bit. We've also had talk about AM says books want all the Knicks money they can get. Well, they're going to get it. We've also had a lot of talk about where the line should be. And I was surprised that the Knicks were -2.5. I was surprised that there's a 7.5 point change from Boston to New York. I think that's too much. So I'm very comfortable with the line here. I just don't like the way I bet it. There was not enough risk reward for me to do the double result over taking the Knicks first half and full game. So if I could go back, I would be on the Knicks first half with a unit and then a full game on the Knicks. Full unit on Knicks full game. Instead, I got a full unit on the double result at +130, and I have a full unit on the Knicks -2 at -112. The Chilla says the line screaming Boston here. I don't know why people really believe that, because 7.5 points is too many points for a city switch. Doesn't everybody feel that way? Why am I the only one that feels that 7.5 points is too many points for a city switch? Very, very interesting. But clearly, there's been a move towards Celtics in the last hour. Let's talk about the playoffs for the Boston Celtics. They shot the ball beautifully in the last game. The games they won, they've shot the ball beautifully. The games they've lost, they've shot the ball terribly. There seems to be no in between. Overall in the playoffs, they're 6-4, playing at a pace of 91.40 possessions a game, which is right around where the series is being played at 92.38. They're shooting 45.1 from the field and 36.6 from 3. They're shooting a little worse overall, but the numbers from Game 5 have helped their numbers, helped their stats there. The New York Knicks in the playoffs are 7-4. They've been playing at a much faster pace, 95.37 possessions a game. They're shooting the ball exactly how they have this series as they did in the first series. Not as good as they were in the regular season. Celtics are now 10-2 without Tatum this year, 2-0 in the playoffs without him. Derek White went for 34 points. Of course, he's the guy who stepped up in the biggest way. I said that on a show and didn't take his player prop or Pritchard's player prop. They both went over. Again, I haven't been moving on player props. And I was so confident on the first quarter and the double result, and I screwed it all up. So a 127-102 victory in Game 5. Very, very impressive. 22 3-pointers they cashed in on. Very impressive. Teams step up in that first game without their superstar, and they did exactly that. If if you have a recency bias, then you definitely be on the Celtics. They played excellent. Jaylen Brown went for 26 and 12. Pritchard went for 17 with 5 threes. And Luke Cornett, 10 points, 9 boards, and 7 blocks. It's expected that Porzingis won't see the floor for this basketball game. And is Cornett capable of conjuring up that magic? Show me. Fucking show me. Prove it. Now, I know he wasn't Nick, but that was the situation where role players step up at home. We know that the Celtics have a ton of heart and a ton of character, and they stepped up, and they did it easily. And now they're trying to be the 14th team in NBA history to come back from a 3-1 deficit in 294 attempts. Josh Hart went for 24 points. He's been playing very, very well. Brunson fouled out with 7:19 left. OG Anunoby was a complete no-show, 1 of 12 from the field. Mikal Bridges, again, some of these games, I watch Mikal Bridges, I'm like, hey, why don't you work out? Why don't you try working out once in a while? You know, why don't you try to put on some upper body strength? And then other times I'm like, look, this guy hasn't missed a game in his fucking career, and he hits every important shot, and I should just shut up. But when he's not hitting those shots, he's useless. 4 of 14, he went for 9 points. He's a smart guy who steps up in the big moments. I expect him to step up here. Jerry Davis says this is the story. Knicks are the best 3-point defense in the league, and Celtics can only win shooting with great form from 3. We have Saturate says Horford blocks, McBride 3-pointers, Bridges steals and blocks, Cat turnovers, Bridges assists, Robinson rebounds, and Robinson PRA. Mitchell Robinson has looked better than I expected in this series. So I am on the Knicks to close out, as AM saying the world is on them. Yes, every time it gets to 3, it comes back to 2.5. But look, what have we been seeing? We saw the market move to the Thunder in the last 3 hours. Did it matter? No. Nuggets stomped. We saw the market move here towards the under in this Cubs game. What happened? 9 runs were scored in the first 3 innings. I don't care what the market does. I don't. I thought 7.5 points was too big. It was too big. It was too big of a move. So I'm comfortable with the situation here. Take it away for us, Billy Brisbane. Welcome to the show, Celtics Knicks.
Yeah, despite a 25-point loss Wednesday, when I saw this line, I was kind of shocked that it didn't open up higher for the Knicks here. I get it, 7.5-point swing, but just seems like a situational spot here for the Knicks. Favorites off of a loss of 10 or more points in the playoffs with a chance to close out Game 6 or 12-6 ATS. Brunson's 5 fouls in the third quarter, like you alluded to, the last game, seemed like an NBA PR stunt to kind of like extend this series to have a Friday night primetime slot. And the Knicks' record after loss in their last 11 playoff games is pretty miraculous. 9-2 ATS with Brunson scoring 30-plus points in 9 out of 11 of those games. I think the Knicks get the job done here, but I think the more value is in the player prop market. I think this is a big game for Big Bordega here. If the Knicks are trying to lock in this W here tonight, Big Bordega's got to have a good game here. The Knicks are 5-1 in the playoffs when he scores 20-plus points. So if the Knicks are going to score here, if the Knicks are going to win this game here, they're going to need scoring from their top 2 studs of Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns. Karl-Anthony Towns kind of coming off that lackluster of a game. For the Boston side, I think it's going to be a lot more of what we saw in the last game of Peyton Pritchard and the Derek White combination. We kind of alluded to Al Horford's player props on the show. Those have all kind of gotten juiced up to where it should be now at 8.5 points. I think we're going to see more of either Kristaps Porzingis or Sam Hauser in this game. Sam Hauser played a really good game in that last game, and he kind of gives them height with floor spacing and kind of, drive. If the Knicks are going to go double bigs with Towns and Mitchell Robinson, you're going to have to throw somebody out there to space the floor. And if Porzingis is going to shoot threes, you're going to have to put somebody out there that will. It seems like the Celtics have kind of bought into this double big lineup here as they go without Tatum. But at the end of the day, I think that them scoring 127 points in the last game, by far the most points that they scored in the whole entire series, is just the champs are going to not go out pussy, but they might go out pussy tonight, as the Knicks kind of owe their fans one of these home games. They only won 2 home games throughout the whole entire playoffs, one in this series, one in the last series. I definitely think that will be the topic of conversation in the locker room for Tibbs here. I think the Knicks get the job done. Could be a greasy one. I played it 3 different ways. Karl-Anthony Towns, 20-plus points, -117. I think Big Bodega is definitely due for a big night tonight, and I think it's going to come in the points category. I kind of didn't want to fuck around with the rebounds if they're going to keep on playing Mitchell Robinson out there. And then I ran a 3-leg parlay, same game parlay. I like the Knicks money line, don't get me wrong, but I also would want plus money on the Knicks money line. So that's kind of what I did with the parlay here. Knicks money line, Karl-Anthony Towns, 15-plus points, Derek White, 2 3-pointers, and that was plus 132.
White over 1.5 threes.
Yeah, over 1.5 threes. That was plus 132. Kind of like a same game correlated parlay. If the Knicks win, they're going to need some production here from Karl-Anthony Towns. I don't think the Knicks get this W tonight with Karl-Anthony Towns not coming close to 20 points.
So let me ask you then here, Brizzy, before we get to wine time, answer the question being asked, sort of being asked or being proposed, being talked about by AM. We have the public here on the Knicks. Every time it moves to 3, it comes back immediately. Does that concern you? You said you wanted a bigger line. Can you just touch on that before we move on?
I think sometimes when we look at markets and stuff like that, you kind of have to pay attention to what states these teams are coming from. And Massachusetts has to be, I would say, behind New Jersey as number 2 most popular betting state in the whole entire East Coast. And then in the state of New York, I know they have that one rule where you can't bet on the New York game. So could be something with that. I don't know. I think it's more of just public sentiment of people like the Celtics and they see the Celtics at plus money. They're going to bet the Celtics at plus money. And there's more Celtics fans betting on this game than there would be Knicks fans. So it's just probably a representation of the market. That would just be my best assumption of it. But interested to hear what you guys have to say about this one.
Wine time, take it away. Celtics, Knicks games. They don't get. I mean, we are very lucky as basketball fans to get this opportunity to see if the Knicks can make it into the conference final for the first time in 25 years in the Mecca of basketball, Madison Square Garden. What's your plan of attack?
Yeah, shout out to my guy DC Capper. He said Boston Celtics +1 first half. That's where I'm at in this game, guys. I'm on the Boston Celtics first half +1 -110. I think they're going to come out here in the first half, and I think they're going to give it all they can. I'm not going to end up moving on this game full game, but I do want to move on a little prop parlay. I'm going to take Peyton Pritchard 14-plus points and Jaylen Brown 26-plus points +155. I think both of those guys are going to go out there and give everything they have in this game. I think when Brown's not taking the shots, he's going to give it open to a wide open Peyton Pritchard for 3. We saw that a lot in the last game. Looking at this market too, seeing it open at a 3, it's at a 2.5 right now. I'm curious. I'm very curious to see where this final line ends up being before first tip right now, because it really hasn't moved for me at +2.5 all morning at -110 right now. I don't want to move on the Celtics full game though, because I kind of just trust them more in the first half. I feel like even when Tatum was healthy, the Celtics were getting it done. The first half is Knicks were kind of making some miraculous comebacks there. And Boston Celtics without Jason Tatum, we saw them get a big win in their last game without him. I think that they can stay in this game. I hate to be on. It's crazy, Jim, because me and you look at a lot of these games similar, and this game we're completely opposite on. But at the same time, I haven't been seeing NBA nearly as well as you have. So it definitely has me a little worried here that I'm on the Boston Celtics in the first half. But I'm not going to move on them full game. I just think that he can come out with a good game plan to get them going in the first half to keep them within this game. And I think Peyton Pritchard and Jaylen Brown are going to give everything they can into this one. We're going to see Pritchard taking a lot of shots in this game. So I definitely think he should be able to get way over 15 points here. And Jaylen Brown as well. He's going to be attacking the rim. He's going to be taking some wide open threes. If he can make those free throws when he gets to the free throw line, we'll see about that. I remember earlier on the series and earlier on the playoffs, his legs didn't seem like they were completely under him when he was taking those shots. He definitely looked a little awkward out there when he was making those jump shots. But I think this is a big game for him. And, Tatum, we probably won't see him play basketball for another we won't see him next year. You know what I mean? We're not going to see him for another 2 seasons. And I think the Celtics could come out here firing here in the first half, especially trying to play for their team, play for their franchise to somewhat get them into a game 7, you know what I mean, back at home. This is going to be a very hostile environment. It's a Friday night game, you know what I mean, at the Garden. I get it all. But I do think that the Celtics are alive here in this spot. We'll see what happens. The NBA for me hasn't been very profitable the last couple of weeks. I should say the last month or so. So we'll see if I'm on the right side here in this spot, but I like the Celtics here in this spot. I like them first half +1, -110. And then, like I said, I like Pritchard 14+ points and Brown 26+ points +155. 2 games for me.
I cannot wait to watch this game. I really had a tough time watching Game 5 because I screwed the bet up. But I wasn't wrong. I lost $500, and and so that's where I'm at right now with my basketball capping. The way I'm seeing things, I think I'm seeing things clearly. And when you're seeing things clearly, for me, I knew I was going to bet it immediately. I thought 7.5 points was a lot of points from the -5 to from +5 to -2.5. And I felt very comfortable. And I thought other than the Celtics not coming out and dominating the first quarter, I got the result that I wanted for the Knicks bet in Game 6. And like a lot of you guys probably do, I script out how if this happens, then I do this, and if this happens, then I do that. And Celtics winning by 25, I was like, perfect.
Jalen Brunson had 5 fucking fouls in 1 quarter alone at a halftime. Is that not the most bullshit of things you've ever seen in your life in an NBA playoff basketball game of like 5 fouls in 1 quarter, man? Where are they doing that at?
Sweaty Butcher on Celtics moneyline Knicks team total under 106.5, which is perfectly bet. If you're backing the Knicks, backing the Celtics, you don't like at that point. Do you want? I mean, if you're a diehard Celtics fan, you don't want to cover with a loss, right? You don't want to. Like, it's not going to do anything for you. That unit, you don't give a fuck about.
That 2.5 points doesn't mean anything.
No, if they lose by 2, Sweaty Butcher's not like, oh, well, I got my cash. It's not like that. So I think it's perfectly bet there for what he wants. As usual, Sweaty Butcher is phenomenal NBA capper, so he's perfectly bet for what he wants. I think I kind of screwed up the bet. The +130 was not worth it. I don't know why. I had the plan. I just moved on it. I should have sat with it for a little longer. Saturated says, do we get Jose's take on this game? No, he's not even in the studio. He does not want to hear this. Yeah, I'm excited, you guys. I know that we are on different sides of the fences here in this basketball game. But it's very, very fun to cap all together. Saturated's action, I talked about his first, that was his second group. The ones he liked the best is Brunson points, Hart rebounds and assists, Holiday PRA, Bridges points, Zingas first quarter points. So you think Saturated Zingas? I don't think Zingas plays tonight.
I think he does, though, of like, if you watch the early morning shoot-around today, granted, those are early morning shoot-arounds, but I had never seen them post Porzingis out there, first guy on the fucking court, and all he was doing was just chucking up threes. And, being drafted to the New York Knicks, every time he goes into MSG, I probably think that hits more than playing in TD Garden, where, like, the Celtics fans kind of like you, but they kind of don't. At least with, like, the Knicks fans, it's like, all right, fuck you guys. You guys traded me. I'm going to try to go off. And they're only asking him to do one thing and one thing only. Stand in the corner and shoot threes. That is not rocket science. All you have to do is stand in the corner, shoot threes, and put your arms up if somebody comes at you to the basket. Of like, Luke Cornett got thrown in there in the last game because Porzingis just like, I don't know what he was doing. Like, was he not? I get it. He's sick and all that, but I think, another day's worth of rest. I think Porzingis's market has been one to note in the player prop market. Opened up at 10.5, went all the way down to 6.5 for his points prop. And now we're starting to see steady movement come back up. And I think the bookies are right. I think Porzingis hits 2 threes in a layup.
Wow. Cuban Connect in the house. Celtics, New York, over 211. Pritchard over threes at plus 125. Derek White over 4.5 threes at plus 125. Bridges over 4.5 boards. Panthers win. Dallas wings over 163.5. Atlanta Dream first half minus 3.5. Ravenga, says our man Cuban Connect. Respect. Sancho says big game. Brunson going to take over. Just watch. Very, very fun. Now, Wine Time, you've put in yeoman's work here, but we need friends and family from you, my friend. What is your friends and family?
It's going to be the Rangers money line parlay. You know what I mean? It's a parlay, so we're going to give that out. Right now, the best available line we can get, let me give you, at least let me see what I can give you on mine. I'm going to end up parlaying with this. I'm going to add it to my MLB card with something before the end of the night. But right now, you can get the Rangers minus 192. I was on the Tigers last week. You know what I mean? They got it done 2-1 somehow. Almost thought they were going to blow it there late, but I know it's a parlay, though. And I think the Rangers do get it done here. Take a look at my breakdown. I just think these are two pretty even teams. And it's kind of crazy that the Rangers are pretty much a minus 200 against the Astros. It's just, I think it tells you everything you need to know here. So that's going to be my parlay piece. I know Jose said he gave out the Pirates plus a half.
First 5 plus a half.
I'm gonna play this right after Jim and Billy give theirs.
Well, let's hear from Brizzy, your addition to the friends and family parlay.
I fuck with Jose heavy, but I'm not playing anything Pittsburgh Pirates related against the Phillies today. That's a terrible spot for them. I'm going to go with the Arizona Diamondbacks money line. We're just going friends and family parlay. We're going to go Diamondbacks money line. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket science to fucking look at a baseball slate and try to fade the Rockies. They've only won 2 away games this year. Burns has allowed 3 ERA total across his last 3 starts, and his last start was against the Dodgers. Colorado's hitting .221 on the versus right-handed pitching, 1.89 on the road. I've never capped a baseball team ever in my life that have had worse road numbers ever in my life. Corbin Burns isn't my favorite guy to back, but I'll back him at home, 1.96 ERA at the crib. I think the Diamondbacks get the job done tonight. And if you don't like that one, you can go Atlanta Dream. But we'll talk about some WNBA in a little bit.
Oh, God. This is hard.
What are you thinking, Jim? What are you between?
Well, I have so much action, but it's like I don't understand why. Okay, let me just look here. Okay, I think I've got it here. Sorry, let me just do one quick thing. Here, and this will tell the tale. Okay, give me 1 second here. Let me move over the totals. And here we go. Okay, so oh God, should we start getting nervous about this White Sox Cubbies over? Are they getting lethargic out there?
I mean, the White Sox.
No one's really getting on base now. We still have 4 innings to get it going, but I mean, the Cubs have the lead, so we're gonna lose that on that half inning in the bottom of the 9th, most likely.
Okay, I want the no, you have to buy it down to 8. Can everybody do that? Do you have alt totals one time or you don't?
Sorry, repeat that, Jim.
Do you have alt totals?
Yeah.
Okay. I want the over 8 in Tampa Bay, Miami Marlins. Over 8. That was the one that was minus 120 that I didn't get to until it moved, but I got it minus 122 anyways over at the offshore. Over 8, Miami, Tampa.
I'm gonna have to wait to put this in until because Billy gave out the D-backs. I'm with him. I think D-backs take care of business. I can't get it available at any of my books right now still, so I should be able to get it in about 30 minutes. So once I get off here.
That's wild that your book isn't giving out the Diamondbacks money line out of like all the things to give out.
It's almost 1 p.m. over here it's 4 p.m. where you guys are. You know what I mean? That's wild.
They got 50 fucking tennis live matches to bet, but you can't get one of the professional MLB.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. It's just they don't want me to take it though. That's the thing.
Wine Time, spectacular work, my man. Please support our guy Wine Time on X and support our hit new show Walk Off Wagers. Walk-off wagers every Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Let me get that up here. The walk-off wagers. There we go. Every Sunday at 11 a.m. starring Morgan Spooner and Wine Time Sports. I'm going to pop Wine Time's X handle in the chat. Wine Time, can you please review your MLB and then your NBA?
Yeah, let me okay, so we already cashed on the Kyle Tucker over 1.5 bases minus 130. I didn't end up getting to tweet it out. I was on the show. I didn't get it tweeted out, so we won't count that on Twitter, but we'll count that as the show.
Yeah, we'll count it here for sure.
I was on the Cubs White Sox over 11.5 minus 110. Also on the Baltimore Orioles minus 125 on the money line. We are on the St. Louis Cardinals. We got good plus money at plus 130. Plus 130s are, I think, one of my most profitable ROIs this season in baseball. It's crazy around that, like the plus 120 to plus 130. So I love the Cardinals today. Milwaukee Brewers plus money line plus 105. I know when we went back over that game, I said it was a plus 110. A couple minutes later, it ended up going back down to a plus 103. So I actually like that I went back towards the Brewers. I know I kind of talked about it and said I wasn't as confident on it, but I like seeing that. I'm on the Blue Jays money line plus 100. Reds was the added play money line plus 105 here. And that is going to, and Boston, Atlanta under 8 minus 120. Forgot that. I got to tweet that. I got to tweet out the under in the Reds game right now after I get off this show. So we got a full loaded card today, guys. Follow me on X, Wine Time Sports. We're going to do walk-off wagers again on Sunday. I know my guy Guns Pick's going to make his walk-off wagers debut on Sunday. So excited about that. I'm just excited to build this show, see where it goes. You know what I mean? If you guys are in the chat, make sure to check us out here on Sunday. It's going to be 8 a.m. on the West Coast, 11 a.m. on the East Coast for you guys. And just be there for us, guys. Yeah, we'll appreciate you guys, give you guys plays. We're going to we break down the weather, the market, pretty much everything. My guy Morgan Spoons is going to be on top of the market and the weather report. So looking forward to that. And then we're going to bring you guys a couple cappers along the way as well that are giving you guys their best bet. So appreciate you guys as always, man. Love doing this show on Fridays. It's my favorite day of the week. Love doing this with you guys. But now let's just get paid. Let's get this over in this Cubs game. Good luck to you guys today in this WNBA. Good shit, guys.
Someday live stream Subway Series. The boys will be on there for the baseball live stream. We didn't have one last week for Mother's Day.
Yeah, that's gonna be dope. That's gonna be dope. I'll be there. I'll be there this Sunday with my mom. Going to be there too. We're gonna hit the bottle, smoke some bats, and make some bets. I'll also be hammering Hastings Racetrack, Vancouver, British Columbia, my home track. It's a shitty little bull ring. We'll have some fun and we'll cap it. Brizzy, it is time to talk WNBA for the first time here in this season. Let's pull up the line history here and touch on these spots. There's 3 games here on the board, and as always, we've had major line movements. So we'll come through. We'll roll through here. Look at Jose. I already got it. I didn't even send him the plan, and he's got it all ready to go for us. Thank you, Jose. We start with the Mystics hosting the Dream. We use the site that we played poker at because they get to the market first, and it seems to be the best to kind of judge where everything is here. So this opened up with the Atlanta Dream on the road at -4, and now they're -7. It's not the high water mark, though. This did hit 7.5 around 7:20 this morning, stayed there till about 8:30 this morning. But we have a 3-point move towards the Atlanta Dream. And then on the total, we have a 156.5. This total has not moved quite as much. It did move up to 158. It was 158 before 11. Now it's back at 156.5. We've had a half-point move towards the over. Ronnie Crawford said, shout out to my son's 28th birthday, Matthew Crawford in Laval. Shout out to Matthew Crawford, the Crawford family, whom we love very, very much. Coin giving us the information, 85% of the tickets, 91% cash on Atlanta. 93% tickets, 94% cash on the under. And it's not coming back that fast. Brizzy, take it away. Game 1 of the WNBA here on Pub Sports Radio. Justin McKelvey already on the Dream over 156.5. What's your plan here?
Yeah, the WNBA is one of those rare leagues where like the season to season statistical numbers don't matter as much outside the top 3 teams compared to like other leagues and stuff like that. But the Mystics were an ATS darling last season, going 25-14-1 ATS. Both teams have new coaching hires, with the Dream hiring Semesico, who is just going to be a complete system change from Tanasha Wright last year's slow, ugly half-court offense. Semesico's teams in women's college basketball at Florida Gulf Coast feature just a lot of pace and three-point attempts, similar to like an NBA pro-style offense, with them keeping the backcourt and adding Brianna Jones and Brittany Grinder to the front court. I mean, wheels up for the Atlanta Dream this year. In their 2 preseason games, you could definitely see the system change with 35 three-point attempts in each game. The Mystics have talent, but more based on the future than right now. They're already dealing with some injury problems, hence why you see this number move from 3.5 all the way up to 7. 6 overall pick, Amori, she tore her ACL on April 30th. Leah Edwards, the UConn power forward that was their top 10 pick from last year in the front court, she has a low back contusion. She's out for this game. And Shakira Austin, who was their, I would say, probably like 3rd best scorer last season, she's out with a leg injury as well. You also have their top leading scorer that is not on the team anymore. She's on the Sky. So it's like a lot of a changeover here for the Mystics with just a lot of young girls, by far youngest WNBA roster this season. On the Atlanta side, you're going to have Walker Kimbrough, who's going to be filling in for Jordan Canada. This is kind of be like a revenge game for her, filling in for Canada versus her old team. That could definitely give a spark to the offense. The numbers would tell you to bet the under head-to-head wise, 5-2 ATS last 7 versus Washington for the Atlanta Dream. 6 of those meetings went under the total, but I kind of don't like betting the under in this game of just like a complete system change where like the Atlanta Dream offense last year like was just ugly. The second lowest scoring offense. There was just times where you would bet the under in those games and the under would go under by like 30 to 40 points and they were just not watermarked correctly. But I feel like with the system change of you get Brianna Jones, the starting center basically for the Connecticut Sun last year, Brittany Grinder, I mean, we all know the Brittany Grinder story about how much she could contribute, one of the best bigs. It just seems like a lot to ask for against a Washington Mystics front line that's going to be featuring Mama Stepha Dolson out there. Their power forward that they just got from USC. I mean, the WNBA, the women's college basketball tournament just ended a month ago. So just to ask for your 2 first overall picks, your first round picks, just to contribute that much. Simone Citron from Notre Dame, she's going to play a key contributor to this team. Seems like the Mystics are going to be an ATS team that we catch in like a couple of weeks from now when we start getting double-digit points. But as long as these spreads are within 10 points, I mean, it's an Atlanta Dream or nothing for me. This is a first leg of a 2-leg parlay for me.
First leg of a 2-leg parlay here. Our first game on the mark. So it will be the Dream will be that first leg for Brizzy. We'll see what he is adding to it. Let's talk about Minnesota Dallas next up here on the show. We have a total here of 163.5. This opened up at 165.5 and it's just had a progression towards the under. Now it's dropped 2 points. On the spread here, we have Dallas right now at plus 5.5. Opened up at plus 7.5. Pretty legit 2-point move, and it looks like 5s are coming. We do see a 5 at 1 offshore, now 2. So 5s are coming. This is moving towards the Dallas Wings. Brizzy, take it away.
If you remember this spot last year, this might have been one of 3 WNBA bets that you made, was the Minnesota Lynx coming into Dallas on camp day, and we're able to take advantage of the just spotty lines in the WNBA. The top 5 teams are always going to be priced at 5.5 through 10, depending on if they're playing another top 3 team in the WNBA. There's another game on the slate for tomorrow that we'll talk about that has that similar situation. But the Wings, I only bring that up because the Wings have played the Lynx well. I will definitely give them credit of like they played each other, won the last games of the season last year. They won that game outright as a plus 8.5 point underdog. The game that we bet them I had Enrique Ngumbawale 20-plus points, Wings to win. That was a camp day game. They won that game 94-88. It's one of those ones where, like, the line has moved, but the line might be moving in the right direction of, like, we finally get to see the debut of Paige Beckers in the WNBA. This Wings roster from top to bottom is just completely different from the team that we saw from last year that went 9-31, by far worst defensive team in the WNBA. The additions in free agency of the couple that we used to always talk about, Dejanay Carrington and Alyssa Smith, they're added into their front court depth. It's going to take some time for them to adjust and mesh, though, it feels like. Cheryl Reeves, historically one of the best coaches in the WNBA, the Lynx head coach. They're going to be on the revenge tour this year, but this number is coming down due to their injury news report. You got Kayla McBride out of the lineup. She was basically like their three-point shooter. You got Alana Smith out of the lineup. She was their starting center last year. Dorka Juzang, she's out with international reasons. Xander Lassini didn't get re-signed. She's out. So it's like, if the Wings hang around with the Lynx, I think this game should go over the total. Head-to-head wise, not too crazy to know, but it is nice to know 7-1-1 in the last 9 meetings have gone towards the over. And for the Wings to compete in this game, I think this has to be a more open court type of game. Is the more preferred way that the Wings are going to want to play. 11 out of their last 14 home openers have gone over the total. It would be over the total or nothing for me, as I think the Lynx are going to play around with their food a little bit in this one, and that creates a backdoor cover for the Wings. But if the Wings are going to backdoor cover, they're going to have to do some scoring. And there's one thing Enrique Ngumbawale is not afraid of doing. It is jacking up jump shots. Hopefully the addition of Paige Beckers can kind of command the offense a little bit more. Granted, she's coming off from a women's college basketball championship game literally like 3.5 weeks ago, but she got thrown right into the fire, and anything was better than what they were putting out there last year. Side for me would be the Wings, but I would say the best bet in this game would be the over, maybe a Napisha Collier points prop. With all those players out in the front court, she's just going to smash. She has the highest point prop projection out of anybody on today's slate.
I like it. Nice breakdown. I think the hype of Paige in Dallas is a big reason for this line move. I don't buy it, but I'm not going to get involved at this point. Let's move on to our final spot on the board, and we have the debut of the Golden State Valkyries franchise going up against LA, and there's been a move to Golden State as well. We've seen Golden State open up at +7 and now at +5. Now that wasn't the twice this has moved towards Golden State, and this was an 8 from 1 this morning until I guess 2:30 in the morning. By 5:30, this was a 7. By 8, it was a 6. By 10, it's a 5.5. And then about half an hour ago, it moved to a 5. And it looks as if there could be a 4.5. No, it doesn't. There's been a 5-cent move towards Los Angeles. Looking at the total here for this one, we have a 163 flat. This opened up at 161.5. And now this moved to 163 happened this morning. So a 1.5 move to the over. Take it away, Brizzy. Very, very interesting spot here with the debut of a new franchise.
Yeah, to go back to the last game real quick, Voodoo Ranger asks, Jessica Shepard over 6.5 rebounds, -130. I would stay. I know she's in the starting lineup, and her projections are not going to be correct, but I would stay away from it. I think the Lynx, with all those players being out, they're going to have to go small here. You're going to see Bridget Carlton shooting threes. You're going to see Carly Samuelson hitting threes. I haven't made that official, but Carly Samuelson over 1.5 threes is definitely going to be money in the bank. One of the funniest press conferences was Cheryl Reeves when asked about Carly Samuelson's wrist brace. She said, yeah, she hurt her wrist tossing a salad at her house. I'm not concerned about it at all. She should have ordered pizza. We're in the WNBA. I thought it was a good quote, and that's definitely a inspiring quote to hear from a newly acquired player. They had her sister on the team, but her sister had like pregnancy stuff. That was like a couple years ago. I think Carly Samuelson's the better of the two sisters. She's going to have to play a huge role. I would play the threes. But talking about this game, it's been a long time in the making as Golden State will open up their inaugural season at the Chase Center, and seeing how Curry left the Warrior season. I think the winning side should definitely benefit, as this should probably be the highest home attendance at all the arenas and on this slate today, and probably top 3 this weekend. The Sparks acquired Plum to kind of booster their backcourt, add some scoring consistency. But her former teammate on the other side, Tiffany Hayes, 6-man player of the year, she's going to be on the other side in the starting lineup, and she's going to be very familiar with that type of game. These two teams had a preseason banger about 10 days ago where the Sparks had a 14-point lead at halftime, and they were able to squeak out the win, but it was only 83-82. I think that's the reason why people are looking into the slate and seeing, oh, shit, this game was only a 1-point preseason game that the starters didn't play at the end of the preseason. I definitely think Golden State is more than live to win this game. Both teams are going to have to adjust their new rosters and new coaches. But seeing how wide of a spread this is, I can't get behind the LA Sparks. I can't think of a time that the LA Sparks were laying above 5.5, 6 points in any fucking game last year. If anything, this is LA Sparks team total under 84.5, minus 125. I don't think they're cracking 85 in this one. I think they're basically copy and pasting the preseason projection number from the last game. The total, I mean, not the total, the game finished 83-82, and they're putting their team total at 84.5. That feels like that's a faulty number. This game can easily be 79-75, either team, regardless of who wins, and both teams go under their team total. It definitely feels like that's in the cards of play. But I just can't get behind this Sparks at this big in the number. It's Golden State or nothing for me. I probably will be moving on this Golden State plus the 6. I kind of want to play around with it a little bit. Tiffany Hayes, 2+ threes, and Golden State to win outright is plus 350. That number is just off. If you look at some of these player performance markets mixed in with the money lines, they usually put like the player prop with the favorite team to win, and that'll be like the first 6 listing. You can get a lot of value on just betting the underdog and combining it with something. I don't believe it was this season, but 2 seasons ago, we were like slamming money lines of home underdogs and the under, and there would be like Seattle Storm in the under plus 470, the Phoenix Mercury to win and the under would be like plus 400s. Of like, some of these markets are just really badly mispriced in the WNBA, and that's what keeps on bringing us back.
Yeah, it does. And we see these major line moves, huge line moves here. Got a runner on third for all of us on this over. I would like to stop this string of scoreless innings here. Runner on third, it was stolen base, and the ball went to the outfield. And so hopefully we can get this run in and maybe get a rally going. Brizzy, we are tracking your action here as we do with our cappers. Strikeout. What an ass clown.
The Saturday games. There's a couple of Saturday games that are on there that are probably the biggest games of the weekend. First one being the Las Vegas Aces in a revenge playoff game against the reigning champions, the New York Liberty. Liberty. Not the same team that we have from this year coming into last year. It's just like they're just missing a lot of rotational pieces of like Benajlani Hamilton's out. Some of the players in their front court are out. Lonnie Fibich is questionable with some international thing. The fact that you're getting plus money on the Las Vegas Aces in any fucking basketball game with Jewel Lloyd, who's probably a top 3 scorer just in the WNBA period, and you mix her with the best scorer in the WNBA, Asia Wilson, this is best bet of the card. It's plus 4 tomorrow. Las Vegas Aces are beating the New York Liberty. And to add on the Rabanga opportunity to it, this is the team that beat them in 5 games in the playoffs last year. We're fucking, oh my goodness. Remember the Becky Hammon quotes of like, she just looked defeated last year. If there is ever a game on the slate that a team is getting geared up for or had circled on their calendar, it's got to be the Las Vegas Aces taking on the New York Liberty. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, early tip, one of those weird start times. New York's going to be buzzing after the Knicks win from last night. They're not going to get their returning champions opening night. Ring ceremony as well. I forgot to throw that in there. A ring ceremony for a 12 o'clock in the afternoon game against a team you just beat that was the defending champions 2 years in a row prior to that. You got to bet the Aces at plus money tomorrow. And the second leg of the parlay is the Indiana Fever with the Atlanta Dream. Indiana Fever home opener against the Chicago Sky. This is the series that everybody was kind of really tuned in for last year. That kind of got the WNBA a little bit more popular, was the Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark rivalry. But the biggest portion of the reason why I like the Fever in this one is the Sky can replace a lot of people, but you can't replace the heart of Hollywood. Kennedy Carter was the heart and engine of this team last year, leading scorer for the team, most historically known for that moment that she had against Caitlin Clark in the first game where she shoved her down on the court side in the game. She returned to a WNBA team this season. She's back in the mystics of not the Washington Mystics, but in the mysterious world of why WNBA front offices don't sign these type of players. And Hilly Van Lift's a great player, and we cashed on TCU over Notre Dame, but to ask her to come in here first game and to play against Caitlin Clark in the Indiana Fever's new Bosley roster is just asking for a lot. Like you have Courtney Vandersloot, who's coming over from the New York Liberty. Whenever a team wins a championship and gets rid of their starting point guard, they're getting ahead of it a year early. This girl's fried. That she was not doing anything for us for the playoff series last year. We had to play Liani Fevich. The fact that she's over there starting for the Sky is not a good sign. I think the Fever are legit this year. The people that they added, all that Caitlin Clark getting pushed on the ground shit is all dead. Like, you got Natasha Howard down there in the front court with Aaliyah Boston, and you got probably one of the goats of just playoff performances or just playoff players. Dewana Bonner coming off the bench for the Fever is just absurd. And that doesn't even include Sophie Cunningham and Lexi Hall. That team is legit this year. They changed the whole entire team. They got Stephanie White, who's a legit head coach. She was the head coach of the Connecticut Sun, a team that would always overperform from year to year to year with not even that good of a roster. She's also an announcer for the NBA games as well. So the girl knows basketball. She's going to be able to get Caitlin Clark easier shots. She isn't going to be dribbling the ball up the court like she was the whole entire year last year. I think the Fever are going to be a bet-on team and a team that you kind of want to do it now before that number just keeps on going crazy. Like, there was a point last year going into the playoffs where the Fever were laying double-digit points, and I could definitely see that happening again if they get off to a hot start this year. So I kind of want to be early on the Indiana Fever. Maybe some people think that's too big of a number. The number opened up 10.5 all the way down to 7. I think that line movement's incorrect. I think the Fever are going to run those girls off the court. And then the last game of the slate, Seattle versus Phoenix. This is going to be the first game without the Diana Taurasi era, but they did some counterpart action to boost her up the roster. Satu Salabi, she was kind of like the one of the better players in the Olympics last year, more the Dallas Wings star player in past years behind Enrique Ngubawale. She's over there with Alyssa Thomas. Alyssa Thomas is like the Nikolai Jokic of the WNBA. She just drops triple-doubles after triple-double. But I think that line is kind of faulty, where people are thinking Seattle not having Jewel Lloyd, who's been their franchise player for years, is going to affect them. I definitely think there's got to be an adjustment period for the Phoenix Sun not having Diana Taurasi and company for the team, where Seattle's getting rid of Jewel Lloyd, but their team's a lot healthier, more continuity. I think Seattle plus the points is the move there on the last game tomorrow night at 10 p.m. And if you don't like Seattle, I would bet the under. Alyssa Thomas is just one of those great real-life players, but you always want to bet unders on the Connecticut Sun games back in the day at Mohegan because she just takes the air out of the ball, kind of how there's a hard comparison. The only person I can think of is Nikolai Jokic that is a complete center that plays point guard. I would fade the Phoenix Mercury, though.
It's a hell of a breakdown, Brizzy, my man. For official action, is it the Dream Fever Moneyline Parlay?
Dream Fever Moneyline Parlay, -136. And probably the biggest bet for me this weekend is going to be the Las Vegas Aces plus the 4 tomorrow against the Liberty. That's just a spot. I'll just live with the results. If they don't win, then they don't win. But that's just everything that you can think of in a basketball game. Of the team just lost to this other team in the playoffs from a team that won championship 2 years in a row. They got smoked by the Liberty. You have the afternoon tip and you have the ring ceremony. It's just like a spots of spots.
It is a great breakdown here. Oh my God. Oh, he dropped it. Jesus. Shout out to the Skunt Blast 7-3. Huge, another error. The wind playing tricks on these guys. Skunt Blaster, the final blessing of our action. You're a great guy, my man, Skunt Blaster. Skunt Bag play today. Celtics money line, Brewers money line, parlay at +325. Big old balls on that Skunt Blaster. I love it, Skunt. That is copy and paste. And thank you so much for the support and believing in the channel, man. It means a ton to us. We can get the Dream Fever moneyline parlay right now offshore at -128. That's what we will use there for the number. Aces +4 at -107. We'll be using that as well. The first two official picks covering 2 days of action. Our man, Billy Brisbane, putting in that work. Brizzy, my man, before you go, I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat. Please support our guy, Brizzy, on X. Brizzy, talk to us about the big live stream tomorrow night and the Locker Room Talk podcast that's out right now.
Yeah, Locker Room podcast out right now. Combat Sports starting up right now. We got I don't know if you remember Darren Till, but Darren Till is fighting Darren Stewart. That fight is just I don't want to say like free money line, but it's just like a free fucking money line. You take that money line, you parlay it with whatever the fuck you want for the weekend of this is like a Misfits boxing card. Darren Till's the main event. He's -600, fighting a dude that wasn't really even that good in the UFC. And if it makes matters even better, on the prelims, the biggest favorite of the whole entire card at -2,500 got smooth knocked the fuck out. So the bookies are already knocking out the parlays. It just feels like a Darren Till spot all day there. If you can find a sports book that has it, I know a lot of the offshore books have that boxing event. I know on FanDuel, Bet365, I couldn't find it, but I think Darren Till smokes him. I think he gets the knockout. And then tomorrow, 4 o'clock, will be UFC Vegas 106. Get locked and loaded. It's a bunch of favorites, so it's going to be mixing and matching, and you're probably going to have to listen a little bit. It's not going to be like last weekend's event where you just go fight by fight, bet an underdog, and just move on to the next fight. This one's going to be like more of a you're going to want to watch the podcast to see how the boys constructed the parlays. And check out the interviews on the channel. James Lynch interview, Matias Camilo. That was up since last week, but it's a good interview to watch because if you type in Matias Camilo, you're not going to find shit about him. You're going to only see Dana White looking for a fight and a James Lynch interview. So make sure you guys check out the interviews here on the channel. And PFL will be back in a couple of weeks.
Brizzy, excellent job, my man. Thank you for coming in here with short notice. I'll have everything set up and scheduled as we move forward. The first two official bets of the WNBA season for Brizzy: Dream Fever moneyline parlay -128, Aces +4 at -107. And Brizzy, thank you for all that you do for us, my man. Go out there and get that cash. You put in the work. You deserve the glory. Any last words for the Capper Sport in the show?
I got 100 guns, 100 clips. I'm from New York, New York.
There he is. Brizzy, giving the goods, man. One more run. Can we get it? Let's get it, man. Let's get it. It'd be a nice way to start the day. Andrew G, thank you. Before you guys go, we have a race. $50 on the line. Let's get Jose Bouquett back in business here with us, and let's race. Jose, how are you, my friend?
I will be better once one more run scores. Hit by
one more run.
Or hit by a pitch. So 2 guys on 2 outs.
One more run. I love it, man. Let's race, my friend. We are here we're racing camels. Great to see these camels back. Thank you to all of our gold members. How many gold members do we have?
Same as yesterday, 78 gold members. Shout out to you guys. We need more of you guys. We want more camels, horses in the races. And shout out to you guys that are gold members. We appreciate you guys a whole ton because you guys are the backbone of this channel. So shout out to you guys. Oh, wow. 8 pitches and the Will Venable says no mas. Takes this guy out. Jesus Lord. 8 pitches. He somehow gets through 3 batters and 8 pitchers, and Will Venable says, no mas. That is hilarious to see, but even better to see is these camels racing, and we are running. Here we go. Oldie up in the front, Jarek White, and Helga makes a turn up there. Ryan Kozlowski in the mix. Jimmy the Bag at the top of the screen, biding his time, waiting in the middle of the pack, as well as Ricky Levine. Sharon in the chat. Uno, my guy. Mrs. Big Show picks, by the way. In addition from Big Show, it's not Big Show anymore. It's Mrs. Big Show. So she can get the winnings next time he cashes. So shout out to you, Big Show. Jimmy, would take it away here.
Here we go. Just 20 seconds left in the race. Here comes Paul Taylor, the sailor, whom we miss dearly. Opie as well. Ricky Levine trying to get to the wire as well. Just 15 seconds left. Top set in the mix. Which camel wants it the most? Which long neck is going to cross this wire first? Here comes Jim Dewigger and Miss Big Show and NJ Striker. They're all coming fast here. Which camel gets there? And it is Stacking Cream. That's right. Stacking Cream is gloriously richer right now. $50 to add to the bankroll. Thank you so much to our gold members. Means a ton to us. Thank you so much for the support. Let's roll here. Spooner says Tyler Gilbert is a good arm for the Sox. That was a gift from the baseball gods. The pitcher wasn't warmed up properly. Mid at bat. Prayers for Gilbert's health. And you're right, Nasty Nate. You weren't like Nasty Nate. How angry you were at your one win was hysterical. Very, very funny. Nasty Nate, as always, my man. Let's review action here. Don't forget, though, the Alamo Card Show this weekend. The Alamo Card Show. Johnny Football going to be there. If you're in the San Antonio area, head down. Say what up to Jose and Dabby and Big T and Victor in the squad. Say what up and get some memorabilia. We're coming off a winning day, which was needed. There for the first time in 8 weeks, I had 2 losing shows in a row. Weren't horrible losing shows, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, fuck. The WNBA seating started. Maybe people will buy my Caitlin Clark cards.
That's right.
Oh, fuck.
But you shouldn't sell them now. You need to keep them forever.
You're right. Those are my retirement. You're right.
Yeah.
I think the one where she's like 6 years old is gonna go crazy.
You shouldn't have that.
Well, they made it. Don't blame me.
No, I blame you. Billy Friedrich, Pig Milk play today. The New York Knicks. I put Fat Wally's Wilkesboro All-Star Open NASCAR action, a qualifying race. I popped that into the chat. Justin McKelvey, stacks play today, number 1. Jose Ramirez over 1.5 bases, stacks play today, number 2. Brewers moneyline. Trill OG play of the day. Boston Celtics first half.
Jimmy, I think I have to consider Sweaty Butcher's offers of $8 for them. I have to consider that offer. I might be selling high right now. Sweaty, I'll consider your offer.
AM, that's all good. Elite Prospects is still dope, and you still played at a high level, man. Those are tricky levels to get to. Very difficult.
And I swear I could have been an elite goalie.
Yeah. Let's keep rolling through the action here. UFL tomorrow, Michigan St. Louis money line for Gorky and Paolini money line as well. We have Spooner on the Marlins money line, Mr. Belvedere, and we're trying to get this one run. We need one run, a single, just a little ticky-tack single here. That's all we need. We got a full count here. Castro's got to, it's 8-3. He's got to, you can't just walk him. We got to go after him. That was a terrible pitch. Castro shook, man. He ain't a crook, son. We have Mr. Bellevdere's action. Blue. Okay, here we go. Oh, shit. That was close. Damn it. God damn. Nice play. Blue Jays money line, Guardians money line, Red Sox, and Brewers money line for Mr. Belvedere. 9 Legacy, Brewers money line, Mets money line, Mariners money line. Mr. Belvedere also on the Celtics plus 2.5 and the Wings plus 7. T-Moss, Twins, Brewers under 4.5, first 5. That cost minus 135. I'm on the first period. I haven't bet yet. I'm on to bet the first period under 1.5 in Toronto, Florida. It was a fun breakdown. I got to bet that I'm ready to move on. It's Jerry Davis's birthday, Everybody, give the love to Jerry Davis spending his birthday with us, rocking with us. What a great guy. Jerry Davis celebrating 55 years of age here. Let's get that middle, AM. Let's get you that middle. I thought about it earlier, and I should have went with it, but we have a chance here. Brahmas and Cubs money line for Gorky. Nice job,
Gorky. I love you. If you bet in the Brahmas, that's bad ball right there, Gorky.
Gorky, a bad man. Perfect. JC Leeds play today. Red Sox money line. We are all on the 11.5. Wouldn't it be nice if we had just waited and got the 11? Tucker already cashing for Wine Time.
Live is 13.5 right now.
Yeah, no, that's every reason to be hopeful. And it's not like the Cubbies are going to use their best arms. We have, I'm on the Reds money line plus 106. Then we have just my 2 cents TC play today, Guardians, Phillies. I'm going to decide what to do with the Pirates. Jose made the birthday pick for a friend's family, first 5 plus a half. I think I'm going to bet the first 3 plus a half. Yankees -1 is a very possible addition. I'm going to study it a little more here after the show. The Orioles -1 or money line. I'm going to study it more. Wine Time's on the Orioles. Jose's on the Nats first 5, so we're incongruent in that one. The first 3 under 2.5 is something I am looking at as well. Wine Time on the Blue Jays. I expect to be on the Blue Jays. I'm going to be on the Braves. I should have got earlier. It's now I think they're the favorites. Wine Time on the under 8 in that one. I'm thinking about the first 3 under 2 pretty closely. The over 8, I bet in Tampa, Miami. I meant to bet the first 5 over, and this is not the first time that I've screwed up placing a bet while I'm live on the show, and it's pretty frustrating if the first 5 over cashes and the full game doesn't, because these are 2 good bullpens. I'll have to deal with those shitty consequences. I decided not to double up on it. You know, I didn't. You make a mistake, just deal with it. Astros Rangers was a no-go, but I kind of think Lance McClure is going to pitch better. So you know what? I'm going to study a little bit more I don't know if I get there, but an under of some kind in that game, because I expect the Eovaldi to pitch, and you know, I'm not entirely sure what to do with that rock bottom that McCullers just faced, and I'm going to have to spend some more time on that. I've tripled up on that Brewers game here. Let's take a look at what the line is, because I have the under 7.5. I have the Brewers, and I have the Twins team total under 4. It's a rare triple up. It makes me nervous to have 750 on that game. And right now the Brewers are even money. The 7.5 is now -110. So I'm okay with the moves. Colorado, Arizona, I'm not involved in. The Mariners in the first 5 over is what I'm going to be spending time with. I'm not on the Angels Dodgers game. And then the first 3 under 2, I'll be on Oakland, San Francisco. BJ's best bet in NBA is the New York Knicks. I'm on the New York in money line. I'm on the New York Knicks -2. And I'm on their double result at +130. I've mentioned it a few times. If you're joining us late, I think there's the risk reward wasn't there. I should just be on them first half. There was no need to have the double result. I'd rather, if you catch first half, just get paid for it. +130 is not enough. We had Saturated's action here. I'm going to pop these into the chat. Well, Brunson points, Hart rebounds and assists, Holiday PRA, Drew, of course, Bridges points, Zingas first quarter points, Brown rebounds, and Knicks -2.5. Those are the spots that our friend Saturated likes the most. So let's get this here and pop that in. There we go.
By the way, Jimmy, I just want to let you know that I love you. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
I wish nothing but success for you today. But I have never wanted you to lose a bet more than Knicks -2 or whatever the fuck. But I want your children to be well fed, healthy.
You're a good man.
I want your house to be great.
You're a good
I
friend.
want you to buy a beautiful mansion in Toronto.
That's impossible.
But I just want that one bet to just go to smithereens.
You're a good friend, and then it's going to make it a lot more fun here. Brizzy gave us a cat over 20.5 points, the New York Knicks together. And then going for the plus money. He also gave us cat 15 plus white over 1.5 threes. That's at +132. We have Wine Time on the Celtics first half. He also gave us Pritchard over points and I'm going to go to his Twitter because I know he's got a third spot. So I got to go to his Twitter. And Wine Time's watching right now, so I got to message you Wine Time.
By the way, my biggest concern for tonight is that Al Horford's going to be. Excuse me. Oh, Jesus. I can't even say it, so never mind. I'll tell you in a second.
Okay. Take your time. Brizzy also giving us Dream Fever -128, moneyline parlay in the Aces +4.
Yeah, Al Horford's going to be horrible today because that was a very intense game, and it was only like 1 day of rest, basically. So I expect I expect Al Horford to not be good today, but my Lord and Savior Luke Cornett will be here to do it again.
It's easy to cheer for Luke. He puts it all.
Everyone likes a big awkward white.
Puts it all on the floor. Pop was a ball player. It's nice. AM's action. White's he's on the over 11.5 and the under 13.5. Let's get that 12. Where are you? Or 13. Leafs money line, Reds money line, Jays money line, Twins money line, Jets money line, Braves over 8, Rays over 8.5, Cards over 8.5, Astros under 8, Mariners under 8.5, Angels over 9.5, Celtics +2.5, Sparks over 163.5. I am on the Stars tomorrow. I am on the Stars. And I'm on the team total over 3. Unit and a half on the money line, unit on the over 3. I expect to get back what I lost yesterday, but it was tough. Winnipeg really, really deserved that win. Wine Time, Celtics first half -110. Yeah, I've got that one. And then Pritchard, I'll message you to make sure I've got it all.
You already bet the Stars next game?
Oh, yeah. -1 +107. And the team total over 3. And the team total over 3 was expensive. Oh, yeah.
I figured. Yeah, I think I want this. I want the Stars to look bad because I want the Stars to be underdogs, so then I can hedge my bet or whatever the fuck.
You'll get great opportunities. I imagine at certain times in that series, you just have to time things right. If again, that's an if. The Jets really, they really soundly defeated them. It was a very thorough victory. So it's going to be
fun. I know you have futures on them. It'd make my life easier because I know that Hellebuck's pussy and the Oilers would take him down.
You don't want Hellebuck to get hot. This guy's going to win his third Vezina this year. So
he won't do it. He's got these demons. Connor McDavid will show him what the boogeyman really looks like.
Edmonton, Winnipeg, Western Conference Final would be NHL's worst nightmare.
Yeah, people would not be pleased.
No. That is our show for today. Jose, as always, spectacular job. I know these days are long for you. You put in such hard work, with 2 different shows that you're producing here. Shout out to all you guys joining us. Rants in the house. Ish your boy. AM Spooner. Thank you to Spooner for all the hard work he puts in. Check out our big show on Sunday. Speaking of hard work, Wine Time putting in yeoman work today. Fat Wally, Mr. Justin McKelvey, AOD, Big Daddy Boom, Lex Steele. Thank you guys so much. Coin, what a monster. Lugo has been scratched for tomorrow with a finger injury. That's important. Thank you. A Black Door King, Gorky, Robert Franklin. A big thank you to Gorky with the donos and to our friend Sammy Calmer with the dono. The Nuke Worker. Thank you, my man. The Sweaty Butcher, Swiggy. That doesn't sound good.
Oh my God, he still caught it. The son of a bitch lost it in the sun and fucking somehow still caught the ball.
Damn. All the Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian, Christopher Commentini, Voodoo Ranger. What a great group. Thank you guys all so much for all that you put in. Johnny Guns means a ton. So let's go out there and get that cash. The weekend is here, and there is money to make here. No, we are not AM. No, Racing with Razor will be Preakness, but I'm excited, and I will be announcing it, in a bigger way here soon. But not only will we have poker coming back, but I will be doing Saratoga Saturdays here. The grand opening of Saratoga, so the first Saratoga Saturday we'll do for sure. I might not be able to hit every Saturday, so I'm hesitant to call it Saratoga Saturdays. I'm not entirely sure how we're going to do it because I don't want to lock in for 8 straight Saturdays or, my wife will kill me. But I'll figure out. Certainly that first Saturday.
Semi-frequent Saratoga Fridays.
Saturdays.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. So, thank you guys for all that you do for us, man. We're getting a little nervous now. I see that we need the Cubbies. They got to just get us one more against this.
Can Kyle Tucker just do it again? Just get up there and hit the home run this time. Help our boy Wine Time out.
Yeah, it's still 13.5, just minus 135 to the under. We can get one more, right? We got to be able to get one more.
Yeah, we're a little sweaty over here.
Jose, thank you for all your hard work, man. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Can you please bless our action and let's us into the future?
Yep. Saturday, Say Hey plays. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. If you're in the San Antonio area, by the way, our guy Mike Taylor of the In the Building, it has a Salvation Army barbecue barbecue contest, I should say. All the money goes to the Salvation Army. So if you're in the area, come on down. I'll be there filming and doing shit. So it'll be a whole lot of fun. I am sweaty. This is going to be an interesting game, but God damn it, I can't wait to see what happens tonight. And what is dead may never die, Jimmy. What is dead may never die. And the Celtics, this is your time. Jalen, this is your moment. This is your legacy game. I believe in you. They've been better on the road all year. Spike Lee's a fucking loser. Timothée Chalamet's a dumb bitch. And so are the fucking Knicks. Leche. Los bookmakers.